that Mr. Netanyahu is trying to remove himself from his responsibility for the worst catastrophe and debacle in Israel's history. That is October 7, 2023, and somehow engineer or manipulate reality, geopolitics, and turning that debacle into some kind of a strategic triumph via defeating Iran. I understand the logic of that. Whether or not that would translate into electoral benefits or gains remains to be seen. There's no election date right now. Supposedly, legally, it is scheduled for October, but it could happen. If the war ends and Mr. Netanyahu concludes that it was a resounding victory, he may try and call for a snap election within 90 days. And we're already in March, so 90 days would take us to June. And we're not far away from the legally binding date or scheduled election of October. So it really depends on how this evolves, because as you began at the outset of this program, this show, we all know how wars begin, and we can all analyze and see clearly what the absolute interests and benefits of each side, but we have zero idea how they evolve. We have no idea how bad things can get, or for that matter, how quickly positive they can turn. I don't know. I think it really is premature to assess any political implications.
Rami, is the worst case scenario for Israel essentially a regime change in the sense that you get an even more emboldened regime, perhaps one which is run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC?
That would definitely be something that Israel would not want, but we essentially have that now. I mean, you can't get much more emboldened than the government that has existed in Iran since 1979. But the idea of totally removing the Islamic government concept and replacing it with something milder is a little bit naive, I think. The majority of Iranians would like to have a better government, a more efficient government, a less corrupt government, and less autocratic government. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, the Iranians have lived over the last century with a lot of foreign manipulation from from Russians, from Americans, from British, from Israelis, and they're fed up with it. And they just want to define themselves. The Islamic Revolution was the first one that sort of did this in a way, but it's pretty harsh kind of government. But that's not the point. It's not for Israel to determine the degree of kindness or harshness of any government. The responsibility of governments is to abide by the law and not be belligerent to each other. So I think the Israelis are going to have to live with whatever comes out of Iran. But if you look at Palestine as an example, or Lebanon, for years, Israel has bludgeoned the Palestinians and the Lebanese, and they've only continued to resist more fiercely. So there has to be a better way than military superiority.
Mitchell, how do you respond?
Well, first of all, Rami has said some things about the Netanyahu government and some of the Messianic people here. So the good news is, Rami, that in October there will be an election, and of the 9 million people that are going to vote here, 2 million of them are Israelis of Palestinian descent, Arabic speakers. So you should encourage all of your friends, relatives, and anyone you know to go out and vote in the election. It's a democracy, and there are many, many Arabic-speaking Israelis of Palestinian descent serving in the Knesset, and they certainly have the right to criticize, and they do that. And I think a lot of Israelis are not particularly thrilled with this government, especially when it comes to not that, but the draft of and the service of all Israelis equally, all Jewish Israelis equally in the army, and not giving an exemption to any Israelis for not doing that. So I think we're going to see some changes.
Sorry, Alon, you're trying to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to add to what Ami said about meddling in Iranian politics. Let's not forget that Iran is not monolithic. There are 93 million inhabitants in Iran. Only 60% of them are Persians. There are Azeris, and there are Turks, and there are Turkmenis, and there are Baluchis, and what have you. So when we're talking about the Islamic Republic and post-war Iran and regime change, yes, no, maybe, or to what extent, and along what lines. Let's not forget that Iran is not a monolithic country. A lot of things could happen there. Things, for example, that the U.S. never thought of or considered seriously when it dismembered Iraq in 2003. So you never know what's going to come out of this. It could be hell, and it could be paradise. But it's it's an even chance for both, either.
Thank you so much. Thanks to our guests, Alan Pinkas, Rami Khouri, Mitchell Barak, and thank you too for watching the program. And you can, of course, see this program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on X. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Rashad Salamat, and the whole crew right here in Doha. Bye for now.
It's 6 GMT. That's 9 o'clock in Doha and 9:30 in Tehran. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Tehran and Lebanon. This is the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Israel says they're targeting Hezbollah command centers, weapons storage facilities, and has ordered new forced evacuation orders for dozens of locations across Lebanon. Hezbollah announced renewed rocket fire into northern Israel on Tuesday. Iran's capital, Tehran, has been hit by Israeli airstrikes through the night. US Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. More than 600 people have been killed across Iran and Lebanon. And Iran has launched dozens of retaliatory strikes targeting Israel and US assets across the Middle East. Some missiles have made impact in residential areas in Tel Aviv. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And 2 drones have hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack has caused small fires and minor damage. And the US State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, and Bahrain. Good to have you. We have correspondents following developments in Beirut, Washington, D.C., and here in Doha. But let's go straight to Heidi Pett in the Lebanese capital. Heidi, reports, as we mentioned there, that Hezbollah has launched these drones into northern Israel on Tuesday morning. Where does that leave the prospect of another major Israeli response?
Yeah, just as you were saying, as dawn broke over Beirut this morning, we saw not only Israeli airstrikes, but a confirmation from Hezbollah that they had launched what they termed a swarm of attack drones towards an army base in northern Israel. And so what that tells us is that, despite these frequent and very serious attacks across Lebanon over the past couple of days, they're signaling their intent to continue targeting Israel. And that is despite the Lebanese Prime Minister actually outlawing the military and security operations of Hezbollah just yesterday. He described those original rocket launches that spurred this latest escalation as irresponsible. And in response, Hezbollah said, while they respect the Lebanese state probably should have the right to decide whether the country is at peace or at war, that there needed to be some response to what it described as constant aggressions and assassinations, and that it should be able to respond using whatever means necessary. And so I think this morning, Lebanon is waking up to see what exactly that looks like.
And Heidi, waking up to new force evacuation orders from multiple locations across Lebanon. How is that being felt by ordinary people, Heidi?
Yeah, there's been rolling forced evacuation orders throughout the night. So for a number of specific locations in Dahia, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. But then late last night, around 11 p.m., there was a forced evacuation order for more than 30 villages across the south of Lebanon. They've drawn sort of quite a neat line on the map, basically saying that anybody south of that line needs to vacate. And the result of that is that there are thousands of people displaced across Lebanon right now. You know, there's still reports of people being stuck in traffic trying to make their way out of the south. And here in the capital, you see people sleeping in their cars, a few people gathered on the streets around places like Martyrs Square and the famous Corniche in downtown Beirut. Many of them will be making their way into schools this morning. So schools across Beirut have been closed. Kids will not be attending classrooms. Instead, those classrooms will be full of people who are finding themselves once again displaced due to the outbreak of war.
As you mentioned, Heidi, this puts the leadership in Lebanon in an incredibly difficult position. As you mentioned, a decree was made by the Prime Minister to disarm Hezbollah. But is there actually any indication of any disarmament, forced or voluntary, taking place?
So this disarmament is supposed to be part of the ceasefire deal that was signed between Israel and Hezbollah in November 2024. It was mediated by the US, and part of that was supposed to see the disarmament of Hezbollah, particularly south of the Litani River in the south of the country. And the deadline for that was the end of last year. So we're now about 3 months past that, and I think you can quite safely say, given the rocket launches and the drone launches that we've seen, that disarmament has certainly not been total. Now, the other factor, of course, is that, you know, many people wondered about Hezbollah's capacity to respond, given the continued attacks on them. Because when we talk about a ceasefire, it's important to mention that Lebanon has been subject to near daily attacks from Israel, whether that is airstrikes or drone strikes, since that ceasefire was signed back in November 2024. And the aim of those has been to degrade Hezbollah as an organization. So we've seen continued attacks on leadership and fighters, but also targeting their stockpiles of rockets and other weapons. And so there was a question hanging over how much capacity and how much will even they might have to respond to these attacks on Iran. But we've seen with the statements they've made over the last couple of days that, you know, that initial rocket launch into northern Israel, they came out and said that was in direct retaliation for the killing of the supreme leader of Iran. And so we're seeing that they do have indeed both the capacity and the will.
Heidi, many thanks for that. Heidi Pett there in Beirut. Well, in Washington, the US Secretary of State and the CIA director have briefed congressional leaders on why the Trump administration launched strikes on Iran. The answer they received, the US was following Israel's lead. Well, House Speaker Mike Johnson gave more details on the reasoning behind the move.
The most critical point is that this was a defensive measure, a defensive operation. And why is that? I took some notes, and this is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. Iran was building missiles at a radical and a rapid clip to the point where our allies in the region could not keep up. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond, and they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. We have troops in harm's way, and we have many Americans in the region, and that was of great concern. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating.
Well, Democratic Senator Mark Warner says Donald Trump needs to explain his objectives to Congress.
When we are talking about putting American soldiers in harm's way, when we have American casualties and expectations of more, there needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interest. I still don't think that standard has been met. I think the president needs to come before the Congress, and for that matter, the American people, and decide amongst these 4 or 5 goals that have been laid out, what is the real goal?
Well, meanwhile, in a press conference on Monday, the US Defense Secretary said the conflict is not a regime change war, but then soon afterwards, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it could be.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
Rosalind Jordan is in Washington, D.C. to talk about this in more detail. Good to see you, Ros. So the U.S. was following Israel's lead. Was that really the main takeaway here, Ros? And with Operation Epic Fury entering its 4th day without a formal declaration of war, where does that now leave the Trump administration when it comes to the legal justification for all of this?
Well, let's take the first question first. Well, there are a lot of justifications being put forward by members of the Trump administration, including the president, on why the U.S. started its air war against Iran on February 28th, going in just about 4 days ago now. This is a matter that is raising a lot of questions, because is it following Israel's lead? Is it trying to remove an existential national security threat in the form of Iran's sponsoring of groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas? Is it trying to decimate Iran's nuclear weapons potential? Is it about getting rid of Iran's conventional weapons potential? Is it about something else? Regime change? Lots of different reasons have been put forward, but it is worth pointing out that perhaps the most recent commentary on what the U.S. military is doing in Iran is a post that CENTCOM put out on the X social media platform, saying that U.S. forces have destroyed IRGC command and control centers, as well as ballistic missile sites and other military apparatus in and around Iran. So all of these points have been brought forward. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who was on Capitol Hill on Monday talking to congressional leaders, is going to be talking to all of the members of both the House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate later on Tuesday. And you can expect that lots of those questions are going to come up about what is it the U.S. is trying to do? Why is it doing it now? Was there an imminent national security threat to the U.S. and its allies, or was there some other reason why the U.S. felt the need to go to war right now? Now, as for the question of whether or not this war is going to be continuing for any length of time, that is perhaps the one consistent message that we heard from members of the Trump administration on Monday, which is they don't know how long this is going to go on, but they are prepared for it to last several weeks if necessary.
And of course, Ros, the outstanding question of how long this might last and what success might look like in Washington's eyes is one that we don't have clear answers for at the moment. Nevertheless, the US president has spoken in his latest statement. It's about an hour ago on Truth Social. Trump warned the United States has virtually unlimited supply of weapons to fight wars, and the stockpiles at the medium and upper medium grade have never been higher or better. He said this: wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. Well, Ros, back to you on this, because interesting message from the president. He says that wars can be fought forever and that the US is stocked. I mean, this is fighting talk from Donald Trump, isn't it? I mean, what should we make of this latest message from Trump?
Well, consider some of the reporting that's been happening in the last couple of weeks. Before the air war started on Saturday, there were reports that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, had been warning others in the Trump administration that the amount of missiles, materiel, to use the defense term, is not unlimited. The U.S. has been sending to Ukraine a considerable amount of missiles and other weapons to help it fight its war against Russia. And there was already a concern, even before the Iran war, that the U.S. was not producing enough replacement missiles and ammunition and other equipment to replace what had been given to Ukraine over the last 4 years. And so now that you have this very active situation with Tomahawk missiles and other missiles being fired at targets around Iran, are the factories here in the United States that build those missiles working 24/7 to replace these armaments? That's not clear. It's probably not happening because it's very difficult to do that kind of work on a dime. So the question of whether this war can be infinite probably doesn't bear up when you consider the actual production mechanism and routine that has been happening in the U.S. military industrial industry.
Thanks for that, Ros. At the same time, I think it's important to draw our attention to the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said something very, very different. He's defended his decision to attack Iran alongside the United States, but he says the conflict will not be an endless one. Take a listen.
This is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions, first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
Well, I'm joined by Ressel Sodhi, who's reported extensively from Iran. He's here to help me understand a lot of what we're hearing by way of mixed messages, by the sounds of it, Ressel, coming from the United States and Benjamin Netanyahu. Quick and decisive, says Israel. Donald Trump, on the other hand, saying we've got unlimited resources to drag this out as long as we want to. I mean, what might Iran think of that?
Perhaps it's a little bit difference in the style, and also, of course, the objectives of two countries are not completely converged. So here, what I can see that particularly when it comes to Israel is that somehow they are going to fight and continue fight until Iran's air forces, Iran air defense systems, radars, military airports, and the missile production houses and missiles themselves are significantly reduced. And then, of course, it comes to another level. I'm still expecting that Americans could get even further involved by using B-2s again to bomb the nuclear facilities again, as they have done last year. And then they will perhaps continue until they continue the assassination of the political leadership and the military leadership in Iran until it becomes really difficult for Iranians to keep replacing these high-level officials. And perhaps then they will destabilize the borders, which we are seeing now. Some of the reports that particularly Iraqi Kurdish area to Iran, significantly destabilizing the Iranian borders and encouraging an internal insurgencies through the ethnic and sectarian minorities. And then eventually, I believe they are going to stop. It's not going to be a land invasion because it's extremely huge. We are talking about a country that's 4 times the size of Iraq. And when it comes to the population, it's 2.5 of that. It's going to be extremely risky to put the troops on the ground. But they will stop and increase the economic pressure. And as Iran doesn't have the air forces, it will be vulnerable to the further Israeli attacks and also to the internal insurgencies. And while that's happening, the public discontent is going to further grow, and they're hoping that eventually the regime is going to fall from within.
You described something, Ressel, that sounds complicated and protracted and something that doesn't potentially have a very clear-cut strategy to follow on a day-to-day basis, but something that could potentially last quite a long time. Roz, back to you. What's the sense from the United States about these mixed messages coming from Netanyahu, calling for a quick and decisive end to operations in Iran, compared to what Donald Trump has been saying, something that could be protracted, drawn out, could potentially include some of the things we've just heard here from Ressel by way of a dismantling of the authority and the state as we know it in Iran at the moment?
Well, Donald Trump has contradicted himself. He said earlier on Monday that the war's objectives were being achieved more quickly than had been scheduled, but that they would, certainly take advantage of that. And then he later told one of the U.S. news networks that actually things were going to be taking a while, that they weren't going to be wrapped up as quickly as he had earlier suggested. So the mixed messages have been continuing almost from the beginning of the air war on Saturday morning. This is a real question that congressional Democrats have been raising. What is actually going on here? Because there was no active consultation with Congress. Certainly there was no congressional authorization of this military operation as is required by the U.S. Constitution. There was this, closed-door briefing of a few of the congressional leadership nearly a week ago, but that's not the same as briefing the entire Congress on exactly what the threats were, why it was necessary to go to war now, and to get congressional approval for it. So when Marco Rubio goes back to Capitol Hill later on Tuesday, these kinds of questions are going to be coming up, and they're going to be coming up rather vigorously from congressional Democrats. It's also worth pointing out that even though the latest polling indicates that when you break it down along party lines, that independent voters and Democratic voters overwhelmingly are not happy with the decision to start bombing Iran. Most of the president's political base, Republicans, do support this action, but as a whole, disapproval seems to be the watchword of the moment. It's a question of whether Donald Trump's promise to not get the U.S. entrenched in another lengthy war, particularly in the Middle East, is going to come back to harm his political standing and possibly affect the standing of Republicans who are running for re-election in the midterm congressional elections in November.
Back to you, Ressel. You wanted to jump in there.
So here, I think regarding this regime change issue, I think Americans and Israelis are well aware that there is not going to be a quick regime change here due to two reasons. First, yes, there are millions of people in Iran who are against the regime and want to bring it down. But on the other hand, there are millions that are still very much loyal to the regime. So just in 2023, 18 months ago, the ultra-conservative candidate, Saeed Jalili, during the presidential election, he received 13 million of the votes. And the second reason that's going to be extremely difficult to bring the regime down so quickly is IRGC, the nature of the IRGC. IRGC is not just merely an army. It's a political, ideological, and economic pillar of the revolution and of the state itself.
The biggest misunderstandings. There have been this sort of false equivalence drawn between the operations in Venezuela and, for instance, and what's happening with Iran. You can't just get rid of the head.
Indeed. And it's hard to imagine that such ideologically structured army is just going to surrender to the pressure and defect. But here I just wonder if, Rose, there are two things here. First, I have seen the reports that now some of the Gulf countries are putting pressure on Washington to stop, as now the cost of the war is extremely high while Iran is targeting the military and also civilian infrastructure. What are your sources telling you about that?
Basically, this is a situation where the Trump administration has apparently become very accustomed to doing what it wants without following the customs and the norms that have governed previous military actions. There wasn't any sort of consultation on the decision to go into Venezuela at the turn of the year to arrest Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and then to basically install the previous vice president as the acting president. There wasn't any consultation. This is not the situation that we had more than 20 years ago when the U.S. decided that it wanted to go into Iraq to remove Saddam Hussein as that country's leader and to try to stand up its version of a democratic government in that country. There was extensive political debate in Congress. There was the extensive debate at the UN Security Council. There were debates among members of NATO. There were public weigh-ins, public demonstrations about the need to go into Iraq. But none of that has been happening under this particular administration. So really, how do you check what is happening when, basically, to use the old cliche, the horse is out of the barn? More than 50,000 U.S. forces are deployed around the Middle East now and are carrying out this operation against the Iranian government.
Well, if I may, just as a follow-up for the IRGC
Russell,
rules,
yep.
the American officials are repeatedly asking the Iranian armed forces to act wise and to choose their side. Are they realistically expecting the IRGC to defect under the pressure and somehow that could lead the regime collapse? Are they having that such an anticipation?
Does the U.S. even have any connection, any realistic, any viable connections with members of the IRGC? I don't know that there is. There have not been diplomatic relations between the two countries. We're not officially at war with Iran, but since 1979, that essentially has been the shape of the relationship, as it were. It's been notable that you're even able to get Iranians and Americans in the same hotel to even have indirect talks about Iran's nuclear program because there are no official relations. So the suggestion that there could be any viable, credible outreach with members of the IRGC in such a way that they would be willing to take advice from U.S. security officials begs the question. That's not to say that there aren't backdoor channels, but realistically, given the shape of the relationship, especially given the Trump administration's decision to assassinate Qasem Soleimani during Trump's first term in office, I don't know that that is a realistic speculation, that the IRGC would take anything seriously that the U.S. would be requesting.
And just to add to everything we've just heard, the confirmation now that the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait says it will be closed until further notice, an indication of how protracted and unpredictable the situation is. Many thanks, Roz, and Rasul here. Now, Sami Nader is director of the Levant Institute for Strategic Affairs. He joins us from Beirut to talk about the other degree of fighting and intensification of the war on the Western Front, I think it's fair to call it. As we've just been hearing earlier in our bulletin reports, Hezbollah launched drones into northern Israel this morning. I mean, of course, they must know that a firm Israeli response is bound to follow.
Yes, definitely. I mean, Hezbollah now is totally in the fray, and his action put Lebanon under a very high risk. It looks like Hezbollah did not learn from the lessons of the last war. This war of support that he waged against Israel was the detrimental consequences on Lebanon. Like 20% of the Lebanese population fled their homes. Their homes were disrupted, and until now they were not rebuilt, and its whole leadership was decapitated. And despite all of that, and despite the domestic pressure, the huge domestic pressure, including the historic decision of the Lebanese government on August 5 to have the monopoly of force all over the Lebanese territory, and their decision yesterday, naming Hezbollah for the first time, calling his action as illegal, and calling for the dismantling of this military organization. They can keep their work as a political force, but the Lebanese government called for their military, their demilitarization. Despite all of that.
On that point, Sami, let me jump in. On that point, is the Lebanese army, though, actually moving to enforce the Prime Minister's decree to disarm Hezbollah? What might and what can that look like?
This is the real story. Now the Lebanese army has been assigned to implement the decision of the government. We all know that the Lebanese army lacks capabilities, but it can rely on the support of the international community, on the Arab community, especially at this moment where Iran is totally isolated and Hezbollah with Iran is isolated. So for them, this is the moment of truce in order to implement the decision of the government and to enforce their authority all over the Lebanese territory.
And on that point of enforcing the Lebanese government's authority, following the strikes on Dahia in the southern suburbs of Beirut, does that now mean that the Lebanese armed forces will actively have to coordinate with Israeli forces, with the IDF, to establish safe zones? No. Or are they standing aside?
No, at least the Lebanese army today should stop those who fired missiles against Israel. This is especially that this has been done on a territory that theoretically were under their control. Because, for the last 4 months, the Lebanese army deployed their plans in 5 phases to exert full control on what we call the south of Litani. And yesterday, these missiles, part of them were fired from this region in particular. So this discredit their strategy and their plan and what they have been calling the international community that they have achieved implementing this strategy. So it's about the credit of and the trust in this institution, and the Lebanese state is today at stake. And I'm sure that the Lebanese army has the will now that is fully backed by the government, and it has the capability. If it lacks some equipment, some support, I'm sure that it can find in the international community and in the Arab community all that support it requires.
Sami Nader, Director of the Levant Institute for Strategic Affairs. Many thanks for joining us there from Beirut. Now, this is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capital of Iran and Lebanon. That is the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Israel says they're targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. It has ordered new forced evacuation orders for dozens of locations across Lebanon. Hezbollah announced renewed rocket fire into northern Israel on Tuesday. Iran's capital, Tehran, has been hit by Israeli airstrikes through the night. US Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. More than 600 people have been killed across Iran and Lebanon. And Iran has launched dozens of retaliatory strikes targeting Israel and US assets across the Middle East. Some missiles have made impact in residential areas in Tel Aviv. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And 2 drones have hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack has caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the US State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq and Bahrain. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. Well, following all the developments here in Doha is Axel Zaimovich. Axel, It has been obviously another night of explosions heard by many of us here in the Qatari capital, Doha, with reports of jets flying low over the city overnight. What's the situation been in Qatar over the past few hours?
Well, Naeem, nothing much has changed, but the fact that we're seeing fighter jets flying overhead, and we understand that they've been inspecting the sky, they've been monitoring the situation. But what we heard overnight, there was an official confirmation coming from the Defense Ministry that 2 ballistic missiles were taken down offshore Qatar. So we're still hearing helicopters. I don't know if viewers can actually hear it, but they're still flying overhead, and there's still a significant number of fighter jets flying over, protecting the skies over Qatar at this hour.
And Axel, concerned too that this is no longer an assault against US military assets in the likes of Qatar and elsewhere in the Gulf as well, because we have credible evidence that energy infrastructure has been deliberately hit as well. Talk us through the implications of that and what you're hearing.
Well, Naeem, there's a lot of concerns in the region because it's not just about U.S. military installation. Now we see energy infrastructure being targeted, being under attack. We're talking about 2 separate attacks, 2 different countries, Qatar and Saudi Arabia. So what's really concerning here is the question of what happened next, because everybody's asking if Iran is willing to target Qatar's LNG infrastructure, the lifeblood of the economy of this country, or Saudi Arabia's oil infrastructure, then calculation has shifted definitely. But also, we have to put it into context that this region is one of the biggest contributor to the world's largest energy supplies. Qatar alone produces the largest amount of LNG, and Saudi Arabia on a daily basis exports millions of barrels of oil. So if this prolonged disruption, it's not just going to affect the region here. Everybody else will feel the consequences.
Axel, we have had, I think it's fair to call it a pretty dramatic first for the Qatari Air Force in the past 24 hours, given that they have reported downing 2 manned Iranian Su-24 jets. They are Russian-made jets that were, we believe, en route to Qatar on a possible bombing run to hit the American assets here, although we have no further details on that. I mean, walk us through the implications of what we are hearing with this admission from the Qatari Air Force.
Well, what we understand, and we've seen that the strategy of the Qatar's defense ministry has shifted towards not just employing and having missiles detectors here, but we also see that the jets are flying over, and that's one of the reasons why we saw that these Iranian jets taken down. And this is obviously showing us that the conflict itself is not winding down. In fact, it's escalating, and it could have deeper consequences for the region if it's not stopped anytime soon.
Axel, many thanks for that. Axel Zaimovic here in Doha. We will, of course, be checking in with Axel over the course of the day. Well, as we've just been discussing, US bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted across the Gulf region over the past 4 days. Well, Kulsoon Sharif has more on all of that.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing 2 facilities that have also come under attack. The Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
That was Umar Kulsoon Sharif there walking us through the implications across the region. Rosalind Jordan's in Washington, D.C. Ros, you do wonder when you look at a map like that, whether or not all of these attacks, all of the implications of Israel and the Americans' assault on Iran have factored in what we're seeing at play across the entire region. Is this collateral damage that was expected? Can it be absorbed? Can it be planned for? The optimistic response from Donald Trump is that we can go on forever. We've got all the missiles that we need. But clearly it's having an impact on people across the entire region as well as on energy supplies globally.
Well, the big question of whether all of these potential impacts, not just on U.S. military installations in and around the Middle East, as well as the impact on the millions of people living in the region, you have to question whether those impacts were actually gamed out, to use the defense term, or whether or not there was simply this push to move ahead and then deal with the damage afterwards. Those sorts of questions are usually what would have been debated before the U.S. decided to launch a military assault on another country. You would have had members of Congress debating these issues. You would have had public intellectuals debating these issues. You would have had the general public asking these questions. What is the potential fallout? What is the risk to U.S. forces? What is the risk to allies that host U.S. forces on their territory? What is the risk to the tens of millions of people who live in the region if you are deciding whether to go into a military conflict? Those discussions have not been had publicly. They're only getting underway now here in Washington, but it also means that you're going to see people being injured, you're going to see people being killed, you're going to see property being destroyed while the policymakers try to figure out how to mitigate all of those questions. So it really does come down to, were there things actually debated and calculated before the decision to launch these airstrikes on Saturday, or whether this was done on, off the cuff, as it were? Those are the kinds of answers that are now going to be coming out as the Trump administration justifies or tries to justify what it is doing before members of Congress and before the general public.
OK, well, stay with us, Ross, because the US objectives, we know, in this conflict, which we've been saying all morning, remain unclear. In June last year, Donald Trump announced the United States had, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. More recently, just days before Israel and the US launched attacks on Iran on Saturday, Trump said the US would prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Well, now, with conflict embroiling the Middle East, Trump says the United States is removing Iran's ability to launch missiles.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. We're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. We're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones.
Ressel Sirdo has reported extensively from Iran, still with me here in the studio. Ressel, looking at the map of destruction, some of it collateral, some of it expected, but an awful lot of it incredibly painful, particularly for countries across the Gulf that had, for many, many years, taken the stance of being politically neutral, albeit them having American military assets on their territory. Why would it make sense for Iran to hit, for instance, gas facilities, oil facilities, when Iran itself relies on the flow of energy through this part of the world, through the Strait of Hormuz? Isn't it shooting itself in the foot?
Indeed. So for Iranians, they have built their strategy of deterrence based on two pillars. First, just show the Americans that the cost militarily for Washington is going to be unbearable. It's going to be high. So raising the cost for Washington was one of the deterrence pillar of Iran's strategy, and forcing Washington to think twice before attacking. But that has failed. And still they're showing that, by the way. And the second one was to regionalize the war by drawing the regional countries into it and to make them feeling the pain, the consequences of the war. And they believe that by doing so, the regional countries are going to put pressure on the U.S. to stop Washington from attacking. So I think at the first level, so they have targeted some of the U.S. military assets here. And then, when that was not enough, to force the regional countries to move against the USA or to put enough pressure on the U.S. to stop, then the second layer has come, and the energy facilities and the critical facilities such as the airports have been targeted. This is where it hurts the most, because the whole Gulf dream and image is based on this wealth, stability, and safety. Once that is attacked, then what is left of Gulf? And at the third level, if this is not going to be enough, I fear that Iran is going to start to target the food and water supplies as well. And at the fourth stage, perhaps it could go to the residential areas and saying, well, if our children are dying, your children are also going to pay a price. So this is the deterrence strategy of Iran. However, as you also said, so it's backfiring. It just reminds me terribly the days that were leading to the war in 1991, Gulf War. Saddam was firing one Scud missile to Israel and another to Saudi Arabia. And eventually what he has done was to somehow force the whole regional countries to go under the U.S. umbrella, join the U.S.-led coalition and fighting against Iraq. So now this scenario is about to repeat. When we're talking about these countries, they were quite neutral, and indeed not neutral. They have done everything to prevent this war, and now they are being punished. And I think eventually Iran is turning its region, is turning its neighbors into its enemies, and more the regional countries are feeling that Iran is becoming the common threat, becoming the shared threat.
I mean, yes, of course, the Iranians have always described Gulf countries as brotherly nations, haven't they? The likes of Oman, Qatar have played key roles in mediating in the past. And I think it's fair to say that both feel somewhat betrayed by what has happened. I mean, let's look at the changing military and diplomatic posturing in the region, because the UAE and Qatar are now citing their, quote, legitimate right to respond. We know, of course, Qatar has downed these two manned Iranian Su-24 jets en route to Qatar. What does it mean for these Gulf countries to now say they cannot just stand by?
I think that is exactly the first stage of what I was talking. So now it is a defensive measure. So these both countries are still engaging with Iranian projectiles, whether it's rockets, whether they are the drones, whether they are missiles. And now that Su-24, the Russian-made Su-24, approaching to the Qatari airspace and being shut down. So this is the first stage, but still it's defensive. And then if the cost goes higher and higher and higher, and to a certain point that is stopping the whole country and is becoming an existential threat. So then these countries could decide to say, well, we are not now shifting our strategy of military engagement from a defensive position to engage with the targets from their sources when they are fired. And what does that mean? It means regional countries being involved directly into a war.
With completely unknown consequences as well. Ros, back to you in Washington, D.C. Rosalind, what we've just been discussing here with Rasul is two scenarios, really, that the Iranians are hitting energy infrastructure in order to put pressure on the Gulf states to essentially try and steady Donald Trump's hand and ending whatever operation he has in his mind for Iran. On the other hand, we have a situation where, by the fact that these energy infrastructure sites are being targeted in Saudi and Qatar and the UAE, that it also potentially draws these Gulf nations more directly into a conflict with Iran as well. I wonder, in terms of American strategy going ahead here, does it work in America's advantage to see these Gulf nations do fighting on their behalf?
That's a very interesting question, because there are decades of joint training exercises between the United States and countries around the Gulf. Pilots from every one of these countries have come to the United States for fighter jet training for decades. Certainly over my 36 years in journalism, I have covered Saudis and Qataris and Emirati pilots and Jordanian pilots coming to the U.S. to get the necessary training to operate the jets that they buy from the U.S. government. We've also seen generals and colonels and lieutenants going to the military academies here in the United States for advanced military theory training, as well as professional training. So that relationship goes a long way back. But in terms of having a multinational coalition working alongside the United States as it carries out military operations, that has been far and few between, and that's partly because in terms of the raw numbers of the people who belong to the military in these countries, far fewer than what you have in the U.S. military, more than 2 million active duty troops across 5 branches of the U.S. military. And so, there's certainly an understandable reluctance to have, for example, Saudi soldiers taking part in a regional conflict. The number of people available to replace those who are injured or who are killed is much smaller than you have here in the United States, with a population of some 340 million citizens. And so really what you see more would be people providing the backroom support, helping to do the planning and to do the strategizing, rather than having their own forces be right on the front lines. That's a really rare development. But certainly the first possibility, which Rasul pointed to, which is trying to induce these countries to act as a brake on the Trump White House, certainly could be considered a more realistic possibility, because if they are suffering in any way, whether having an attack on their energy infrastructure, or worse, having an attack on their populations, that certainly raises their ability to say, hey, we need a different strategy here. We need to recalibrate. Perhaps we need to dial back what we are doing. And they have that kind of moral ability to persuade the Trump administration to change course. But to actually try to draw in Gulf militaries to engage in hand-to-hand combat against the Iranian military, I think that's much less possible, given the realities of what is available to them.
All right, Ros, many thanks for that. Rosalind Jordan, Rasul Sadat, many thanks for that. Now, even as the Trump administration tries to sell its war to the American public, hundreds gathered in San Francisco to protest against the conflict on Monday. Demonstrators were rallying against the escalating attacks on Iran, but they were also calling for President Trump to resign. Some of those protesters are Iranian Americans who say their families are living under threat of airstrikes. Henry Ensher is a former US ambassador and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. He says the US and Iran will eventually get back to negotiations.
We're in a wider regional war already. Iran has struck back at several targets in the Gulf, including several capital cities. So I think we're already there. What I think is happening here is that both sides, the Iranians and the Americans, are using violence as a way to get back to a negotiation on the most favorable terms. I think where we are now, if the U.S. administration wanted to, it could plausibly claim victory. That is to say, it has decapitated the leadership of Iran. It claims to have sunk the Iranian Navy. It's crippled Iran's ability to fund additional proxies in the region. And it has struck hard at Iranian missile facilities. They could do more on the missiles, but getting to the point now, actually, where if the administration wanted to do so, and if political calculations required it to do so, it could plausibly claim victory and head back to the negotiating table. But on the other hand, we hear that President Trump is prepared to continue for weeks. A lot of wars, most wars, end with some kind of negotiation, and I think we will be there now. This is not a war that will result in the United States driving on Tehran and actually conquering it. We've seen that a few times in the region recently, but the U.S. force is not configured to do that, which means that the only solution is some form of negotiation. So I think we'll get there sooner or later. Both sides are using violence as a message, as I said earlier, and also talking tough, but I think with a view to getting back to a negotiation on the best possible basis.
Okay, let's head back to Lebanon now, where Israel says they're targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. But at the same time, Hezbollah says it renewed rocket fire into northern Israel on Tuesday morning. These are live pictures from Lebanon, the Lebanese capital Beirut. Huge plumes of smoke rising over the Dahia district, the southern suburbs of the city, as they have done for the past 48 hours now. Monitoring developments there is Heidi Pett in Beirut. Heidi, when we see scenes like this from Beirut, it does raise the prospect of fears of a protracted conflict of the kind we have seen in recent years, ever since the October 7th attacks by Hamas on Israel. Where does this leave in the minds of Lebanese people in Beirutis the possibility of a drawn-out escalation between Israel and Hezbollah?
The people that I have been speaking to on the streets over the last day or so, the overwhelming feeling for them is one of both deja vu, that they've been here before, and in fact, very, very recently. It was just September and October of 2024 where we saw that wide-scale war between Israel and Hezbollah. But the other defining feeling from people that I am speaking to is fatigue. And part of that is because they were ejected from their homes in the middle of the night. They're barely sleeping, whether that was because of, that first initial bombing of which there was no warning. It struck just before 3 o'clock in the morning, or whether they've been given these forced displacement orders by the Israeli military, which again come via X, via an Israeli military spokesperson who posts them on the internet, and people are just supposed to keep track of that in the middle of the night to know when and whether to leave their homes. And so people are both physically and emotionally tired.
All right, Heidi, many thanks for that. Heidi Pett in Beirut. With the US and Israeli war in Iran, it's costing millions of dollars a day, and it's expected to cost hundreds of billions of dollars if it continues over the next several weeks. Here's John Hendry with more on that.
3 American F-15 jets plunged to the ground in Kuwait. All 6 crew members eject to safety, but the jets, costing $94 million apiece, are lost. The human toll of war cannot truly be tallied.
Today we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families.
But the financial cost can be calculated, and they are in the billions of dollars and counting. 2 massive aircraft carrier strike groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, each cost $6.5 million a day to operate. That's $390 million a month. Some in Congress say the cost of President Trump's war is too high.
Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives.
The 37-hour strike on Iran's nuclear facilities in June, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, totaled $2.25 billion. This time, President Trump says the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. If so, costs are likely to range into the hundreds of billions. There is the cost of munitions. The bunker busters dropped on Iran's nuclear sites cost $10 million to $20 million apiece. For the sites targeted by Iranian bombs at American bases throughout the Middle East alone, rebuilding will cost millions, possibly billions. Those direct costs are all paid by American taxpayers, but as consumers, Americans and others will pay more in higher oil costs and in sinking stock values. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion on its military, more than any other country in the world, more than the next 9 countries combined, in fact. That's 3 times more than China, nearly 7 times more than Russia. And since 2001, the U.S. has spent an estimated $5.8 trillion, funding more than 2 decades of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan. And with the war in Iran, that tally is on the rise. How long the war lasts could be determined in part by how long Americans are willing to bear the financial and human toll of war. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, Asian stock markets are falling for a second day. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. That briefly prompted regulators to halt trading by triggering a mechanism intended to prevent major market swings. Markets are also lower in Tokyo, Hong Kong and Shanghai. It's 7 GMT. That's 10 o'clock in Doha, 10:30 in Tehran. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut. Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities and has ordered new force evacuation orders for dozens of locations across Lebanon. Hezbollah announced renewed rocket fire into northern Israel on Tuesday. Iran's capital Tehran is under bombardment. U.S. Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. Well, Iran has launched dozens of strikes targeting Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Some missiles have made impact in residential areas in Tel Aviv. And 2 drones have hit the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage there. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain and Qatar. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. Well, we have correspondents following developments in Tehran, Beirut, Washington, D.C., the Syria-Lebanon border, Seoul, and here in Doha. But let's go straight to Zaina Hodder, who's in the Beiruti capital for us, the Lebanese capital, Beirut, rather. We have seen, of course, these continued renewed attacks on Dahia in the southern suburbs of the Beiruti capital. In response, attacks staged by Hezbollah into northern Israel, the presumption will obviously be from everybody in Lebanon that a major Israeli response is inevitable then.
Well, the Israeli military has been doing what it promised to do, and that is to intensify and increase strikes against Hezbollah. In the early hours of the morning, there were a number of strikes targeting residential buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs. We are at the outskirts of those cluster of neighborhoods where hundreds of thousands of people live. Also, in the past few hours, the Israeli military has been issuing continuous evacuation orders, telling residents not just to leave areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, but across southern Lebanon, telling them to leave villages further north from the border, which means really this is causing a massive displacement crisis. And this really is part of the Israeli military strategy to put pressure on Hezbollah supporters, who in turn will, well, at least this is what the Israelis hope will happen, put pressure on Hezbollah. But Hezbollah remains defiant early this morning, claiming responsibility for at least 2 attacks across the border, saying that they launched armed drones towards Israeli military bases in the north of the country. It's not just defiance against Israel, but defiance against the Lebanese government, which really came with a very unprecedented, if you like, decision yesterday to ban all Hezbollah military and intelligence activities in the country. Now, while this was seen as a bold move, the question in Lebanon is, how will this be implemented, with Hezbollah issuing a veiled warning, saying that such a decision can cause internal problems?
Talking about those internal problems, Zaina, I wonder if you can explain what that might mean. If we have the Prime Minister saying that Hezbollah must disarm, I mean, how would a disarmament take place? I mean, would it happen voluntarily? Would it happen by force? And what sort of resistance might we expect from Hezbollah?
Well, Hezbollah cooperated in the plan to disarm the area south of the Litani until the Israeli border. Now, cooperate means that they did not resist. They did not provide maps or any information to the Lebanese army as it, tried to find Hezbollah's military infrastructure in the area. But Hezbollah says that it's only obliged to disarm south of the Litani River according to that ceasefire agreement that came into force in November 2024. But others understand that agreement differently. And it's not just about the agreement. The Lebanese political leadership is saying that this is a national decision to reclaim state sovereignty. This is not about pressure coming from Washington or Tel Aviv. They want the state to extend its authority across the country and disarm all non-state actors. But Hezbollah has repeatedly warned that it will not cooperate in any effort to disarm the group north of the Litani River, saying that this would submit to Israeli and American demands. So there's some fear in Lebanon that if the Lebanese army does use force, this could cause internal strife. But there are others who believe that, this is a risk that the state needs to take in order to stop these Israeli attacks. And I think what is quite telling is the fact that we haven't heard any country offer to mediate, to try to find an end or to contain this ongoing confrontation.
Zaina, many thanks for that. Zaina Hodder there in Beirut. Tawhid Asadi is with us in Tehran. Tawhid, we've had these quite stark claims, haven't we, from US Central Command, saying its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. How do we square what we're hearing from the Americans with what we're potentially hearing from the Iranian leadership?
Well, let me just open up with the latest developments coming in Iranian capital, Tehran. As you can see, we just heard a few minutes before we start, we just heard a sound of massive explosion, and the thick smoke is being seen coming from the eastern part of Tehran. Again, the whereabouts of which The exact location remains to be seen, and that is part of the strategy over the past few days, starting from Saturday, that they don't give specific information, they don't spill the beans about the exact places being targeted. And getting back to your question, we know that IRGC has experienced major blows, specifically following the death of the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, which was not the only person being targeted. It also included the commander-in-chief of IRGC and more than 10 other important military figures, and that is nothing but a major blow. But speaking of the performance of the Revolutionary Guards, we have to keep in mind that several headquarters, several centers related to that across Iranian capital Tehran and in other cities in the country have been targeted. But operationally speaking, starting from the very early hours of Saturday attacks up until the moment we receive statements from IRGC indicating the developments, indicating their continuation of actually what they call their retaliatory strikes. Of course, the recent was the 14th wave of strikes by the IRGC forces, which are targeting basically the United States military bases in the region, as well as the Israeli territories, each time with new actually weaponries that they have. And also we've got last night the 13th wave of their strikes. According to the statement that came out from them, they said that they have targeted a military base in Kuwait and a gathering of US military forces in Dubai. That is what we have in terms of their statements. But still, we know that we're dealing with a delicate situation as these exchange of strikes, as this exchange of missiles continue. What we see on the ground is not just military headquarters, not just political centers being targeted, but also very ordinary citizens which are being affected. Their houses, their apartments are in some cases damaged, in some others fully demolished, and that is showing the very complicated situation of this confrontation, which is jeopardizing the ordinary citizens here in Iran.
Talking about ordinary citizens, there are obviously ordinary citizens across the entire region, across many Gulf countries, wondering when this might all end and who might be authorizing the attacks on the likes of the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait. I mean, with the Supreme Leader dead and the Interim Council in place, Tawhid, who is actually authorizing these ongoing missile strikes on Gulf countries, not only just American bases, but also now on energy hubs?
Okay, let me start with the first question. Speaking of the time frame or a sort of deadline or any time that we can expect the termination or an ending or a ceasefire or whatever you call it of these strikes and striking back. Of course, we asked the same question from the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he started his answer with "I don't know," and this is something that may be a good answer from me as well. We don't really know how long and the extent to which it's going to go. But the thing is, compared to the time back in June when we were actually covering the American and Israeli strikes and the retaliatory actions from the Iranian side, the scope is not comparable. And of course, there are so many actors and factors, specifically regional players. And on that, we've got Iranian side saying that we are not at war with any of these regional countries, but we are targeting U.S. military bases in those locations. Prior to initiation of these strikes, Iran said that in case of any U.S. attack, the regional countries are not going to be safe, and the U.S. bases are going to be our legitimate targets. And the reality on the ground right now reflects that now those statements are being translated into real escalation and real act of war.
Tawhid, thanks for that. Tawhid Asadi in Tehran. Well, 2 drones have hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and some minor damage there. Let's go live to Zain Basravi. He's in Doha for more on this. Zain, firstly, on the drone strikes on obviously a sensitive target in Saudi Arabia. Tell us more.
That is correct. Iran may continue to say that it is not at war with these GCC countries, but the fact of the matter is it doesn't mind putting the populations living in these countries in the firing line. That's been clear from the last several days. Today, on the 4th day of this conflict, we are hearing that the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia is telling American citizens living in Saudi Arabia to avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. What we understand is that, as you say, 2 drones were used to attack the embassy. There was a limited fire that broke out in the diplomatic compound. And what we are hearing now is that this morning there was minor material damage on the compound. The Ministry of Defense said this in a statement, and what we are hearing is that targeting of sites is continuing in parts of that country. Now, what we're also hearing is in Bahrain, the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, announced that it was carrying out another large-scale drone and missile attack. 20 drones, 3 missiles hit their intended targets, according to the IRGC. And of course, overnight here in Qatar at around 2 a.m. local time, we heard once again loud booms from what the Ministry of Defense confirmed were interceptions of 2 ballistic missiles that were headed in the direction of Qatar. The Ministry of Interior put out a statement urging the public to remain indoors and leave their residences strictly in cases of urgent necessity. It further stressed in this statement the importance of avoiding proximity to windows and exposed areas as an essential precautionary measure during this phase. So the circumstances here, according to the statements coming out of the government, remain risky. There remains a critical threat to people living in these cities in the GCC as Iran's retaliation continues.
And as a result, obviously, of that heightened threat, Zain, the US State Department, I understand now, has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain and Qatar.
Yes, a number of countries in the region. The U.S. government, in an abundance of caution, is suggesting that if you can leave, perhaps you should. But, you know, the question remains how? Airspace remains closed, and this is a real problem. However, what we're hearing is in the UAE, some flights began resuming yesterday, on Monday. Etihad Airways, Fly Dubai, Emirates Airlines began resuming a handful of flights to clear that huge backlog. Dubai and Doha are some of the largest hubs for travel in the region. The closure of the airports, the closure of airspace has created a knock-on effect to international air travel. So it seems to be addressing that. It seems to be addressing the desire for those residents of the UAE that want to leave to be able to do so from these airports. But again, limited flights have reopened there. Here in Qatar, Qatar Airways flight operations remain temporarily suspended, according to a statement, the latest statement from Qatar Airways, and that is because Qatari airspace remains closed. Several airports have been disrupted in the region. Over 3,000 flights in the first 24 hours of the attack on Iran by Israel and the United States and their retaliation. 3,400 flights were canceled. So major disruptions to air travel. So even if people do want to get out, it's going to be far more complicated than perhaps just booking a flight as long as the airspace remains closed.
Of course, and that is the deeply frustrating prospect of many people stranded or stuck in this part of the world while all of this is happening. Zain, many thanks for that, Zain Basravi. Well, in Washington, the US Secretary of State and the CIA director have briefed congressional leaders on why the Trump administration launched strikes on Iran. Well, the answer they received, the US was following Israel's lead. Republican Representative and House Speaker Mike Johnson gave more details.
The most critical point is that this was a defensive measure, a defensive operation. And why is that? I took some notes, and this is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. Iran was building missiles at a radical and a rapid clip to the point where our allies in the region could not keep up. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our Commander-in-Chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond. And they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. We have troops in harm's way, and we have many Americans in the region, and that was of great concern. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating.
Mike Johnson now. Well, Democratic Senator Mark Warner says Donald Trump needs to explain his objectives to Congress.
When we are talking about putting American soldiers in harm's way, when we have American casualties and expectations of more, there needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interest. I still don't think that standard has been met. I think the President needs to come before the Congress, and for that matter, the American people, and decide amongst these 4 or 5 goals that have been laid out, what is the real goal?
Meanwhile, in a press conference on Monday, the U.S. Defense Secretary said the conflict is not a regime change war, but soon afterwards, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it could be.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
Let's speak to Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C. So, Ros, the U.S. was following Israel's lead, apparently. Was that really the main takeaway from this congressional hearing? And do we have any sense of America's leaders being forced to explain their workings out in any further detail that might actually stand up in a court of law eventually?
Well, these were closed-door briefings with certain leaders of the Senate and the House, and so it was a classified briefing, so the details of what was discussed couldn't be put out before reporters at the stakeout cameras in the Capitol on Monday. That said, a number of rationales have been put forward by members of the Trump administration, including the president himself, Donald Trump, suggesting, not just, well, Israel was going to act and so we had to be prepared to follow on, or was it getting rid of Iran's nuclear potential weapons capability? Was it degrading or eliminating Iran's conventional military capabilities? Was it about regime change? Was it about something else? Lots of different reasons have been put forward by this administration, and certainly even though the briefings that members of the Trump administration are providing to members of Congress are being done behind closed doors, a lot of these questions are going to be asked, have already been raised publicly before these briefings. But the question is going to be just how much information is going to be made public to actually clarify, not just for the U.S. public, but for the global public, exactly why the U.S. decided to launch these airstrikes against Iran. Why now, especially when they were in the middle of another round of negotiations to try to see what curbs or limits could be placed on Iran's nuclear ambitions. This is really a problematic situation because the military actions did happen without express congressional approval, which is mandated by the U.S. Constitution. So you have not just these questions about how or whether the U.S., the Trump administration violated the Constitution, but you also have these questions now about, well, now that this operation is underway, how long is it going to proceed? What will be the actual end goals? What will be the metrics for success? What will it take to actually wrap things up? Can there be some sort of rapprochement with whatever is the new government in Iran?
And as we wait, Ros, for official clarification on all of those questions that you raised there, we instead turn to social media to get more information on what is in Donald Trump's mind on this. He took to social media. Trump said that the US has virtually unlimited supplies of weapons to fight wars and that stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have never been higher or better. He said this on Truth Social. Wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. Much additional high-grade weaponry is stored for us in outlying countries. Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big. Ros, so wars can be fought forever, and the US is stocked. Fighting talk from Donald Trump. How do we make sense of this?
Well, when you consider that there's been reporting in recent days suggesting that, according to Pentagon officials, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, that the number of armaments that the U.S. military has available is not infinite, that the companies that produce missiles and warheads and ammunition and supporting equipment are not working 24/7 to produce an endless supply of this of these weapons in order to continue carrying out the war in Iran is begs the question then on what exactly is Donald Trump discussing. There's also the question of whether or not the U.S. is going to put in abeyance its sales of weapons to other countries, including weapons that have been given to Ukraine for its own war against Russia, because when you sell weapons to other countries, that by definition depletes by that amount what you have in your own arsenal. So those sorts of questions have not been explored, could have been explored if there had been a vigorous debate before the U.S. decided to start this air war on February 28th. But because that has not been happening, there are some questions about just how much does the U.S. military have in reserve. Are the defense companies that produce these material, are they capable of replenishing in a very fast fashion?
Rosalind, many thanks. Rosalind Jordan there in Washington, D.C. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all those threats and turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, Asian stock markets are falling for a second day. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. That briefly prompted regulators to halt trading by triggering a mechanism intended to prevent major market swings. Markets are also lower in Tokyo, Hong Kong and Shanghai. To find out more on this, let's speak to Jack Barton, who joins us from Seoul in South Korea. Jack, tell us how the markets have been responding to all this turmoil since opening.
That's right, continuing to slide today. In fact, more of a tumble after yesterday's slide. Serious falls across the region, including Australia, Singapore, even in China, where there'd been a bit of resilience yesterday because of the expectation of stimulus. We saw the two main exchanges there, the Shanghai Shenzhen CSI 300 and the Shanghai Composite Index, both falling about 1.5% in the afternoon, really catching on with the mood across the rest of Asia. But as you mentioned, nowhere was the fall as big as in South Korea. Just after midday, that automatic circuit breaker kicking in when shares fell beyond 5% for more than a minute, temporary suspending, but when trading began again, falling more than 7% by the end of trade. And really two big factors here. One is US President Donald Trump's comments that this conflict could go on for a month to 6 weeks, or the expectation is it could go on longer than that, and the fact that it is spreading throughout the region, but also the fact that Iran officially closed the Strait of Hormuz, through which so much of Asia depends on its oil and gas. For Japan, that's 90% of its oil. For South Korea, it's more than 70% for oil, more than 20% for gas. And so governments here trying to really calm the public, all the governments here issuing statements about how much they have stockpiled, and it does appear they have stockpiled a lot of oil over the start of the year, anticipating perhaps something like this. South Korea saying they can last 7 months, some other countries saying they can last longer. And South Korea over the weekend also putting together an emergency fund for the markets worth almost $69 billion in case there needs to be an intervention. And if the market keeps falling the way it has been falling, it might be possible that that intervention will be needed.
Jack, you've made it clear that there are contingency plans in place, that stockpiling is underway, that there has been a degree of, I suppose, wargaming in that part of the world when it comes to a possible squeeze on the Strait of Hormuz. But when the reality, hits the fan, I guess many are wondering, how long really can this last? How long can we hold out? I mean, beyond the immediate contingency plans, what other conversations are going on in governments across the region?
Yeah. What they're saying, there was a government meeting today, and they're talking about publicly, they're looking for any alternative supplies of oil and gas they can find beyond the Middle East. And that is a discussion that is going on through countries throughout the region. But of course, those supplies are limited, and it is critical for particularly East Asian nations like Japan and South Korea, which have very few natural resources of their own. And so they are dependent on oil and gas for their transport, for their electricity, for the grid, for industry. These are big exporting nations that depend on this energy coming from the Middle East to keep their economies running. This is why they keep such big stockpiles. But again, these stockpiles will be used to try and keep prices stable for the time being. But again, if this conflict does drag on, if the repercussions become wider, and they already seem to be much wider than perhaps Washington had factored into this conflict, then yes, it will have a big impact, and this will be central to the impact because, again, so much oil coming through the strait. For India, China, Japan and South Korea combined, the figure is around 70% of all of their energy is coming through that strait, which has now been closed.
Yeah, the implications of this crisis being felt across the world on so many levels. Jack, many thanks for that. Jack Barton now in Seoul. Now, the Israeli attacks in Lebanon have triggered a new wave of displacement to Syria. Thousands of people have been fleeing in panic. Vida Hitto joins us from the border crossing. Good to see you. So when we talk of a wave of displacement, what does that look like?
Well, here on the border in Syria, we are seeing a steady flow of people come to this particular border crossing. Officials here are telling us that overnight, around 11,000 people crossed into Syria between this particular crossing and another one on the Syrian-Lebanese border. And that flow of people is continuing. Behind me is the border crossing administration, and people have been since the morning coming in with their families, going inside the office, registering. Most of these people are Syrian. However, there are Lebanese people as well as other foreigners that are entering into Syria from this particular border crossing. Officials here say that they don't expect the numbers to decrease. They actually expect the numbers of people arriving at this border crossing to increase as the days move forward. They are confident that they're able to host as many people as needed coming into this border crossing. We are seeing people or teams from the Disaster and Emergency Management Ministry here. They are providing services to the displaced people, social services as well as health services. There are some injured people that have entered through this border crossing. The Minister of Disasters and Emergency Management was actually at this particular border crossing in Jdedet Yabous overnight, checking on the operations, and things remain calm here, even though all of the people that we're talking to are expressing a lot of exhaustion. People have been out of their homes for hours and hours now. Many of these people were displaced from southern Lebanon, where Israel put out a call for evacuations. According to Lebanese official sources, 99% of the border towns and villages on the Lebanese side of the border are now completely evacuated. That's left tens of thousands of people internally displaced in Lebanon, pushing some of those people back into Syria, especially the Syrian citizens who have been in the country, some of them as late as 2013. And so this is going to continue. Officials here say they expect the numbers of people to increase, but they say they're ready to accept anybody who's ready to come back.
All right. Many thanks for that update, Abeda Hito. This is Al Jazeera. We're continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Parker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. At the same time, Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon. Israel's military has already confirmed soldiers are operating in southern Lebanon. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of displacement across Lebanon. Thousands of people are heading towards the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Iran's capital, Tehran, and other parts of the country are under bombardment. U.S. Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. Iran has launched dozens of retaliatory strikes targeting Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Some missiles have made impact in residential areas in Tel Aviv. 2 drones hit the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq and Bahrain. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. Well, Washington's objectives in this conflict are unclear as things stand. Last June, Donald Trump announced the United States had, quote, obliterated Iran's nuclear capability. And during nuclear negotiations last month, the president said the U.S. would prevent Tehran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Well, now, with conflict underway, Trump says the United States is destroying Iran's ability to launch missiles.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. We're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon, never going to have a nuclear weapon. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. We're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones.
Ressel Soda has reported extensively from Iran. He's here with me in the studio. As always, Ressel, good to have you. We are at a process we are pretty much decoding everything that's coming out of the White House at the moment, particularly from Donald Trump. He's implied that this is a war that could potentially last forever because the Americans have all the weapons they need to conduct whatever operations they want to conduct. At the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu has talked about this being a limited operation that could well end sooner than later. It's difficult to square those two positions at the moment, but let me read you something from Ali Larijani, the Secretary General of the Iranian Supreme Council. He said, Iran, unlike the United States, has prepared itself for a long war. As in the past 300 years, Iran did not start this war, but we will fiercely defend our 6,000-year-old civilization, regardless of the cost. It sounds like the Americans and the Iranians are both saying we can go on as long as we want to.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So Americans have tremendous resources. When it comes to Iranians, the resources are extremely, extremely limited. So just let's keep in mind, the war is an expensive game. And last year, the USA's, the Pentagon's approved budget was over $1 trillion, while the total export figure of Iran was roughly around $60 billion. So on one hand, tremendous resources, on the other one, limited resources. But Iranians also sending out the message, the continuity of their states, the resilience of their society. So here one thing is quite clear. I think the calculus in Tehran is that. So the U.S. threshold for the pain or the pain tolerance of the U.S. is low. And the pain tolerance of the region is low, particularly the wealthy nations in the Gulf. And if it keeps harming and inflicting the harm and pain on their strategic effects where these countries hurt most, then eventually they will reassess their position. While for Iran, because for these nations, these are the nations of the world, but for Iran, it defines itself as a nation of the resistance and resilience. And this country is used to the sanctions since 1979 onward. And this country was a country that was invaded just at the beginning of the Second World War. This country is a country that was invaded at the beginning of the century. This country is a country that just after the revolution has been engaged in a war with Iraq, which was for 8 years, which was supported by the West. So the resilience, the threshold of the pain tolerance is something else. And also, here, Iranians are used to live on the limited resources. So that's why they believe the time is on their side. And on the other hand, so they believe the regime is not going to collapse because they're decentralizing their forces, the society is resilient, and the revolutionary guards are not going to defect, as it's not just an army, but it is an also ideological, political, and economic pillar of the revolution.
So you're saying Iran is basically a country that's entire history, at least recent history since the Iranian Revolution, has been built upon political survival and a high pain threshold, she says, compared to Gulf nations that have vulnerable international expat communities, energy exports that have a much lower threshold.
This is the calculus, the assessment in Tehran. That doesn't mean that I agree with all of that. I think the growing internal...
But the aim is to pressure these nations to in turn pressure the United States.
This is the assessment or the calculus of the elites, political and particularly the military elites in Iran. However, I still believe the biggest challenge that now Iran is facing is the growing public discontent. And Iranian system now is not really able, in a good position when it comes to manufacturing the public consent. And when you are further and further losing the public consent, then your legitimacy starts to be at stake. And so when you're losing your base, that becomes the internal, the main, the most important fragility. And I think Americans are also betting on that. So that's why, while degrading Iran militarily and economically, they bet on that the further growing public discontent is eventually going to bring the regime down. That's why both sides are playing on time, and they believe that the time is on their side.
Russell, many thanks for that. Russell Serdar. Zain Basravi is with us here in Doha, monitoring developments not only here in Qatar, but across the region, starting with this attack, drone attack, we understand, on US soft targets, I think it's fair to say, in Saudi Arabia.
That is correct. There's been a number of attacks this morning in Bahrain. Earlier this morning at around 2 a.m. local time in Qatar, the Ministry of Defense confirms that it intercepted 2 ballistic missiles. Loud booms heard by residents of Doha overnight. And the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia telling Americans this morning to avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. What we understand is that a limited fire did break out on the diplomatic compound as this attack was carried out, and there was minor material damage. Now, the Qatari government, in a letter to the UN overnight, said to the Security Council it condemns Iranian attacks on its territory and reserves complete right to respond. The Ministry of Interior here in Qatar urging the public to remain indoors and leave their residences strictly in emergencies only. It further stressed the importance of avoiding proximity to windows and exposed areas as an essential precautionary measure at this time, suggesting that as far as the Gulf governments are concerned, the threat certainly remains as far as Iran's retaliation carries on. Really what we're looking at now, as you were discussing earlier with Rasul, is where are the off-ramps? The governments in this region have come under pressure. Iran said it would do this, is pressure U.S. regional allies, pressure its neighbors to pressure the United States to halt attacks. If it was attacked, it would do this. And now they're desperately seeking off-ramps. And to that end, there was an article published on Bloomberg this morning, and I'd like to read to you from it, saying that the UAE and Qatar are privately urging allies to lobby President Donald Trump for a quick diplomatic off-ramp to limit U.S. military actions against Iran and avert regional escalation. The article says that the leaders of the UAE and Qatar are reaching out to France, Germany, UK, and a broad coalition to talk about de-escalation, not just to prevent long-term conflict in the region, not just because these attacks on energy infrastructure are an existential crisis, but the fact is that the energy market disruptions amid this ongoing attack on Iran by the U.S. and Israel and Iran's retaliation are incredibly bad for not just the regional economy, but the global economy at large.
The backdrop to all of this are warnings as well to U.S. embassy staff, including a decision to close at least one key embassy in the region. What should we read into that? Fill us in.
Well, the U.S. has instructed its citizens as well as non-emergency, non-essential diplomatic staff to begin look at leaving. There have been voluntary departures, of course, and the U.S. putting out warnings, as it often does. Now, this is often through an abundance of caution. The regional governments here in the GCC have urged for calm, have been putting out statements, especially here in Qatar as well, to reassure the residents living in their cities that they are on top of things, that the emergency is being dealt with through the proper authorities, through the proper channels, that they have a handle on the situation. In the early days of the war, just a few days ago, there was also notes being put out by the government saying that there was plenty of food and water, that there shouldn't be a run on markets. So while the governments here are trying to reassure the residents living here, the fact of the matter is there are people that are talking about trying to get out. But that is becoming very difficult as airspace remains closed here in Qatar, as airports all over the region experience major disruptions in the first 24 to 48 hours of this conflict after the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. We saw more than 3,000 flights canceled and 6 or 7 airports in the region closed. Dubai is one of the largest by international air travel, by international commercial air travel. Doha is another major hub. While the UAE airlines like Etihad, Emirates, and Fly Dubai have yesterday, Monday, begun resumption of limited flights, Qatar Airways has put out a statement saying that its flights remain halted as long as the Qatari airspace remains closed.
Okay, Zain, thanks for that update. Well, of course, there is another theatre of war raging as well. That is, of course, in Lebanon. A crisis is deepening as Hezbollah and Israel trade explosions, trade missiles, trade attacks. Zaina Hodder's live for us in Beirut. And talking about attacks, Zaina, reports from earlier on in the morning of Hezbollah launching drones into northern Israel on Tuesday with pretty predictable ramifications, one imagines, from Israel.
Well, yes, the Israeli military escalating its attacks, intensifying its strikes. It promised to do so. This is all part of a pressure campaign. While the Israeli military says that it wants to destroy Hezbollah, it knows that this is easier said than done. They've tried to do this for years, if not decades. This is not the first conflict of its kind. But what the Israeli military is trying to do is to put enough pressure in order for Hezbollah to agree to disarm. So we're seeing more airstrikes targeting Beirut's southern suburbs. We are at the entrances of the cluster of neighborhoods where hundreds of thousands of people live. A few residential buildings have been hit in the early hours of the morning that followed evacuation orders. Also, Hezbollah this morning claiming responsibility for at least two drone attacks across the border, saying they targeted military positions in northern Israel. So Hezbollah appearing to be defiant, not just against Israel, but against the Lebanese government as well, which has declared its military wing basically illegitimate and outlaw, saying that we ban Hezbollah's military activities. So Hezbollah continuing to launch attacks across the border despite that decision by the Lebanese government.
And Zaina, I mean, is the Lebanese army, considering what you've said, is the Lebanese army actually moving in any way to enforce the Prime Minister's decree to disarm Hezbollah?
No sign yet that the army is doing that. In fact, the army was supposed to have begun the second phase of its disarmament plan, an area between the Litani River and the Awali River. This is further north from the border. It has yet to do that. It has been saying that it has limited capabilities. There was supposed to be an international donor conference to provide support to the Lebanese army, but that now has been postponed. But, you know, there's really what the Israeli military is trying to do is put so much pressure on both Hezbollah, its supporters, and the state. Now we're getting reports that the Israeli defense minister said that the army has been authorized to take control of additional positions inside Lebanon. The Israeli military already controls 5 hilltop positions within Lebanese territory, some 10 square kilometers of Lebanese territory. They also control a no-go area, like a buffer zone. Anybody who approaches that area can come under fire. So you have this pressure campaign on Hezbollah to disarm. And yesterday we heard from a Hezbollah member of parliament say that the decision by the Lebanese government risks internal problems and inflaming tensions in Lebanon. And that is being seen as some sort of a veiled threat.
OK, that's the view from Beirut. Zaina, thank you. Well, just to remind you, we have been hearing from US Central Command, CENTCOM, who have stated that they carried out widespread operations against the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, taking out key command centres. Towed Asadi is with us in Tehran. Towed, we are hearing, we don't know if it's part of that stated operation, that members of Iran's Revolutionary Guards were killed, potentially during what has been announced by the Americans. What more are you hearing from state media and other sources?
Well, the latest lines are coming about the continuation of American and Israeli strikes. On Monday, we've got 13 members of the army being killed as a result of one of these strikes targeting an airbase in Kerman. But that is not just limited to that. And of course, we have to keep in mind that the Iranian Armed Forces and IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, have faced a major blow over the past few days, with the commander-in-chief of IRGC being killed alongside with other military officials, such as the defense minister of the country, the chief of staff for armed forces, and actually the secretary for High Defense Council of Iran, which are all confirmed to be killed. But all in all, what we see as the reality on the ground, operationally speaking, is that the IRGC is coming out with the statements one after another, talking about the continuation of retaliatory strikes to target the American actually military bases, as well as the Israeli territories across the region. And of course, added to that is the continuation of Israeli strikes, which are, and American strikes indeed, which are being seen here in the capital. On my right, in the eastern part of Tehran, the scene is dominated by two important elements. One, the lingering echo of explosions that started a few minutes ago, and of course the smoke that is indeed hanging into air, and the smell of the smoke that is out being even felt here at the Bureau. This is indicating actually the continuation of the exchange of fire, the exchange of missiles between the two sides.
And Towed, do the deaths of these high-profile IRGC figures add to the already existing pressure to find a new supreme leader? I mean, do we have any sense of how long that will take and how much that matters right now?
Well, actually, the Iranian side, speaking of the new leadership, is saying that it's going to take place very soon. Today, we've got one of the members of the expert assembly or the Majlis Khobregan, which is responsible for appointing the new leader, coming out to say that it's going to take place as soon as possible. However, speaking of the entire atmosphere, when we speak about the leadership in Iran, we know that right now the country is being controlled in the absence of the supreme leader by a council composed of 3 people, 1 Iranian president, 2 the head of judiciary, and 3 one of the key members of the guardian council, all together just making a group, making a council of interim leadership, which is just currently taking the charge of leadership of the country. But we are waiting for a final decision to be made by the Assembly of Experts, who is going to, at the end of the day, appoint this new supreme leader. And that is maybe the most important question, politically speaking, at the time being, seeing the very fact that the supreme leader is the person who has the final saying in many different issues and who enjoys a considerable and huge amount of power in the Iranian political system.
Towhid, thanks for that. Towhid Asadi in Tehran. Well, let's explore this further with Luciano Sacra, an Iran and Gulf analyst, joining me here in the studio. Good to see you, Luciano. So just taking into consideration everything that we've heard there from Tehran, there are very quick moves to fill whatever power vacuum may have existed. It seems like the entire Iranian state is built around an ability to survive for as long as it possibly can. And at the same time, somebody or a group of individuals at the top of the Iranian leadership right now, as it stands, are calling the shots. What does Iran gain, do you think, by strategically targeting the energy arteries of the Middle East, in Qatar, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia? These are energy arteries that Iran also uses as well, after all.
Yeah, I think that the logic is clear, even though we cannot justify that. Iran is facing a tremendous attack from the United States and Israel, and the Iranians are saying, we are not going to die without killing others. We're not going to sink without sinking others. Attacking Iran is becoming much more expensive every day, day by day. And this is the signal that I think they are trying to give to the whole world. Not asking for someone to stop this, although they are doing it in practical terms, but saying, okay, you want to eliminate the Islamic Republic. This is going to be something that everybody will regret, not only Iran, not only Israel and the United States, the regional countries, but also the whole world, because the impact of attacking Iran is seen everywhere. I mean, China is much more concerned today than yesterday before the attacks in Aramco and the closure of Qatar Energy. So I think that the message is much broader, which is within the logic of Iran that has been there since the beginning of the Islamic Republic. Attacking Iran during the Iran-Iraq war was expensive, also for the rest of the world. We had also high prices, peak of prices of oil then, when the Strait of Hormuz was also closed because of the tankers war. In June 2025, when there was the previous attack of U.S. and Israel against Iran, also the price of oil.
Okay, so while the time limit, the end game of this conflict remains open-ended, the Americans saying, you know, we've got all the weapons we need, we can go on as long as we need to. Mm-hmm. You're saying that market forces, at the end of the day, the cost of the war, the impact on the global economy, energy markets, may well be the forces that decide when it all comes to an end.
At the end of the day, the ones that decide when this is going to stop are Trump, Netanyahu, and whoever is taking decisions now in Iran. The problem is who has leverage on them to make them to stop.
What about this idea that the Gulf countries are deliberately being put under economic strain and pressure by Iran to essentially influence the Americans to halt this conflict?
I think that this is their strategic goal, but I think it's tactically wrong because Iran now is burning bridges. How tomorrow Qatar or Oman will try to mediate between a country that keeps bombing not only military targets but civilian targets. So I think that situation is becoming much more complicated because Iran is trying to push as hard as possible because they are being pushed as hard as possible with a very clear statement made by Netanyahu and Trump that they will continue until the Islamic Republic is over. So, of course, the survival mode is activated.
Yeah.
And
on your point about burning bridges, I mean, like, Gulf countries have been often described as brotherly nations. Qatar, Oman have been mediators for a long time now between Iran and Western powers. But now we have Qatar's foreign ministry spokesman and the UAE foreign minister calling for decisive action. They can no longer be bystanders, it's suggested. I mean, what does that imply to you?
This is becoming much more complicated, because what does it mean that they're going to take retaliatory actions against Iran? I hope not, and I don't think they will be the case. But it's clear that the defense is being conducted by the local forces, not by the U.S. itself. I mean, yesterday when the announcement was made that the two airplanes, Iranian airplanes, were shot down, it was clear.
Two Iranian jets, Su-24s, yeah.
It was clear that they were Qatari jets that they shot them down. So the GCC says they are showing that they are the ones defending their own territory, because it's their territory which is being attacked, not only military facilities belonging to the U.S., shared between the U.S. and the local countries, but this is something that they cannot accept. How they will retaliate, I don't think they will retaliate, but isolating Iran again, cutting diplomatic ties, could be one of these measures. The problem is that Iran knows that cutting relations with Iran is also a way to say, okay, you are on your own, you are desperate, and they will burn more bridges.
Okay.
I mean, it's difficult to see the end game, how it's going to finish, because if we have a much more desperate situation with the leadership not restored in Iran, who is making decisions could be much more radical.
Luciano Zaccaria, pleasure having you. Many thanks. Well, even as the Trump administration tries to sell its war to the American public, hundreds gathered in San Francisco to protest against the conflict. Demonstrators were rallying against the escalating attacks on Iran, but they were also calling for President Trump to resign. Some of those protesters are Iranian Americans who say their families are living under threat of airstrikes. More than 100 activists marched to the U.S. Embassy in Manila, warning the Philippines could be a target of U.S. adversaries as the country hosts U.S. troops and missile systems. Barna Below reports from Manila.
Well, these protesters are marching towards the U.S. Embassy here in Manila, voicing their anger against the United States and Israel, blaming them for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say they don't believe that there was evidence Iran was building nuclear weapons and that Iran posed an imminent threat. They say that it is the United States and Israel that are the real threats. They say they have a history of genocide, of occupation, and of waging wars.
Previous to the bombing on February 28, there has been so many negotiations on their part, but I think the U.S. would not listen to that.
And while they say they don't condone Iran hitting civilian targets in Gulf countries that are allies of the United States, they say that this is proof that the Philippines is vulnerable given the rotational presence of U.S. troops here, given the access U.S. troops have in Philippine military bases, given the many bilateral and multilateral military exercises. And they say this is proof, the police blocking their way to the U.S. Embassy, of the Philippine government's complicity. I think it's important to note this group of activists has long warned that the Philippines could be a staging area for American military operations, especially if there is a conflict between China and the United States over Taiwan.
As an imperialist power, U.S. has so many rivals and enemies. And we have a regional hotspot here in this part of the world. And any escalation of the conflict could lead to the targeting of U.S. military facilities across the Philippines.
But defense officials here say there's absolutely no cause for concern because, one, Iran is too far from the Philippines. Two, there is no known Iranian proxy in Southeast Asia. And three, the access U.S. military troops have here in the Philippines are in bases that are fully managed and controlled by the Philippine military. And so their focus now, they say, is the safety of the nearly 2.5 million Filipinos living and working in the Middle East. Barna Below, Al Jazeera, Manila.
It's 8 GMT, that's 11 o'clock in Doha and 11:30 in Tehran. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities at the same time. Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon. Israel's military has already confirmed soldiers are operating in southern Lebanon. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of displacement across Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing towards the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Iran's capital, Tehran, is under bombardment. At least 555 people have been killed across the country since Saturday. It's according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Blasts have been heard in Isfahan and Shiraz. And Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on US assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen above the skies of northern Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since the conflict began. And 2 drones have hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the US State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar and the UAE. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. Well, we have correspondents following developments in Beirut, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Tehran, Washington, D.C. and here in Doha. Let's go straight to Zaina Hodda in the Lebanese capital. Zaina, some developments, of course. The Israeli military saying soldiers are now operating in southern Lebanon. Is a land invasion now underway?
Well, the Israeli defense minister is saying that the military has been authorized to take control of positions inside Lebanon. The Israeli military already controls positions inside Lebanon along the border. They control up to 10 square kilometers of territory. They've set up hilltop bases, but in reality, they control much more because that whole area has become a buffer zone. People have not been able to return to rebuild their homes. People often come under fire. Bulldozers are hit, and now, with this statement, this is raising a lot of concern that Israel is going to push further deeper inside the country. Already, tens of thousands of people have not been able to return to their homes along the border in the past 2 years. And in the past 24 hours, we've seen tens of thousands, if not much more people, leave their homes from across southern Lebanon, with the Israeli army issuing continuous evacuation orders for people to leave their homes. So many villages across southern Lebanon are now empty of residents. So there's a real concern now that Israel is going to take control over more land. And according to that statement, the Israeli army statement, they are justifying this for defensive reasons. But in Lebanon, it is seen otherwise. It is seen as an attempt to take control of more territory. And this is something that the Lebanese government has been saying. The fact that the Israeli forces do not withdraw from Lebanon makes it very hard for the government to pressure Hezbollah to disarm.
Let's go to Nida Ibrahim now with more on this story. Yeah, she's in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nida, we understand the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, says he's authorized the military to advance and take control of these additional positions in southern Lebanon. What more are we hearing from Israel?
Yeah, this is the statement that the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has released, saying that him and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have agreed to authorize what he called advancement into Lebanese territory. In his words, this is to protect Israel from direct fire. What that could mean is what we're seeing in Israeli media as form of a justification for that. They're saying that there are unofficial sources saying that they fear clear that the Al-Radwan force, one of the main or major forces in Hezbollah, has been conducting an infiltration, a ground infiltration. Of course, this is the Israeli excuse. We have no confirmation whatsoever if that's true or not. And we can tell from the Israeli rhetoric, soon as yesterday we've reported the news of 3 projectiles being fired from Lebanon and Hezbollah claiming them, that they were very fast, very quick to send air jets and start striking areas in southern Lebanon as well as in Beirut's southern suburb. They just announced that they've killed one major and senior member of Hezbollah. And many Israeli political analysts were saying that it seems that Israel was waiting for that to crack down more on Hezbollah, specifically that they were targeting the party, saying it's refusing to disarm, saying that they want the government to take over all the weapons of Hezbollah, something that the party was not intending to do. So for many political analysts, they're saying that Israel is probably was just waiting for this opportunity to to start a ground invasion into southern Lebanon. And of course, as our correspondent Zaina said already, the Israeli army had been positioned in areas inside Lebanon as well.
Let me put that back to you, Zaina, in Beirut, because as well as this move to push into southern Lebanon, reports also Hezbollah continues to fire or launch drones into northern Israel on Tuesday morning. I mean, clearly that underscores and underlines any kind of Israeli justification for what they're doing, does it?
Well, Hezbollah claiming responsibility for launching armed drones at Israeli military positions in the north of the country. It's the first claim of attack since that initial opening salvo, if you like, of missiles and armed drones that triggered this massive Israeli escalation. Israel continues to carry out strikes in Beirut's southern suburbs, across southern Lebanon. It's all part of a pressure campaign. It says it wants to defeat Hezbollah. It hasn't been able to do so in the past few decades. This is not the first time the warring sides have gone to war. There have been numerous wars in recent years. Yes, Hezbollah has been weakened. Yes, Hezbollah may not be able to destroy Israel, but what Hezbollah can do is, put pressure on the Israelis as well. So what the Israeli military is doing, this part of its military strategy, is to pressure not just the group, but its supporters, ensure that they remain displaced, pressure the Lebanese state, pressure the Lebanese government. And the Lebanese government is now banning or outlawing the military wing of Hezbollah, which is unprecedented. But the Lebanese government is weak. The Lebanese army is weak. So the question is, will it be able to implement this decision? So with Hezbollah even issuing some sort of a veiled threat saying this government decision can cause internal problems in the country. So it's not just a question of Israeli strikes. Lebanon is facing internal tensions as well.
All right, Zaina, thanks for that. Zaina Hodder in Beirut. Well, all of this is having an impact elsewhere. The Israeli attacks in Lebanon have triggered a new wave of displacement to Syria. Thousands of people have been fleeing in panic. Abeida Hitta joins us from the border crossing there. So, Abeida, when we talk of a wave of displacement, what are we talking about? What does that look like?
What it looks like is dozens and dozens of people flowing into Syria from this particular border crossing, Jdeida Yabous, just outside of Damascus, around 45 to 50 kilometers from the center of the city of Damascus on the Lebanese-Syrian border. Overnight, officials here say 11,000 people arrived between this border crossing and another one that's nearby on the Lebanese-Syrian border. And those numbers may continue to increase. Since we've been here at this location, since the morning, we've seen families come in with their families, elderly people and children, many of them carrying all of their belongings packed into cars. They're going into the administrative building behind me, and the majority of these people are Syrians that are carrying out what's known as a voluntary return. But they're voluntarily returning now because of the ongoing violence and the escalation in Lebanon. According to Lebanese officials, 99 99% of the border towns and villages in southern Lebanon have been completely evacuated following the evacuation warnings by the Israelis. And so that's causing this flow of people into the country. Officials here in Syria say that those numbers continue to rise and that the flow of people into the country is going to continue steadily to increase, especially if the violence increases. But they say they're ready to accept any Syrians and even non-Syrians that are willing to enter the country. For Syrians, it's much easier to enter into Syria right now from Lebanon. For Lebanese citizens, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. There are certain conditions that they need to meet to be able to enter in this current situation. But all of that is up in the air, and the officials here are saying that they're adjusting their processes as time goes because the situation is developing. The Lebanese government, as Dana just reported, is already under huge amounts of pressure and has very limited resources to deal, let alone with the military situation, but also this developing humanitarian situation. What I understand is that there are tens of thousands of internally displaced people in Lebanon, including all of these Syrians that are trying to get to safety. In Lebanon, there's close to, according to Lebanese numbers, 1.5 million Syrian refugees. Now, there have been waves and waves of Syrians returning to the country since the fall of the regime. But now that this new wave of attacks by Israel on Lebanon looks like it's not going to decrease, is going to increase, those numbers of people may increase significantly in the coming days and weeks, especially as we hear from President Trump and other Israeli officials that this conflict may carry out or go on for several days or weeks ahead.
All right, let's introduce Ali Rizk now. He's a security analyst joining us from Beirut. Good to see you, Ali. So obviously this is an important announcement by the Israelis that they are pushing further into southern Lebanon, into Lebanese territory. How do you read this? Is this a buffer expansion of the back of the perceived threats by Hezbollah? I mean, the Israelis have done this before and pulled back. How do you read this?
Well, look, I think that I would urge a word of caution not to be too much in a hurry regarding the Israelis being at the verge of a significant land or infantry operation. You have to remember that the Israelis, when they resort to these tactics, land confrontations, it costs them very dearly. We even saw that in the last war, which took place at the end of 2024. So this is not necessarily a prelude to something major on the ground operation. You have to also, when I heard the comments made by the correspondents about the decision which was taken by the Lebanese state, the Lebanese government, to outlaw Hezbollah's military and security activities. Now, I think that the Israelis will probably wait to see how that decision turns out before they would carry out any costly intervention on the ground. Will, for example, the Lebanese army agree to disarm Hezbollah by force? If that were to happen, the Israelis, ironically, could rely on the Lebanese army as their own foot soldiers to carry out that mission. And that's something which the U.S. envoy to Syria, by the way, stated, Tom Barak, in one of his interviews. He said that we want the Lebanese army to fight its own people. Now, that's not necessarily a guaranteed scenario, judging by the performance of the Lebanese army chief, General Rudolf Haikal. He's been very adamant on not entering into a civil war, no confrontation. The same applies to Lebanese President Joseph Aoun. But that does not apply to the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, who appears to be determined to disarm Hezbollah or to confront Hezbollah, whatever be the costs that are involved. So until that situation further clarifies, I would urge a word of caution in predicting that the Israelis are going to carry out some kind of major land operation.
Ali, so you're saying it's Israel's preferred position to see, maybe not quite a civil war situation, but the Lebanese army essentially policing the country itself and either forcibly disarming Hezbollah or in some way or capacity getting Hezbollah to voluntarily disarm. I wonder, in that kind of scenario, where international mediators are, where the global effort to kind of ease tensions before things potentially spiral are.
Well, of course, it wouldn't serve any regional party for there to be a civil war in Lebanon. But it would, by the way, serve Israel. I would not agree to the fact that Israel wouldn't want a civil war in Lebanon. Israel's policy is to have weak states all over the region.
Right.
And that's been clear, by the way, given how it's approached the situation in Syria. Look at what's happening there with the Israelis continuing to carry out bombardment, etc. So the Israelis would welcome a civil war scenario in Lebanon. The other parties, whether it be Egypt, Saudi Arabia, even the United States, that would not be in their interest to have a civil war in Lebanon. The US is building one of its biggest embassies in the world here in Lebanon. So that wouldn't serve those parties, but again, it would serve the Israelis. And we all know the influence that Israel enjoys over US policy. What you're seeing now in Iran, for example, is more an Israeli war than it's an American war. So that scenario is not something which you can outright dismiss, or you can say, oh, the international parties aren't going to agree to that. So it might come to that. Again, I hope it doesn't. And there are some rational minds in the Lebanese state who would strive to prevent such a scenario. But the Israelis would prefer that to happen, and so it can't completely be ruled out.
All right, Ali, many thanks. Thanks for joining us on Al Jazeera. Ali Rizk then. Well, I think it's fair to say that all the way from Beirut to Bandar Abbas in Iran, the theatre of war seems to have extended. Iran's capital, we know, is under bombardment. Tawed Asadi is there in Tehran. Tawed, bring us up to date, because we've had these claims from CENTCOM, US Central Command, that major Revolutionary Guard facilities have been hit, and also a loss of life amongst the RGC. What are you hearing?
Well, let's just begin with the latest. About an hour ago, we heard a massive sound of explosion, and of course the smoke and the smell of the smoke is drifting through the air. And of course, this is what's happening in the Iranian capital as a continuation of the American and Israeli strikes, which started to ramp up after midnight. For at least 2 hours, we heard several sounds, multiple blasts in the Iranian capital. The state TV building last night was attacked, and of course another building belonging to the Council of Expediency was also reportedly hit by these strikes. And of course, it is not limited to the capital, as we have reports in the different cities of the country, including in Isfahan, in Shiraz, in Karaj, in Pardis, in Khomein, about the sounds of massive explosion being heard across the country. And of course, right now, again, another new line that is coming. We are witnessing a funeral in Minab. And for our viewers, that funeral is related to 168 students for a primary school that was targeted by the American or Israeli strikes. And this is one of the most tragic scenes out of these recent strikes. And of course, speaking of the civilian casualties and fatalities, we know that according to the latest reports, there is an estimation of over 600 people being killed. And of course, that could be even more than that. There are growing concerns as we see more and more civilian areas, civilian infrastructure, such as hospitals, schools, as well as the other residential areas being targeted, specifically those located in the vicinity of political centers or actually the military headquarters. And getting back to your question, speaking of the military headquarters, it goes without saying that Iran's military forces and IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, faced a major blow after the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and that didn't stop there. And we know that at least 10-15 of one of the most important military figures of the country, including the commander-in-chief of IRGC, the defense minister, the chief of armed forces, as well as the Secretary for the Defense Council of the country, are all confirmed to be killed in these strikes. And also different military headquarters, not just across the Iranian capital, but also in different cities are targeted. Even in such small cities and towns as Maraghe, we have reports that headquarters belonging to IRGC were targeted, but still we are witnessing the continuation of the operations by IRGC. The latest statements are coming in that regard. They said that the 14th wave of the retaliatory strikes had just happened, targeting an airbase in Bahrain, and also the 13th wave, which happened last night. They said that they have targeted a military base, U.S. military base in Kuwait, and the gathering of American forces in Dubai. That's what we have so far in Iran. But as you said, this is a developing story, and we are following to see what comes next.
We certainly are. Now, in his latest statement on social media, Donald Trump said the U.S. has virtually unlimited supplies of weapons to fight wars, and that stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have never been higher or better. He said wars can be fought forever and very successfully using just these supplies. Much additional high-grade weaponry is stored for us in outlying countries. Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big. Rosalind Jordan's in Washington, D.C. Ready to win big, says Donald Trump. Forever wars can be fought. I mean, this is a U.S. president that vowed to end forever wars. What does all of this mean?
That's a good question, because earlier on Monday, the president was telling reporters in individual conversations that the progress of the ongoing attacks on Iran were proceeding more quickly than had been scheduled, and that it didn't mean that the war was going to end imminently, but that he was pleased with the progress. Then he dialed those comments back, saying that the U.S. isn't in any rush, that it has full intention of achieving all of its goals, and it will take whatever time it takes. What's interesting about what he has talked about in this Truth Social post is the idea that the military arsenal for the U.S. Military is infinitely supplied, and that's not actually the case. Some of what has been considered excess material has either been sold to other countries or given to Ukraine for its war against Russia. It's also worth pointing out that the companies that create the weapons for the U.S. military don't have an infinite supply of funds with which to buy the material in order to build these weapons. And so unless there's an active contract and active U.S. government funding, these factories are not working 24/7 to replenish every Tomahawk missile that has been fired, or to rebuild every drone that might have been flown into Iranian airspace and perhaps lost while doing its work, whether it's surveillance or firing off missiles themselves. It's not an infinite process, despite what the U.S. president is saying on Truth Social. So while it might sound like good ways of building up morale, building up public support for this ongoing airstrike mission against Iranian targets, the fact of the matter is that the equipment is finite in supply. Factories can only produce so much equipment, so much ammunition, so many weapons at a given time, and they're not operating 24/7.
Well, the U.S. Secretary of State and the CIA director have briefed congressional leaders on why the decision was made to go to war against Iran and why the Trump administration launched the strikes in the first place. The answer they received: the U.S. was following Israel's lead. Republican Representative and House Speaker Mike Johnson gave more details.
The most critical point is that this was a defensive measure, a defensive operation. And why is that? I took some notes, and this is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. Iran was building missiles at a radical a rapid clip to the point where our allies in the region could not keep up. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., to our troops, to our installations, to our assets in the region and beyond, and they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. We have troops in harm's way, and we have many Americans in the region, and that was of great concern. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating.
And Democratic Senator Mark Warner says Donald Trump needs to explain his objectives to Congress.
When we are talking about putting American soldiers in harm's way, when we have American casualties and expectations of more, there needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interest. I still don't think that standard has been met. I think the President needs to come before the Congress, and for that matter, the American people, and decide amongst these 4 or 5 goals that have been laid out, what is the real goal?
Well, meanwhile, in a press conference on Monday, the U.S. Defense Secretary said the conflict is not a regime change war, but soon afterward, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it could be.
The objectives of this operation are to destroy their ballistic missile capability and make sure they can't rebuild it, and make sure that they can't hide behind that to have a nuclear program. That's the objective of the mission. That said, abundantly clear, we would love for there to be an Iran that's not governed by radical Shia clerics, as I've said myself repeatedly for years. I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
So, Ross, given everything we've heard there, is any domestic pressure actually having an impact whatsoever on the Trump administration and its choices?
Well, it's early days. We're now into the 4th day of this military operation. The Secretary of State is going to be briefing all of the members of Congress, both the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives, later on Tuesday. Now, while this will be a classified briefing and there will be many details that cannot be discussed before the TV cameras, certainly you're going to see members of both the Republican and Democratic parties coming out to weigh in on what they have heard from Rubio and other Trump administration officials, and declaring whether or not they continue to support or whether they continue to oppose the military operations. There's going to be a lot of questions about how long this is going to take, how many more U.S. forces might be deployed, whether ground troops could be deployed into Iran. That is something which no one in the Trump administration has ruled out convincingly or definitively as of right now, as well as whether or not there are going to be any other countries willing to sign on with the United States and Israel to continue this campaign against Iran. Those kinds of questions have not been debated publicly before now, just because the Secretary of State had a closed-door classified briefing with the so-called Gang of 8, the Senate and House leadership, as well as leaders of the intelligence committees in both chambers a week ago, does not mean that everyone in Congress is read in on the justification for this military operation.
Rosalind Jordan in Washington, D.C., many thanks for that. Now, 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused small fires, minor damage. Let's go to Zain Basravi. He's in Doha monitoring developments. Zain, a soft target, an embassy in Saudi, but an important target nonetheless.
That is correct. A number of attacks across the GCC today. Earlier this morning here in Doha, Qatar, the Ministry of Defense confirmed that it shot down 2 ballistic missiles. Some reports of debris fall in Doha, but the ministry saying that it did intercept those missiles before they reached Qatari territory. Bahrain, there were a number of attacks, 20 drones and 3 missiles. The RGC claims to carried out more attacks there. And of course, the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia telling Americans to avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. There was some damage to the compound there. A limited fire did break out. And the Ministry of Defense of Saudi Arabia saying in a statement that there was minor material damage, confirming that strike on the embassy, and that it maintains that people should stay away from the area for now as the threat remains. Qatar, in a letter to the UN, meanwhile, overnight said that the UN Security Council, it said it condemns Iranian attacks on its territory, reserving the complete right to respond. Qatar's Ministry of Interior urging the public to remain indoors, really underlining how the threat remains in these cities in the GCC, saying only leave your residences strictly in case of emergency. They further stressed the importance of avoiding proximity to windows and exposed areas because it is a precautionary measure that is essential as long as the threat to countries in the GCC remains from Iranian retaliation.
And Zain, the response politically and strategically from the Americans is to issue, is it fair to call them evacuation orders, and at least to close one embassy? Fill us in.
What we understand is the U.S. is urging non-essential embassy staff as well as its own citizens to leave if they can, due to the risk that still remains, as the U.S. says, that this could go on for another 4 or 5 weeks. They are urging their citizens to leave as and when they can, but the problem is that airspace in Qatar remains closed, while the UAE airlines there, Fly Dubai, Etihad, Emirates, are restarting limited flights. They restarted yesterday. The fact of the matter is much of the airspace remains closed in the region. Airports around the region experienced major disruptions in the first couple of days of this war. More than 3,000 flights were canceled, creating a massive knock-on effect for international travel.
All right, Zain, many thanks for that. Zain Basravi here in Doha. This is Al Jazeera. We're continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Neve Barker. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. Take a look at this. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. But at the same time, Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon. Israel's military has already confirmed soldiers are operating in the south of the country. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of displacement across Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing towards the Syrian border as the violence escalates. And Iran's capital, Tehran, is under bombardment. More than 550 people have been killed across the country since Saturday. That's according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Blasts have been heard in Isfahan and Shiraz. And Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on US assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen above northern Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since the conflict began. 2 drones have hit the US embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the US State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar and the UAE. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. Let's take you back to Beirut, Lebanese capital. Zaina Hodder is there. I understand, Zaina, some developments your end.
Yes, we are in Beirut's southern suburbs at the site of one of those Israeli airstrikes. At 6 a.m. this morning, 3 buildings were leveled to the ground behind me. We cannot approach the area because we are being prevented from doing so. But as you can see, firefighters are here to try to put off the flames. The thick smoke in the distance, I saw 3 buildings leveled to the ground, and these strikes keep coming in. It started it started yesterday following Hezbollah's launching of a salvo of missiles and drones towards Israel, basically opening a front. And since then, the Israeli military has been doing what it promised to do, and that is to intensify strikes. Beirut's southern suburbs has been repeatedly hit. In fact, this area back in late 2024 was repeatedly hit during the last major confrontation. The Israeli army also hitting targets in the south of the country, issuing continuous evacuation orders for people to leave villages across southern Lebanon. And as of late, we were just talking earlier about the Israeli defense minister's statement issuing a decision or an order for the military to take additional positions in Lebanon along that border. So the Israeli pressure campaign continues. You can see these airstrikes are continuing, targeting residential buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
Zaina, just sticking with what you're looking at there at the moment, you're talking about residential areas. You can clearly see these are apartment blocks. The area we understand is Dahia, that many of our viewers will know has been repeatedly struck over many months previously by Israel. We're looking at a wider shot as we speak of the smoke rising over the city skyline there. Given the intense Israeli military activity historically in that part of Beirut, why is it now once again being targeted over and over again? What are the intended targets? What are we looking at there?
I'm sorry. No, I'm still here. I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here. Sorry, but we are being prevented from filming. Yes, the Israeli military alleges that these areas, this is a Hezbollah stronghold. It is where Hezbollah's leadership lives, where it has underground facilities. It was where the Israeli military assassinated the group's longtime leader, Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, back in September 2024. And the Israeli military also alleges that there are a lot of weapons depots in civilian areas. So yes, I'm sorry that we have to walk away, but as you can understand, the situation is very tense in Lebanon, especially in Beirut's southern suburbs, which, like we mentioned, has been repeatedly hit in the past 24 hours.
Zaina, many thanks for walking us through that. We can clearly, even though we can't see you, we can clearly see the huge plumes of smoke rising from Dahia, that part of the Lebanese capital, Beirut, synonymous with repeated Israeli attacks. It is historically a place where Hezbollah has had a huge amount of influence, and thus it is once again targeted by the Israeli army. Nida Ibrahim is joining us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, let's reflect on, firstly, operations announced by the Israelis to push into southern Lebanon. Historically, Israel has done this previously in a bid to create a buffer zone. What are the Israelis saying now about this operation?
Well, they're calling it a security necessity, another layer of security. These are the terms that the Israeli army has been using, as well as Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, who said that this will give them the ability to prevent what he called direct fire. In an unofficial sources, we're talking about the potential of Ar-Radwan force. This is one of the main forces of Hezbollah, has infiltrated indeed into Israeli territory. Of course, there is nothing in the news that would allow us to confirm or deny that, but this is part of Israel's tactic, using the possibility of a security infiltration or a risk to its territory or its forces to justify more and more of its violations against other countries. Now we're seeing more and more Israeli armies evacuation threats just in the past 24 hours, talking about the need for Lebanese people to evacuate from their villages and towns. And we're talking about dozens and dozens of these villages. And what the Israelis are saying to the Israeli newspaper of Haaretz is that it would give them a buffer zone, as you said, in the first and second lines to prevent fighting. But that is not necessarily the reason reason why Israel has been doing that. If we look at the time when the first salvo was fired from Hezbollah, 3 rockets that fell in open areas, and many military analysts were saying maybe that's just a symbolic response of Hezbollah against the killing of Iran's supreme leader. But what happened is that the Israeli forces swiftly and immediately started attacking Hezbollah, started attacking southern Lebanon as well as al-Dahi. And what the military analysts have been talking about is that Israel is trying to caught and use the excuse to kind of create and achieve strategic successes. And as we know, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been always saying that he wants to disarm Hezbollah, threatening to renew fighting after the ceasefire was brokered in November 2024 if Hezbollah refuses to hand over its weapons, which is something that Hezbollah has denied to do. So, all of this is being praised in social media, Israeli social media, and Israeli political analysts, military analysts saying that this is, yes, a strategic success. These are their terms, as well as operational successes. But they warn that, yes, Netanyahu has succeeded in convincing Trump to carry out these strikes, not just in Lebanon, but also in Iran. But how will the war end? How will the resolution, how will the next day look like? These are questions being posed by Israeli military analysts saying that maybe Netanyahu knows how to start a war, but he sure does not know how to end it.
Questions also being asked across the entire region. Nida, many thanks for that. Nida Ibrahim in Ramallah. Let's take you back to the Iranian capital, Tehran. Towed Asadi's across all developments there. Towed, some new lines that we're seeing here. Explosion sounds heard in Iran's Isfahan and Shiraz. What more are you hearing from official sources there?
Well, the latest statement is coming from Iran's spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on his X account, coming out to say that it is an act of war, a war crime that the United States and Israelis are committing at the time being to attack the civilian infrastructures of the country. And it goes without saying that it is just part of the reality on the ground over the past few days now. I can say this is day 4 of from the initiation of the American and Israeli strikes targeting not just the military headquarters and the political centers and the police stations, but also the civilian infrastructures such as schools, hospitals, and other civilian buildings. And on that, I can just give you some latest lines in that regard. Right now, we are witnessing a funeral of over 165 school kids, elementary school kids, girls, which were killed on the first day of these strikes in the southern city of Minab. And this is one of the tragic, if not the most tragic, scenes that we have been witnessing over the past few days. And of course, the continuation of these strikes by the Americans and the Israelis is name of the game at the time being. From the midnight onward, for 2 hours, we were able to hear sounds of multiple massive blasts with smoke hanging on in the air. And of course, later in the morning, we also heard a massive sound of explosion on my right in the eastern part of the Iranian capital. Another blast just took place. And of course, we know that last night the state TV building was also targeted, even though the broadcasting it still continues up until the moment. And speaking of the other cities outside the Iranian capital, we have a relatively long list of different cities over the past few days, and now over the past few hours, I can say in Pardis, Karaj, Shiraz, Isfahan, and Khomein, we are witnessing and hearing reports and footages indicating the continuation of these strikes. And of course, on the other hand, we've got IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards, talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes and defensive measures. In Khomeini Shahr, they're talking about downing of drone, and so far several drones are reported to be downed. Also, they're talking about the 14th wave very recently of their retaliatory strikes. An airbase in Bahrain is said to be targeted in the 14th wave. In the 13th wave, it's also said that another airspace in Kuwait was targeted. This is the very latest that we have from Iran.
Many thanks for all of those details, Towed Asadi there in Tehran. Now, Iran has carried out attacks across the region over the past 4 days. US bases, ports and energy facilities have all been targeted. Umm Kulsoom Sharif reports.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
Luciano Zaccaria is with me here in the studio. He's an analyst on Iran and the Gulf. Good to see you back again, Luciano. So we've had a very clear explainer there of all of the strategic targets that Iran has hit. It's on the one hand, it's pretty clear, perhaps, why Iran might want to hit US military presence in the likes of Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, etc. But why hit essentially civilian and global energy infrastructure? What is the rationale there? What point is Iran trying to make?
I think that the one point is the military one, that they want to demonstrate that they can do it. That despite the fact that the United States keeps saying that they are obliterating everything that the air supremacy is achieved, that they are hitting very hard Iran is still there. Iran is still replying. Iran is still retaliating all the attacks that they are receiving, not in one place, but in almost 10 different countries at the same time, simultaneously, with more or less a big pace of missile shooting after 3 or 4 days. And the other thing is the political message that they want to give, that if Iran is attacked, the impact will be global. Not only Iran will be affected, but the economy of the whole region will be affected, the economy of the whole world will be affected, and neither the United States nor the region nor the consumers of energy are able to continue this way.
But Iran's economy also takes a massive hit. That, of course, on the top of international sanctions that have crippled the country for years. Iran relies on the Strait of Hormuz as much as any other country in the Gulf.
Exactly, but at this point, they don't care that much, considering that they have been already under sanctions since a long time ago, and lately they have been even increased. So it's not affecting that much the Iranian economy. And the fact that the oil price is going up, even though they exported very little, they are still surviving, let's say. But Iran is in a survival mode. In a war, at this time started by the United States and Israel, and they are reacting in the way that they consider more rational, more logic in order to achieve their goals. What is their goal? It's not to lose this war, not to finish as the loser of this war, because otherwise they will impose conditions on them. They want to negotiate conditions for this ceasefire. We are not talking about nuclear negotiations now, we are talking about ceasefire, but to reach the negotiation with a better standing. And this way, they are proving that at military level, at political level, they have much more to lose the rest of the countries than Iran.
And briefly, Luciano, it seems like the Gulf countries are at something of a crossroads at the moment. On the one hand, they're facing probably the most extreme threat they've ever had in their existence. On the other hand, they are now saying, including the UAE foreign minister, Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson, that the time for decisive action is now, that they can't simply be bystanders. So on the one hand, they have the potential to pressure the United States to cool off and end this conflict. On the other hand, could they potentially be drawn in deeper into this conflict?
There is a risk. I mean, how long we can sustain receiving missiles here attacking civilian facilities. We've already seen what happened in Dubai, in Kuwait, and in Manama. Nobody wants to see that here as well. But also, there are a lot of limitations, military speaking. Engaging in a direct confrontation will burn all bridges that exist, isolating Iran, endangering also the economic and political models of all the GCC states that they are relying on safety, on peace in order to continue. So they are in a very complicated situation. So the pressure on both sides is immense. And I assume that also other actors, consuming countries like India, China, are doing, and they should be doing something to stop that. But I don't see that at this point any GCC states will take any military action. This would be the last resource if nothing is happening. Hopefully, I mean, we are not going to reach that point.
Are we still comfortable, very, very briefly, are we still comfortable in calling the likes of Qatar, Oman, others, neutral mediator countries when it comes to Iran, or is that now gone?
I mean, only the Qatari authorities know that, and they have been not very explicit about that. Supposedly, until 2 days ago, Oman was still saying that they were hoping to mediate. But I don't know if the Iranians are interested in doing so. It's true that the Iranians say, no, we are not, they keep repeating, we are not targeting our brotherly brothers in the GCC state, but the perception from here is you are targeting civilian, so there is no way that can be justifiable, even though militarily speaking, there is a logic. Difficult for me at this point, it's difficult to think that tomorrow Qatar will wake up saying, okay, we forgive you and we will sit again to help you to not to be obliterated like Trump wants.
Luciano, always good to hear your thoughts. Many thanks for joining us. Luciano Zakhara there. Now, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Asia and Europe are falling for a second day. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. That briefly prompted regulators to halt trading by triggering a mechanism intended to prevent major market swings. European indices followed declines in Asia, and European gas prices are up another 30%, the highest level in 3 years. That's after Qatar's state-owned energy firm halted liquefied natural gas production on Monday, citing Iranian missile attacks on its facilities. Well, in a moment, we'll hear from Katrina Yu in Beijing, but first let's go to Jack Barton in Seoul. So, Jack, tell us, firstly, how all of this turbulence has affected the markets since they've been opened.
Yeah, we're seeing falls again all across Asia with most stocks. Of course, energy companies, airline carriers being hardest hit. But yesterday we saw many companies with defense ties, their stocks rising. But today those have been falling heavily, including in Japan, with Kawasaki and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Again, saw rises yesterday, but big drops today of around 5%. So we're really seeing widespread damage to the markets, but particularly in Japan, that fell 2% today, and the big falls here in South Korea. Definitely the Kospi, the biggest fall, but also playing catch-up because it was closed yesterday. And what we're seeing is countries that have few natural resources are so dependent on importing energy, the markets being hardest hit. And of course, South Korea and Japan being amongst those. Japan, 90% of its crude oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz. With South Korea, that's more than 70% of its oil, more than 20% of its gas. And so this is really what's driving it. It's been the statement from US President Donald Trump that this could be a longer war than he'd been telling everybody it was going to be. And the message, the way that's being received amongst analysts, is there really is no end game. So there's no plan for how to stop this conflict. And the other, of course, is the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, which has had such a big psychological impact here, even though there are enormous stockpiles of oil. The countries have been preparing, Japan and South Korea both making reassuring statements to citizens that the price isn't going to spike, but no one doubts here at the moment this will have an impact on GDP, on inflation, on central bank decision-making, and this big fund that the South Korean government has put together, the Emergency Market Stabilization Fund. If the market continues to drop here the way it has done, it seems very likely they will have to use that.
Let's go to Beijing, speak to Katrina Yu. Katrina, I mean, back in 2021, China and Iran signed a 25-year cooperation program. I mean, talk us through how the impact this conflict is having over there in Beijing.
Well, certainly, I think when the leaders in Beijing signed that strategic cooperation plan for 20 years, they didn't see this war coming. China certainly sees itself as a friend of Iran, and part of that friendship has been its being one of the largest, if not the largest, purchaser of Iranian exports when it comes to oil. Now, China relies on the Strait of Hormuz for 40 to 50% of all its oil imports. Many from several Gulf nations, but 13% comes from Iran at all. And here's the thing about the oil coming from Iran to China. China gets at quite a deal because that is oil affected by sanctions. And not only that, Iran also purchases that oil in renminbi, in Chinese currency. So it's quite advantageous to China for a number of reasons. And losing that oil will deal quite a blow to Beijing. So Beijing has been concerned about this now for weeks, if not months. They have been stockpiling oil. They have been stockpiling. Reports say that China has about 3 months of oil to help it deal with disruptions, perhaps find other sources. But more than that, well, we've had reports now that Chinese officials are using their influence with Iran to negotiate with Iranian officials to try to pressure them to allow oil and gas shipments to continue to flow through the Strait of Hormuz. And certainly we heard from China's foreign ministry just a few hours ago on Tuesday afternoon say that Beijing is doing all it can to help secure its energy needs going forward.
And Katrina, I mean, given what you've just told us about the long-standing relationship between Iran and China, and the fact that dialogue has always been open between Beijing and Tehran, I wonder, given the circumstances, what levers Beijing feels that it can pull diplomatically, politically, to steer this conflict, at least in the way that Beijing would like?
Well, it's certainly true that China has good influence with the regime and Tehran. Many saw Beijing being the biggest buyer of Iranian oil in spite of those US sanctions as providing an economic lifeline to the regime. So I think it's fair to say that they do not want to anger Beijing, they don't want to antagonize China. But I think also Iran must be cognizant of the fact that there are limits to what China can provide, how it can support Iran. China has been quite vocal about its condemnation of the US and Israel. It's been calling at the UN and again in various diplomatic platforms for a ceasefire and more negotiations. But China stops at providing any sort of military support to Iran, or at least it denies doing this.
Katrina, many thanks for that. Katrina Yu in Beijing, Jack Barton in Seoul. Well, more than 100 activists marched to the US Embassy in Manila, warning the Philippines could be a target of US adversaries as the country hosts US troops and missile systems. Barnaby Lowe How's this from Manila?
Well, these protesters are marching towards the U.S. Embassy here in Manila, voicing their anger against the United States and Israel, blaming them for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say they don't believe that there was evidence Iran was building nuclear weapons and that Iran posed an imminent threat. They say that it is the United States and Israel that are the real threats. They say they have a history of genocide, of occupation, and of waging wars.
Previous to the bombing on February 28, there has been so many negotiations on their part, but I think the U.S. did not listen to that.
And while they say they don't condone Iran hitting civilian targets in Gulf countries that are allies of the United States, they say that this is proof that the Philippines is vulnerable given the rotational presence of U.S. troops here, given the access U.S. troops have in Philippine military bases, given the many bilateral and multilateral military exercises. And they say this is proof, the police blocking their way to the U.S. Embassy, of the Philippine government's complicity. I think it's important to note this group of activists has long warned that the Philippines could be a staging area for American military operations, especially if there is a conflict between China and the United States over Taiwan.
As an imperialist power, U.S. has so many rivals and enemies. And we are, and we have a regional hotspot here in this part of the world. And any escalation of the conflict could lead to the targeting of U.S. military facilities across the Philippines.
But defense officials here say there's absolutely no cause for concern because, one, Iran is too far from the Philippines. Two, there is no known Iranian proxy in Southeast Asia. And three, the access U.S. military troops have here in the Philippines are in bases that are fully managed and controlled by the Philippine military. And so their focus now, they say, is the safety of the nearly 2.5 million Filipinos living and working in the Middle East. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
It is 9 GMT. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Scott McLean. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. At the same time, Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions inside Lebanon. Israel's military has already confirmed soldiers are operating inside of southern Lebanon. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing toward the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Multiple cities across Iran have been hit by airstrikes, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. More than 550 people have been killed across the country since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen in the skies of northern Israel. 2 drones have hit the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. All right, we have correspondents following developments in Beirut, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Tehran, Washington, D.C., and here in Doha. Let's go straight now to Zaina Khodr, who's in the Lebanese capital for us. So, Zaina, I understand there have been strikes there today. What are you seeing where you are?
Well, the Israeli military escalated its attacks against what it calls Hezbollah targets. We are now on the outskirts of Beirut's southern suburbs. In the past hour, we managed to drive through the cluster of neighborhoods, which really the Israeli military has been targeting for the past 24 hours. In one location, we saw 3 buildings leveled to the ground. Many people have left the area in search of safety. Now, some of these attacks come with prior warning, but others do not. The Israeli military also targeting areas in the south of the country and ordering people in dozens of villages across southern Lebanon to leave. And there have been developments also along Lebanon's southern border with Israel. Israeli troops have begun to operate in the area, with the Israeli defense minister ordering the army to take control of additional positions inside Lebanon. Additional positions because the Israeli military already controls 5 positions within Lebanese territory, some 10 square kilometers of territory. So, and what we have from our sources, Lebanese army sources, the Lebanese army, which only recently moved into this area and began to set up positions along the border, they've been forced to redeploy and pull back from the border.
All right, let's go now to Noor O'Day, who's in the occupied West Bank. Noor, Zaina was just talking about these Israeli troops on the ground in southern Lebanon. What do we know from the Israelis? What are they saying? What do we know about what the broader plan here might be?
Well, the broader plan is to occupy more Lebanese territory. The Israeli Minister of Defense has declared that upon his instructions and that of the Israeli Prime Minister, the Israeli army has advanced deeper into Lebanese territory to occupy more Lebanese territory. And the narrative is that this is to protect against missiles or rockets and drones coming from Hezbollah. But of course, we know that for months now, the Israeli army has been talking about taking up more Lebanese land, creating a permanent buffer zone on Lebanese territory, part of that developing, evolving Israeli military doctrine about extraterritoriality, about protecting Israel by occupying land in neighboring countries to create a no-go zone, on the borders with Lebanon, on the borders with Syria. So that is where we are now. The escalating campaign of the Israeli army is expected to continue against Hezbollah, against targets across Lebanon, targeting specifically Dahiyeh, but also southern Lebanon.
Zaina, we know that the Lebanese state, the Lebanese prime minister, is trying hard to try to head this off. He has actually declared that Hezbollah military activities will be illegal. Realistically, what kind of impact is that going to have?
Well, the very fact that Hezbollah launched 2 more attacks in the early hours of Tuesday is a message not just to Israel, but to the Lebanese state, to the Lebanese government. Yesterday, we also heard from a Hezbollah official say that, this decision is only going to cause more internal instability, which is being interpreted really as some sort of a veiled threat. Hezbollah has repeatedly told the Lebanese government that any attempt to disarm the group in the north of the country, not in the area south of the Litani River, is or could even trigger a civil war. They have even threatened this possibility because for Hezbollah, they believe disarmament will be submitting to Israeli demands and to American demands, and it amounts to a surrender. Now that the Israeli military is planning to take even more territory, additional territory in the south of the country, really gives Hezbollah the justification for keeping its arms, because it has repeatedly told the Lebanese government, what have you done to ensure that the Israeli troops leave Lebanon and allow people to return to their homes along the border? Tens of thousands of people remain displaced. Villages along the front line are leveled to the ground, and any attempt to rebuild is targeted. Any excavator or any construction equipment in the south is hit by Israeli fire. So this is just going to make it more difficult for the Lebanese army to convince, if you like, Hezbollah to surrender its arms to the Lebanese state.
All right, Zaina, thank you. The Israeli attacks in Lebanon have triggered a new wave of displacement to Syria. Thousands of people have been fleeing in panic. Obeda Hito joins us now from the border crossing. So, Obeda, what are you seeing there? Who are you meeting? Who's trying to cross into Syria?
There's definitely a steady flow of people, as you described, in panic, trying to get into Syria. Just on the other side of the border here in Jdeida al-Yabous, the ongoing escalation and airstrikes by Israel are forcing people out of their homes and to places that are safer. The Israeli warnings for evacuations have forced tens of thousands of people to flee, and many of those people have crossed into Syria overnight. Around 11,000 people crossed through the land borders, 2 different land borders, one of them here in Jdeida al-Yabous. Around 10,000 people, up to 11,000 people have crossed so far. Today, that flow continues. Officials here on the border crossing say they expect more people to continue arriving. The Ministry of Disaster and Emergency Relief, the Ministry of Disaster and Emergencies is here on the ground. We've also seen teams from the United Nations here, from OSHA, from the UNHCR, from the WFP, from the International Migration Organization, all here on the ground at the border crossing, trying to help these people get across and processed in a calm and organized way. So far, things are running smoothly, but everybody that we're talking to is exhausted. I've talked to several people who have been on the road for the past 24 hours, leaving villages they were living in. These are Syrian citizens that were displaced in Lebanon and have made their way back now to Syria. There are also some Lebanese citizens with relatives through marriage and other ways that are also crossing the border into Syria. And even though the situation on the Lebanese side of the border continues to be quite tense, here things are remaining calm, but people are exhausted. And with news coming from Washington, D.C., statements from President Trump saying that this could go on for weeks and possibly months, that's really causing a lot of tension for people here, not knowing what the fate of their relatives who are still on the Lebanese side of the border might be in the coming days. And so there's a lot of unsureness about what things are going to look like going forward. But the Syrian government says they're ready. They're at a full capacity now with all of their teams on the ground, ready for more people to arrive. And that's expected to increase in the coming hours and days.
Certainly says a lot about the situation that we're in right now. For the longest time, obviously, people were going from Syria to Lebanon. Now they're going back the other way. Thank you, Obeida. All right, Iran's capital is under bombardment. Let's go to Tauhid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. So, Tauhid, what are you seeing where you are?
Well, the latest lines coming in is from Iran's Red Crescent, maybe for one of the first times coming up with these statistics about the number of people being killed as a result of this recent wave of strikes by the Americans and Israelis. And on that, we have got these numbers. In 153 cities, 504 locations, 1,039 attacks has happened, ending up in 787 people being killed as a result of these strikes. Among the most tragic of which I can refer to Minab, a city in the southern parts of Iran, in which now reports are coming that over 160 student girls in an elementary school were killed, and we were witnessing the funeral of this very latest development. But speaking of the realities on the ground, we have been witnessing the continuation of the American and Israeli strikes over the past few hours. From the midnight onward, we heard sounds of massive explosion multiple times here in the capital. And also in the morning, there was another sound of massive explosion taking place on my right in the eastern part of the capital. And of course, that doesn't stop there. We've got reports coming from different cities across the country, including Pardis, including Karaj, Shiraz, Isfahan, and Khomein, in which sounds of explosion and attacks are reported over the past few hours. Also, we've got IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards of the country, talking about the continuation of their retaliatory strikes, and they are saying that 14th wave of their striking back indeed was conducted. Air bases in Kuwait and Bahrain are reportedly, based upon these statements that we received from IRGC, are being targeted. And also we've got another incoming statement from the army of the country saying that from the early hours of today in the morning until noon, offensive drone and missile operations were carried out against enemy's positions and forces, quote unquote. This is an indicative of a very developing story, of course. And speaking of the civilian casualties, there are still growing numbers in that regard.
All right, Tauhid, sit tight. I want to tell you about a statement posted by the U.S. President Donald Trump on social media. He said that the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons. He also says that stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have, quote, never been higher. So the president, in a statement, goes on to say that wars can be fought forever, and he says very successfully using these supplies. He also points out that other countries are storing more high-grade weaponry for the United States. Trump ends with, fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big. Okay, let's go now to Washington. Roslyn Jordan is standing by for us. So the president, Roslyn, says that they're stocked up on weaponry. I wonder, though, whether there is also an unlimited supply of public support for this war. It seems like perhaps that may be in shorter supply.
Let's talk first about the public support. Recent polls taken in the last 48 hours indicate that overall Americans are opposed to this military operation in Iran. While if you break it down along party lines, Republicans overwhelmingly support the president. Independent voters and Democratic voters do not support this military intervention inside Iran. As for whether there is an infinite supply of U.S. weapons to carry out a war that can go on essentially forever, that's not the case. The U.S. sells some of its excess weapons to other countries. It has been giving missiles to Ukraine during its 4-year-long war against Russia. And the companies that make these weapons on behalf of the Pentagon do not operate 24/7, and they certainly do not try to build weapons unless there is actual funding in the U.S. defense budget to pay them to create these weapons. So in fact, there has also been reporting in recent days suggesting that at the very highest levels of the military, including the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, a real concern that a protracted military operation could further deplete the U.S.'s weapons stores, and that this was one of the reasons why General Kane reportedly was cautioning against launching this operation against Iran right now. So the suggestion in that Truth Social post that a war could go on indefinitely and that the amount of weaponry available is similarly infinite, it doesn't really hold up when you actually take a look at the reality of the situation.
All right, sit tight, Roslyn. So at the same time, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has defended his decision to attack Iran alongside the United States, but he says the conflict will not be an endless one. Listen.
This is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions, first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace. And I believe that we can achieve it.
All right, Tauhid is back with us now. So Tauhid, do we have a sense from the Iranian side as to how long they are prepared for this to go on for? Are there any signs that the Iranian side's ability to strike has been weakened thus far?
Oh, that is something that we don't know much about because of the very fact that military information are not things that Iranians may spill the beans about. But it's still speaking of the very fundamental question that how long this confrontation would go. We just raised the exact question when we were having an interview with the Iranian spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and his answer was actually, I don't know, and this is the answer that we have, a typical answer that we have from a diplomat. But the reality on the ground is that there are several reservations and considerations. First of all, we have to keep in mind that the reddest red line for the Iranian political establishment has been passed, and that was the killing of the supreme leader of the country, as well as a number of key military major commanders. And the rhetoric based on what we hear from Tehran, at least at a rhetorical level, is on the basis of a sort of determination for continuation of these strikes. First, due to the very fact that the Israeli strikes continue, and they're saying that they're going to continue to strike back as long as we see these strikes coming in. And of course, the second point is that right now, Iran has started a sort of very dangerous scenario in response to actually the attacks by the Israelis. Now there are several actors and factors at work, including many regional countries in which the U.S. bases are located. And also we have to just take a look at the statements, diplomatically speaking, that we hear from Tehran. It was the Secretary for the National Security Council of the country, Ali Larijani, very recently coming out to say that Iran is not willing to negotiate with the United States. That means the doors for diplomacy, at least again at the rhetorical level, seems to be closed. And the Iranians are saying that that's basically due to the fact that every time we go to the table of negotiations in the past 1 year, all of a sudden we have faced a campaign of strikes. That means that diplomacy is not meaningful for us anymore. All in all, this is a very extremely, I would say, delicate situation with so many actors and factors at play. So basically, I can say no one knows how far this goes. It's quite dependent, as I told you, it's a past-dependent dynamism. And on that, we know that despite the very fact that so many military commanders of the country have been killed, we've got the statements both from IRGC on the one hand and from the army of the country on the other, saying that the waves of operations by Iran's armed forces are going to continue. They are continuing at the time being. We are receiving reports about waves of strike by IRGC to target the Israeli territories and U.S. military bases. And also we've got this recent report from the army of the country. They came out in this very recent report, and I'm citing them, to say that from early morning until noon today, offensive drone and missile operations were carried out against the enemy positions and forces. This is a sign of continuation of these escalations and no sign of de-escalation at the time being.
Roslyn, we got some clues yesterday. Not some clues, we got some pretty explicit statements from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, from the Speaker, Mike Johnson, about why the U.S. opted to go to war with Iran at this point. And they basically said that, look, Israel was going to go and strike Iran whether we liked it or not, and so we felt like we would be under attack. We had no choice but to join. But I suppose there's a lot of people probably asking, well, was there not an option to sort of talk Israel down from this? And it was a Democratic Senator, Joaquin Castro, who said the administration was complicit joining their war instead of talking them down. And I wonder, have we entered somewhat of a new era in American politics where politicians are openly questioning this relationship and the utility of this relationship between the United States and Israel? Or is this still kind of on the fringes?
There has been a questioning about the relationship between the United States and Israel because of the war in Gaza. This is not just because of this latest military operation against Iran. However, the larger question is the fact that the Trump administration launched a major military operation without having full consent and consultation from the U.S. Congress before launching this event on Saturday. Earlier in this broadcast, our viewers heard the Virginia Senator Mark Warner say, "I have not seen the evidence for an imminent attack by Iran against the U.S. or U.S. interests. I need more of an explanation." And that is really getting to the crux of what is happening now here in Washington, the fact that there was not this active, open public debate between the executive and legislative branches about whether going to war against Iran was in the U.S.'s best interest. And so basically members of Congress, those who are critical of the Trump administration's decision, are now essentially playing catch up and trying to see if they can rein in an operation that is well underway. There are more than 50,000 U.S. forces stationed in the greater Middle East, whether on board the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Gerald Ford, their affiliated vessels as part of their carrier strike groups, or posted at U.S. military installations in host countries around the region. This is a very critical public policy debate, and that is what is probably most of mind. Is this the way that the U.S. ought to be conducting military operations, by ignoring one of the precepts of the U.S. Constitution, which is that Congress declares war, not the U.S. president? It's a very fine line to go between the executive branch executes foreign policy and actually deciding to put U.S. forces in harm's way for a military objective.
Yeah, and it is not just U.S. forces that are in harm's way, Roslyn. It is also U.S. embassies. And we know that two drones have hit the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused small fire and some minor damage. Let's go now live to Zain Basravi, who's here in Doha with us. So, Zain, what more do we know about these drone strikes in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the information coming out of the Saudi embassy is still limited. What we do know is that this morning they were advising Americans to stay away from the embassy, stay away from the area, stay away from that compound because of these drone strikes, amid ongoing attacks. They said also that there was minimal damage from a limited fire at the scene, and this happened around the same time that the Iranians claimed yet another attack on the U.S. base in Bahrain, a wave of missiles and drones striking Bahrain once again. Early hours of this morning here in Doha, around 2 a.m. local time, there was also the sounds of interceptions, the sounds of explosions, loud booms overnight once again. The Ministry of Defense here in Qatar confirming that they did intercept 2 ballistic missiles. Some scattered reports of eyewitnesses saying that there was debris fall in the area, but the Ministry of Defense saying that what they did was hit these missiles before they hit Qatari territory. Now, the Qatari government has sent a letter to the UN Security Council condemning these attacks by Iran, saying that they reserve the right for retaliation, officially taking the issue to the United Nations. And the Ministry of Interior here has said that residents should strictly remain indoors, leaving their homes only out of some emergency or necessity. Stay away from windows, stay away from open areas as a precautionary measure, because the threat of Iranian strikes still exists. So this has prompted what we have seen by the U.S. Embassy, which is an update for Americans living in the Middle East. They're saying depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. These kinds of attacks across the GCC, across the Middle East, have prompted the embassy to update their risk warnings, and this departure order via commercial means extends to Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel and the West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, the UAE, and Yemen. So the U.S. Embassy is beginning to take this seriously. If this conflict does go on for 4 or 5 weeks, as the U.S. government continues to say, then the problems for the people living here could escalate.
Zain, Qatar obviously produces a huge chunk of the world's liquefied natural gas supply, and they have now suspended production of LNG after some damage to facilities here in Qatar. I wonder, is the idea here that if those facilities are shut down, they will be less of a target for Iranian missiles?
Well, the whole goal is for, as far as Iran is concerned, to curb any commercial activity. If they can't perform commercial activity, if they are attacked, they want to make sure that the region, the neighbors, allied with the United States, feel that same pain. So certainly that would go to Iranian tactics. However, there's an abundance of caution. There was some damage at the Ras Laffan LNG production facility from an attack that took place yesterday. We do know that assessments are ongoing. The refinery was shut down. The major oil refinery in Saudi Arabia was also shut down. So placing economic pressure certainly is part of Iran's strategy, but as yet we have no confirmation as to the level or scale of damage at these facilities. But certainly this would go towards Iran's strategy of placing economic pressure on regional allies of the United States.
All right, well, as we have been reporting, the Iranian Red Crescent says that more than 780 people have been killed by Israeli and U.S. attacks since Sunday. On Tuesday, Iran held a mass funeral for 165 people that were killed in an attack on a girls' elementary school in the southern city of Minab on Saturday. Many of them were students. Iranian authorities are blaming Israel for that attack. Rasul Sardar is here with us now in studio. Rasul, obviously you know Iran very well. Iran clearly is feeling the consequences of this war, whether it likes it or not. And I wonder whether there is any pressure inside of Iran for the authorities to try to find an off-ramp, to try to find a way to end this war, given that you're starting to see a lot of civilian casualties.
Well, I think Americans are betting on that eventually the growing public frustration in Iran, the growing public discontent is going to force somehow the regime to make the concessions. But I think during the wartime, it is a wrong conclusion, because we have seen that throughout the last year's war, 12 days war, there were same expectations, but people did not go to the streets. So why people didn't go to the street and why people are still not going to the street in Iran, there are a couple of reasons. First, there will be zero tolerance of the security forces, Basij, paramilitary groups, and the IRGC, the Revolutionary Guards. They will show zero tolerance to any public appearance or demonstrations or protests on the streets. So, and particularly when the supreme leader of the country, who is also the commander-in-chief, is killed. And another reason is for many Iranians, despite having serious problems with their government, serious opposition against the policies of their government and the establishment and the policies of their country. So going on the street and protesting in a way doesn't seem that much dignified. That's also another concern. The third one is big cities, particularly Tehran now, is largely empty. So hundreds of thousands of people have already left the city. They went to the northern areas of the country, the rural areas, the safer areas. This is exactly what we have seen in last year's war, during the June war. When I got in Tehran, I was so quite surprised because I was used to Tehran's traffic, it's like a jam, it's crazy. So it's an extremely noisy city. And so streets were empty, it was like almost a ghost city. Besieged vehicles and some of the Revolutionary Guards, soldiers here and there, but the city was a ghost city. So now it's a whole city, it's a ghost city again. And so the demonstrations, the public discontent is supposed to take in these major cities.
As we wait for Iran to choose a new supreme leader, is there any doubt right now as to who is in charge? And is that maybe creating a little bit of a weakness in the Iranian state?
Definitely it is creating a weakness. So, Scott, here we need to understand, yes, Ali Khamenei was the second supreme leader of Iran. He was not the first one. But Khomeini, Ayatollah Khomeini, the first supreme leader, has been there for 10 years, starting from 79 to 89, but 8 years of that was passed by a war, a bloody war with Iraq. So he could not have the time and luxury of reshaping the state, building the state's institutions. But it was Ali Khamenei that after the Iran-Iraq war in 89, he became the supreme leader and he built Iran. All the institutions that you can imagine, including the Revolutionary Guards and all the senior figures that are running the state affairs, have been appointed or created or shaped by him. So now he's not there. It is creating a vacuum. But for now, there are three power centers. The first one is the Temporary Leadership Council, which is made of president, head of the judiciary, and Ali Reza Arafi, who is the representative of the Council of the Guardians. And Ali Reza Arafi, among them, is now the one that is having the authorizations of the supreme leader. He is acting like an interim supreme leader. But on the other hand, IRGC is definitely in charge when it comes to critical decisions, whether it's political, whether it is security. IRGC is having the ultimate say, and it's unimaginable to think that IRGC is not the one that's going to decide about who is going to be the next leader of the country, particularly during the wartime. They are not going to be open to any idea of someone being imposed over them. And third power center is that the spokesperson of the parliament, Mohammad Bakr Kalibaf, who is extremely close to the IRGC, and then the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani, who was supported by Ali Khamenei. So it is a constitutional power center, it is a security power center, and it's a political power center.
All right, Rasul, we're going to continue this in just a moment, but first I just want to remind everyone of the latest developments that we're following. So the Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on the capitals of Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. At the same time, Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions inside Lebanon. Israel's military has already confirmed soldiers are operating in southern Lebanon. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing toward the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Multiple cities across Iran have been hit by airstrikes, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. More than 780 people have been killed across the country since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen in the skies of northern Israel. 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE. Washington's embassy in Kuwait has announced it will be closed until further notice. All right, Rasul is back with us now. So, look, there's been a lot of discussion right now, Rasul, about who can make this war last longer. Obviously, the Israeli Prime Minister says that this can be quick and decisive. The American President, Donald Trump, says this might last 4 or 5 weeks. Are the Iranians in this for a longer time period? Does it serve their interest if this drags on longer?
I think one of the dangerous elements in this whole equation is that both sides believe the time is on their side. And both sides believe that the other one is going to blink first. So it's making the situation extremely dangerous. So for Iranians, the calculus is that. So Iran is defining itself as the nation of the resistance. So 100 years ago, they were in a war. And then at the beginning of the Second World War, it was invaded. Iran was invaded from the north by Russians and from the south by Brits. And then in 1753, a coup staged by the CIA and MI6 that toppled Mossadegh. And then a revolution in 79. And then at 80, a war with Iraq. 250,000 people have been killed officially. Some people claim that it was over 1 million people. And then the international sanctions. And so Iran believes that its resilience is higher. It can absorb, the capacity of absorbing the pain. And the threshold, the tolerance of the pain is high. And also they are used to live on limited resources. However, they believe that the Gulf is not resilient. The threshold of the pain, the tolerance, the pain tolerance is low, and particularly if they prolong the war and hit the energy infrastructure, the economic lifeline, the Gulf is going to say enough and putting a pressure on the U.S. to stop. And also Iranians believe that if they raise the cost for Washington, Washington is going to reassess its position. So here, as I said, the dangerous thing is that while the Americans believe that eventually, once Iran is degraded economically and militarily, and then the growing public frustration is going to lead the officials to think twice and coming back to the table with significant, I would say, surrender-like concessions. I think both assessments are partially true, but remarkably wrong as well.
Yeah, there's, I mean, a lot of unanswered questions, to say the least. Rasul, thank you. All right, well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil. Listen.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. That briefly prompted regulators to halt trading by triggering a mechanism intended to prevent major market swings. European gas prices jumped more than 20% to the highest levels in 3 years. That's after Qatar state-owned energy firm halted liquefied natural gas production on Monday, citing Iranian missile attacks on its facilities. All right, let's go now to Katrina Yu, who's standing by for us in Beijing, and we also have Jack Barton for us in Seoul. So first to you, Jack, tell us how the markets have been responding since the opening today.
Selling off again right across Asia with falls in most stocks. Here in South Korea, it was, of course, the worst. It was a holiday yesterday, so in many ways the Kospi playing at catch-up, but a massive fall, more than 7% by the end of the day. And as you mentioned before, at one point, there was an automatic circuit breaker brought in there after it hit 5% for more than a minute. But even after that temporary suspension was lifted, the shares just kept going down. Carriers very hard hit. Korean Air's a 10% drop in share price, but we see energy providing companies, but even the big tech companies, Samsung Electronics, almost 10% fall. SK Hynix, more than 11%. They're the two big chip makers. Kia Motors also falling more than 11%. So these are huge losses. And while we saw defense companies falling across most of Asia, here, Hanwha, the really big defense company, almost raised 20% in value. So a big gain there. But all of this because of what is happening in the Middle East, and particularly two elements today. U.S. President Donald Trump's announcement that this could go on 4 to 6 weeks. So really implying there is no end game, and this could just drag on, but also Iran officially closing the Strait of Hormuz, and this region so dependent on oil and gas coming through that strait. So more market turbulence expected. The South Korean government has put together an enormous fund that it can use in an emergency if the market keeps falling, but no one here doubting, talking to all the analysts here, this is going to have an impact one way or the other on the economy, on GDP, on central bank decision making, and of course on inflation.
Yeah, it seems like the markets are certainly expecting more war and higher fuel prices. Okay, Katrina, over to you in Beijing. What has been the impact felt thus far in Beijing and in China more broadly?
It's definitely a vulnerability for China. And I think for some Chinese officials, the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is one of their worst fears coming true. I think it's been something that China has been trying to prepare for decades by minimizing its energy needs that come through that strait, but still, it's quite substantial. 40 to 50% of all China's oil imports flow through the strait, and 25 to 30% of its liquefied natural gas, much of that from Qatar, also comes through the strait. So China is quite vulnerable there. Now, when it comes to oil, 13% of its oil imports are from Iran, and that oil is quite advantageous to China for two reasons. Firstly, it gets it at a deal because that's sanctioned oil. And secondly, China transacts, Iran buys that oil in renminbi, in Chinese currency. So losing access to that is definitely a blow to China. Now, the Chinese Foreign Ministry gave a comment just a few hours ago saying it's doing what it can to secure its energy needs. It's calling on all parties to try to ensure that shipments can continue to flow through the Strait of Hormuz. And we have also now read reports that Chinese officials have been working behind the scenes to try to use their influence with Tehran to pressure Iranian officials to allow shipments, particularly of oil and Qatari LNG, to continue to flow through the Strait of Hormuz.
So, Katrina, I wonder, China is a long way away from what's happening in Iran, but I wonder if it has any levers to pull to try to assert at least some level of control over the situation.
I I think China certainly has influence over Tehran. It's one of the few major economies that has a good relationship. It says it's a friendship, a working relationship, a strong trading relationship with Tehran. It's the biggest buyer of Iranian oil, buying between 80% of all Iranian oil exports. So certainly it can be said that Iran would not want to do anything to anger Beijing, to antagonize Beijing. But I think it's also been made clear, while China can provide support to Iran politically, it's been condemning the US, condemning Israel for its actions, calling for a halt, to a return to the negotiating table. There are limits to what China can do to help Iran. So far, China has denied providing any military support to Iran, sending any weaponry. So I think Iran is also aware that while it's a friend of China, there's only so much it can get from China as well.
Jack, it is hard to understate the impact that closing the Strait of Hormuz is having on Asia. 70% of oil that goes through that state, or that strait, goes to Asia. So if Asia cannot rely on the Middle East for its energy needs, where does it go next?
Yeah, there are some countries here in Asia that are particularly hard hit. About 90% of Japan's oil comes through the strait. Just over 70% of South Korea's oil comes from through the strait, including more than 20% of its gas. These countries are not rich in resources in terms of, they're very rich in terms of industry and exports, but they need a lot of fuel to power that industry, to power transport, to get those exports out. And this is why we're seeing big movements in the stock market, particularly in South Korea and Japan. Now, the government, the Ministry of the Economy and Finance has had a meeting. It has announced publicly that they are trying to diversify over the coming months the imports of oil and gas. But at the same time, they're saying they do have large stockpiles. We know the government has about 100 million barrels, the private sector about 95 million. They hope this can go for about 200 days. Japan also, they're saying they have stockpiles that could last up to about 250 days. But of course, they don't want to dig into those. They need those to stabilize the prices. But they hope there can be a resolution before that happens, because it will be extremely difficult to diversify, because everybody's doing it at the moment. It's not just the countries in East Asia, but of course across Southeast Asia, where they're not quite as dependent, they will still be trying to diversify at the same time.
All right, Jack, Katrina, thank you both. More than 100 activists marched to the U.S. Embassy in Manila, warning the Philippines could be a target of U.S. adversaries as the country hosts U.S. troops and missile systems. Barnaby Lowe reports now from Manila.
Well, these protesters are marching towards the U.S. Embassy here in Manila, voicing their anger against the United States and Israel, blaming them for what is now a region-wide conflict in the Middle East. They say they don't believe that there was evidence Iran was building nuclear weapons and that Iran posed an imminent threat. They say that it is the United States and Israel that are the real threats. They say they have a history of genocide, of occupation, and of waging wars.
Previous to the bombing on February 28, there has been so many negotiations on their part, but I think the U.S. did not listen to that.
And while they say they don't condone Iran hitting civilian targets in Gulf countries that are allies of the United States, they say that this is proof that the Philippines is vulnerable given the rotational presence of U.S. troops here, given the access U.S. troops have in Philippine military bases, given the many bilateral and multilateral military exercises. And they say this is proof, the police blocking their way to the U.S. Embassy, of the Philippine government's complicity. I think it's important to note this group of activists has long warned that the Philippines could be a staging area for American military operations, especially if there is a conflict between China and the United States over Taiwan.
As an imperialist power, U.S. has so many rivals and enemies. And we have a regional hotspot here in this part of the world. And any escalation of the conflict could lead to the targeting of U.S. military facilities across the Philippines.
But defense officials here say there's absolutely no cause for concern because, one, Iran is too far from the Philippines. Two, there is no known Iranian proxy in Southeast Asia. And 3, the access U.S. military troops have here in the Philippines are in bases that are fully managed and controlled by the Philippine military. And so their focus now, they say, is the safety of the nearly 2.5 million Filipinos living and working in the Middle East. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Now, of course, U.S. bases, ports, and energy facilities have been targeted across the Gulf region over the past 4 days. Umi Kulsum Sharif reports now.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing 2 facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. 1 person has been killed. Now, the U.S., 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
All right, let's explore this further with Luciano Sakara, an Iran and Gulf analyst, joining me here live in studio. So, look, Iran has gone off after the Gulf oil facilities. It is really doing a take-no-prisoners approach, so to speak. I wonder, does Iran, I mean, are they just planning to sort of burn it all down, or do they actually realistically expect to sort of have any kind of relationships with these Gulf countries when this is all over?
I think that Iran right now is in survival mode. So whatever they are doing is trying to survive, trying to make a point about how attacking Iran has an impact worldwide, and that if Iran sinks, everybody will sink with Iran. That I think that this is what they are trying to make it clear that they should stop. I mean, the ones that they should stop attacking Iran are the U.S. and Israel. So this way we can stop this madness in the region.
But I just wonder how long Iran expects to for it to take to come back from this. I mean, is there going to be a meaningful relationship with the Gulf in the future?
I doubt that it's going to be the same, of course. I mean, it would be very difficult to not to burn all the bridges that they are trying to burn. I mean, they are attacking 10 countries at the same time. So for me, it would be very difficult to think Iran not being isolated in the next future. The only thing that we can expect that Iran is not burning more bridges, that they are appeasing the situation, that they are in this survival mode. They manage to survive because at the end of the day, it's what every political elite they want to do. They want to reach a ceasefire in a better position that it can allow them to remain in power. But this will be complicated because all the G states plus other countries that they have been attacked will look tomorrow to Iran in a different way that they are looking, or they have been looking at them until now, especially Qatar and Oman, that they were countries that they were contributing to mediation. The statements from the Qatari side, now they are much more harsher than ever before.
Yeah, obviously the relationship between the Gulf states and Iran is going to change. I wonder if the Gulf states' relationship with the United States might be in need of a rethink as well.
we thought that, in June, and finally did not happen. But I think also we are in a situation that in January, all the GCC states plus Pakistan and Turkey asked Trump not to attack Iran because they saw that this would drive to a regional instability. However, the attack happened together with Israel, and the retaliation happened. So they guaranteed that there would not be retaliation because the first strike would guarantee that they would not have reaction from the Iranian side. It did not happen. And after 4 days, we are still facing that reaction from the Iranian side. So I assume that at some point, the G state, they need to tell the United States what is going on here. We told you about that. You did it anyways, and we are immersed in this catastrophe.
We heard from a member of Iran's Assembly of Experts about the selection process for a new leader, and he said it will not be lengthy. So do we know where we are in that process right now and how exactly this election process will work?
Well, officially, they haven't started yet. Supposedly, the Assembly of Experts should gather in Qom to decide that. I'm not sure if it is in Qom or in Tehran that the meeting should take place. The only time that there was the need to do this election took 3 days when Khomeini passed on the 6th of June 1989. So by the 9th, we already had appointed Khamenei after 2 sessions, very heated sessions that they chose Khamenei, not without opposition. But my guess here is that maybe the process already happened, even though we are not being informed. For me, from the logistic perspective, and having in mind that United States and Israel have been able to kill Khamenei and many other high-level figures from the top of the pyramid, it would be ridiculous to tell, well, the process will start today. We are going to gather 86 members of the Assembly experts to choose one, probably one that is within this same Assembly. So they will say exactly where they are and when they are meeting in order to give the chance for the U.S. and Israel to strike and to kill everybody that would prevent the succession to be smooth. So I don't think that they will do something.
I mean, I guess from a logistical standpoint, is there even a safe place for this sort of gathering to choose the next supreme leader to even take place, to be out of range of U.S. or Israeli strikes?
Exactly. At this point, there is not such a place. So announcing that, I think it's not going to be clever either. So probably it already happened or it's about to happen in a different way that we are expecting to avoid risking the process. What the survival mode means is that they cannot give the chance to the U.S. and Israel to create a vacuum of power, to create stability, and to break the institutional continuation, because this is what Israel wants in that sense, that they decapitated the regime, so they can accept imposed conditions to surrender and to reach any deal that the United States wants.
All right, Luciana, we appreciate the insight. Thank you. An Iranian-made drone hits a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties, Cypriot and British officials say. The strike hit a hangar at the British Royal Air Force base of Akrotiri just after midnight, shaking the eastern Mediterranean island, with local residents scrambling to seek shelter. John Saropoulos reports now from Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles, to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Well, the U.S. and Israeli war in Iran is costing millions of dollars per day, and it's expected to cost hundreds of billions of dollars if it continues over the next several weeks. John Hendren now reports.
3 American F-15 jets plunged to the ground in Kuwait. All 6 crew members eject to safety, but the jets, costing $94 million apiece, are lost. The human toll of war cannot truly be tallied.
Today we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families.
But the financial cost can be calculated, and they are in the billions of dollars and counting. 2 massive aircraft carrier strike groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, each cost $6.5 million a day to operate. That's $390 million a month. Some in Congress say the cost of President Trump's war is too high.
Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives.
The 37-hour strike on Iran's nuclear facilities in June, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, totaled $2.25 billion. This time, President Trump says the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. If so, costs are likely to range into the hundreds of billions. There is the cost of munitions. The bunker busters dropped on Iran's nuclear sites cost $10 million to $20 million apiece. For the sites targeted by Iranian bombs at American bases throughout the Middle East alone, rebuilding will cost millions, possibly billions. Those direct costs are all paid by American taxpayers, but as consumers, Americans and others will pay more in higher oil costs and in sinking stock values. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion on its military, more than any other country in the world, more than the next 9 countries combined, in fact. That's 3 times more than China, nearly 7 times more than Russia. And since 2001, the U.S. has spent an estimated $5.8 trillion, funding more than 2 decades of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan. And with the war in Iran, that tally is on the rise. How long the war lasts could be determined in part by how long Americans are willing to bear the financial and human toll of war. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Now, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran does not want to escalate tensions with countries in the region. Listen.
We are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries. And the Americans and Israelis who are attacking us in every way, day and night. For the American bases in the region to move their soldiers to, for example, a hotel, it's natural that this causes an issue. We will use every method to defend our people. Our enemies attack us in many different ways, and we will do the same. In our view, this is not a regional war. This is a war between Iran and the U.S. that is unfortunately spread in the region.
Well, it is 10 a.m. GMT. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Scott McLean. The Israeli military says it is carrying out simultaneous attacks right now on Iran and Lebanon. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting multiple cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. U.S. Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. At the same time, Israel's defense minister says the military has been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions inside Lebanon. Lebanon's president says the decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities is sovereign and final. Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing toward the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen in the skies of northern Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since the conflict began. And 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh, causing minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. All right, we have correspondents following developments for us from Beirut, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Tehran, Washington, and right here in Doha. All right, let's go now straight to Zain Basravi, who is here in Doha. So, Zain, look, we had some incoming last night here in Doha. It woke me up. What do we know about what was shot down, how many, and where this debris may have fallen?
Well, just very quickly, let me give you some news. We're getting reports that there is currently some kind of attack happening on the port of Fujairah in the UAE. We'll bring you more details on that as it becomes clear. But what that does indicate is that this conflict isn't just in the air. It has become a naval conflict in recent days as well. We'll update you on those events in the UAE as soon as we have more information. In terms of Doha, yes, at around 2 a.m. this morning, there were loud explosions that once again people woke up to in the middle of the night. The Ministry of Defense confirming that there were 2 ballistic missiles coming from Iran, threats that they did shoot down successfully. Some reports from eyewitnesses saying there was debris in areas over Doha, but the Ministry of Defense saying that those missiles were intercepted well before they reached the Qatari territory. In Saudi Arabia, we understand this morning that the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was telling Americans to stay away from the diplomatic area after 2 drones hit the compound, causing a fire and some damage. Witnesses report seeing black smoke rising over Riyadh's diplomatic quarter, which houses several foreign missions in the aftermath of the attack, and embassy officials warning people to stay away as the attack was ongoing this morning. Oman reported that a fuel tank at the country's Duqm commercial port was hit and was on fire this morning due to a drone attack. And in Bahrain, the Iranian IRGC claiming that they used 20 drones and 3 missiles to destroy the U.S. Air Base's main command headquarters there in Bahrain. So a series of events throughout the course of this day so far, day 4 of this war between the U.S. and Israel on one side and Iran on the other, and neighboring GCC countries certainly caught up in the mix, caught up in the line of fire.
So, Zain, it seems like the Gulf countries, Qatar included, have really been able to flex their military might and their missile defense systems. I wonder, do we know more about the interception rate, the rate of success in intercepting missiles and drones has actually been?
Well, in the first few days of this conflict, Qatar said that of the 66, for instance, missiles and drones that were fired at it, they were able to intercept 63. Now, the success rate has been pretty good. Qatar's put out a number of detailed statements saying that it's been managed to take down this many missiles, this many drones. But debris fall has presented a danger to the people living in Doha, in other parts of Qatar. They've shot down 2 Su-24s that were flying in from Iran as well. That's part of the statement that the Ministry of Defense put out. But if we look at the other countries in the region, even though they all have Patriot systems or THAAD missile defense systems or various bits of air power, the fact is the threat remains very high. The UAE, it seems, by numbers, has taken the brunt of the Iranian threats. More than 500 drones and missiles launched at the UAE in the last few days. So even though there is a capable defense strategy by these countries, they're all working in concert with each other. They are unified in their front insofar as assessing and taking on the threats coming in from Iran, dealing with this ongoing conflict that was launched by the U.S. and Israel. The reality is that the Iranian strikes are doing a great deal of damage. We've seen a number of commercial and residential buildings in the UAE hit. Every single city seems to be targeted in some way or form. The port in Oman, boats in the Strait of Hormuz, and other vessels in the waterway. Iran doing what it said it would do, which they said was if they are attacked, they will expand the war to the broader region. So that is what we are seeing now. In terms of the success rate, the government's here claiming that they are doing well, but the fact of the matter is if this carries on much longer, the defensive weapons they have may be depleted. It may become much more difficult to take on these threats coming in from Iran. To that effect, the U.S. Department has said on Tuesday that it's ordered non-emergency personnel to leave Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, and Iraq, and issued a warning pretty much for the entire Middle East, telling people to use commercial means to leave if they can.
So Zain, just as you've been speaking, we've also just gotten a flash that there are sirens sounding inside Bahrain right now. So obviously we will follow the situation, air defense sirens sounding in Bahrain. We will follow the situation there, as well as what you mentioned, the Fujairah report in the United Arab Emirates. Okay, as we do that, let's bring in Mohammed Val. He is live for us in Tehran. So Mohammed, we are seeing the results of these Iranian outgoing missile strikes and drone attacks on Gulf countries. What are we seeing in terms of incoming strikes inside of Iran?
Well, starting from midnight, there were waves of attacks across the city of Tehran that have hit the National TV Corporation and also the Expediency Council, different other places that are related to the government, but also some schools and hospitals near those locations. I'm not saying schools have been hit, but near schools, near hospitals, and some hospitals, 9 until now, have been hit over the last couple of days. So more of that happened overnight. And also there are strikes on other cities, including Kharaj, Shiraz, Esfahan. Esfahan in particular is very important because of the nuclear facilities there. Very sensitive place, but those cities have been hit again overnight and also early this morning. At the same time, as you mentioned, there are reactions from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard saying they have started the 14th wave of attacks against U.S. bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. But let me go back to the casualties among civilians, because that's very interesting for Iranians. Here, the Red Crescent talked about 787 people killed so far. There is not even a clear figure about the number of civilians that have been wounded in this conflict. 153 cities have been hit. 504 localities have been hit. 1,039 attacks so far have been registered since the beginning of the campaign.
Okay, stay with me, Mohammed, because the International Atomic Energy Agency has just released a statement. It says that based on the latest available satellite imagery, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequence expected and no additional impact detected at FEP itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. So do we have any reaction from the Iranians on this at this stage, Mo?
No, we don't have. We have only confirmation from the local sources, government sources, that those areas have been hit again and again. That's in Natanz is located in Esfahan. That's in the middle of the country. So the name of Esfahan has been mentioned several times since the beginning of this war, and Natanz is situated right there. The authorities are not giving any details about any extent of damage, whether in nuclear facilities or in other security institutions. That's a policy, an official policy here in the country. But Isfahan has been mentioned, and Isfahan nuclear facilities, including Natanz, have been mentioned over the last couple of days. No damage figures or assessment by the government is released. But this report, or this report by the International Atomic Energy Agency, is reassuring to many Iranians, because there were fears of radiological problems affecting civilians and public health here. So that's good news for many people here in Iran, because one of the biggest threats of this war is that nuclear facilities might be damaged to an extent that might affect massive scale problems of health for civilians and people in the country.
Mo, thank you. Both sides are obviously trying to give the impression that this war can carry on, or they have the stamina for this war to carry on. So we know that in a statement on social media, U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons. He also says stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have, in his words, never been higher. So the president, he goes on to say here that wars can be fought forever, and he says very successfully using these supplies. He also points out that other countries are storing more high-grade weaponry for the U.S. Trump ends with this: "Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big." Let's go over to Rosalind Jordan, who's with us in Washington, D.C. So, Rosalind, look, militarily, the president is making the point that, hey, they have lots of ammunition. Nothing to worry about there. But there are also efforts inside Congress to make to make lawmakers vote on authorization for the war. Where do things stand there? And is there any chance that this may stand in the way of the president prolonging this military campaign?
Well, realistically, the only way that Congress could compel the Trump administration to dial back or stop this military operation would be to get a majority in both chambers to vote for the House resolution that essentially would either authorize or deny this military operation from continuing. And that's because Congress has the sole power to declare war, not the executive branch. Now, congressional Democrats had put together a resolution that they wanted to have voted on. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, had suggested over the weekend that probably would not happen before Thursday at the earliest. But we did hear from the House Speaker on Monday indicating that from his perspective, he would not want to do anything that would possibly hamstring the Trump administration from carrying out what Mike Johnson believes is a justifiable military operation. Now, whether or not the congressional Democrats are able to persuade enough Republicans to break ranks with their party and vote with them in order to push that motion forward, well, that's really something that's always been an issue in a Congress that is so closely divided, with the Republicans holding a bare majority in both chambers. As for the idea of how long this war could go on and does the U.S. military have all of the equipment, all of the ammunition, all of the missiles that it would need to continue this air war, there's only a finite amount of military equipment available to conduct this war. And unless the factories that build these warheads, that build these missiles, that build the equipment to deliver these weapons are actually working and have been given contracts to build and replenish the Pentagon's stockpile, that all of that ammunition, all of those missiles will eventually run out. It's also worth noting that the U.S. has not suspended military weapons sales to other countries, including sending weapons to Ukraine, which it has been doing for the past 4 years, as that country continues its war with Russia. So the short answer is the supplies are not infinite. Money is not infinite. Political will eventually does peter out in almost any global conflict if you look back over history. And so while the president may be saying these things in order to boost morale and to boost support for this military operation, it's not clear that that can actually be sustainable given the reality on the ground here.
All right, Rosalind, I want to play some sound for our viewers from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is defending his decision to attack Iran alongside the United States. But he says the conflict will not be an endless one. Listen.
This is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions, first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
Rosalind, I know there's been a lot of discussion in Congress about who was actually under threat. So Mark Warner, a Democrat in Congress, said that, look, the threat was to Israel. And he said this: if we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory. And I just wonder, was there ever a scenario where the U.S. considered, even for a second, letting Israel fend for itself if it attacked Iran?
Well, certainly that had been the prospect that had been raised during previous conflicts, particularly during the Obama administration between 2009 and 2017. But a serious notion of letting Israel go on its own never has been seriously entertained in modern U.S. political history. That said, there has been vigorous debate about whether the U.S. should be acting as the fallback position for Israeli military actions. Certainly there were questions during the recent Gaza war about whether the U.S. was providing military equipment to Israel that in turn was being used during the war against Hamas. That, however, did not posed to be a rupture between the two countries, but certainly there was a lot of discussion about it here in Washington about what, if any, restrictions or what leverage that Washington has on Jerusalem when it comes to that country trying to pursue its own military ambitions. As for the larger question of where this mission goes, how long it goes on, the president himself has contradicted himself. He's suggested both that this is going more quickly than planned, but he has also suggested that, one, this could be going on for several weeks, and then he has also suggested this could go on indefinitely. There are others who are suggesting that a period of several weeks might be realistic, but it all depends on what the goal is of the military operation. Is it regime change? Is it trying to get rid of Iran's conventional military capabilities? Is it about trying to eradicate Iran's possible nuclear capabilities? There's no clarity, no one agreement or message coming from the Trump administration on that point.
Yeah. All right. And I want to take a look quickly, Rosalind, at some of the missiles that Iran is actually deploying. So the Shahab-1 and Fateh-110 are considered short range, traveling about 300 kilometers. The Rod 500, Shahab-2, and Fateh-313 can reach targets nearly 500 kilometers away, while the Dezvul and Qadr missile systems have a range of nearly 1,000 kilometers. And the Shahab-3 is estimated to reach targets roughly 1,300 kilometers away. Now, in the longer range, the Khorram Shahr Gadr and Sejjil missiles can reach up to 2,000 kilometers. All right, Wolfgang Pusztai is a security policy and defense analyst. He joins us now from Vienna. So I wonder, from your perspective, we've been hearing a lot of saber rattling from the Americans about how long they can go on and how much ammunition they have. Obviously, similar things coming from the Iranian side. In your view, who actually has the stamina for this war to drag out for longer?
Well, Scott, thank you for having me on your news show. Actually, this all must be considered as part of information warfare. On one side, the Americans, especially Donald Trump, but also the Israelis, they want to send a message to Iran: don't expect this to be over within 1 or 2 weeks. Don't expect that we can fight only for 1 or 2 weeks. And this means they want to undermine the morale in Iran. They want to undermine the morale of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps and of all the others in fighting against the offensive of Israel and of the United States, to the way that they give up. On the other side, of course, consequently, Iran wants to send a message by the ongoing missile salvos towards Israel and by the ongoing attacks on various facilities, military American and civilian facilities on the Gulf states, that they also can continue the war forever. So this is part of information warfare, and this we'll see in the next few days and weeks if this will really lead to an early end of the war or to a longer campaign.
So the U.S. and Israel say that they've been going after IRGC command posts, missile launch sites, and I wonder how much realistically will they be able to degrade Iran's ability to strike over, say, the next couple of days and weeks? I mean, can you give us a sense of how many launch pads, how many places Iran actually has at its disposal to launch missiles or launch drones at U.S. targets or targets in the Gulf?
Actually, there are two answers. One answer with regard to the medium-range ballistic missiles with an, let's say, Israel range. Iran has probably a couple of hundred missiles with an Israel range left, but only a few dozens of launching systems. And this is the problem for Iran. And if you compare the number of missiles launched in a salvo during the 12 days war and what is launched right now, and the time gaps in between them, it's quite clear that the capabilities of Iran to launch missiles against Israel are significantly degraded. That's quite different with regards to the Gulf states. Iran has probably about 1,200 to 1,500 short-range ballistic missiles with a range to reach the western shores of the Gulf. These kind of missiles, short-range ballistic missiles, fly lower and slower than the medium-range ballistic missiles and are easier to be intercepted, obviously, than the other ones. Nevertheless, they are a significant threat, and the challenge is, even if everyone says he has enough ammunition, the challenge is to have enough air defense missiles to shoot these down. And even a bigger problem for the Western Gulf states is the drone threat. Iran has between 12,000 and 15,000 drones of a type with a range of more than 300 kilometers. Those drones are obviously relatively easy to intercept, but if you are just a few minutes away from Iran, they are nevertheless a significant threat, as we can see with the many impacts happening also at American bases in the Gulf region.
Wolfgang, I want to make sure that I didn't misunderstand what you just said. You said there were 12 missile launch sites in Iran. So if that's the case, how well protected are these sites? And is there a scenario where Iran would still have plenty more ammunition left in its arsenal, but nowhere to launch the missiles or the drones from?
Yes, there are a couple of dozen mobile missile launchers still available to Iran. Yes, and yes, it might very well be that Iran has a sufficient number of medium-range ballistic missiles left, but no launchers. That's a reasonable scenario.
All right, Wolfgang, we certainly appreciate your insight. Thank you so much. All right, let's turn to the situation in Lebanon now. The Israeli military says it is striking Hezbollah sites in Beirut. A senior Hezbollah official has just spoken, saying, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. It comes after Israel's defense minister said the military had been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions inside of Lebanon. The Lebanese president has also spoken, saying that his decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities is a sovereign and final decision. All right, Al Jazeera's Zaina Hodar went to a southern suburb of Beirut shortly after it was targeted by an Israeli strike and sent us this report.
We are in Beirut's southern suburbs at the site of one of those Israeli airstrikes. At 6 a.m. this morning, 3 buildings were leveled to the ground behind me. We cannot approach the area because we are being prevented from doing so. But as you can see, firefighters are here to try to put off the flames. The thick smoke in the distance, I saw 3 buildings leveled to the ground, and these strikes keep coming in. It started it started yesterday following Hezbollah's launching of a salvo of missiles and drones towards Israel, basically opening a front. And since then, the Israeli military has been doing what it promised to do, and that is to intensify strikes. Beirut's southern suburbs has been repeatedly hit. In fact, this area back in late 2024 was repeatedly hit during the last major confrontation. The Israeli army also hitting targets in the south of the country, issuing continuous evacuation orders for people to leave villages across southern Lebanon. And as of late, we were just talking earlier about the Israeli defense minister's statement issuing a decision or an order for the military to take additional positions in Lebanon along that border. So the Israeli pressure campaign continues. You can see these airstrikes are continuing, targeting residential buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
All right, Noor Odeh is live with us from the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, we know that Hezbollah has tried to strike northern Israel. Do we know more about what has actually been hit?
Yes, and let me just start by updating our viewers on the latest. The Israeli army has just issued forced evacuation orders for about 24 additional towns in Lebanon, and this is part of what Zaina was talking about, the Israeli decision to take more Lebanese territory and to continue this escalating campaign against Hezbollah. Now, throughout the morning, we have been monitoring sirens going off and missiles, mostly from Iran, landing in Israeli towns, spanning a very large portion of Israeli territory. We also saw early warning signs and sirens going off in northern Israel in the areas adjacent to the Lebanese border. Several people have been injured, and there is extensive damage reported in buildings in Petah Tikva near Tel Aviv and others. But right now, the main concern continues to be missiles coming from Iran, large missiles, some of them splitting into smaller missiles, smaller projectiles that are spanning a wide area and And that really is where the Israeli military is most concerned, focused on that rather than the line from the Israeli political leadership about regime change. The army is more interested in making sure that Iran has less capacity to fire more rockets, more missiles.
So, Noor, there are Israeli troops inside of Lebanon right now, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but the Israelis are refusing to call this a ground operation, and I wonder what we should read into that.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. And this is an important observation because for the past 2.5 years, the Israeli military doctrine has evolved, and it has basically very clearly adopted a policy of extraterritoriality. It does not view the Israeli army's occupation of other countries' territory and creating a buffer zone there as something extraordinary. So the Israeli army, even though it ended the war with Lebanon, with Hezbollah in November of 2024, it did not leave Lebanese territory. So it remained there. And now adding to that territory is just in line with Israeli military doctrine. This is all, of course, outside the scope of international law, but it is in line with Israel's military and political doctrine. Taking land in the Golan in Syria, more land to create a buffer zone, controlling the resources there, taking land and creating a buffer zone in Lebanon, even when there were efforts to have negotiations with Lebanon. That was the standing thinking in Israeli military quarters.
Yeah, certainly a familiar playbook that we've seen before. Noor, I want to also ask you about a clip that we played earlier in the program from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who seemed to contradict Donald Trump by saying that this conflict will be limited. Trump has obviously been saying that the U.S. is prepared to fight on indefinitely. I wonder if we should just chalk all of this up to bluster, or if this actually signals that there is sort of a break or a divergence in the objectives of the Americans and the Israelis.
Well, there's certainly a divergence, at least if we go by what these officials are saying. But what Netanyahu was trying to do is a bit of damage control. The statements from senior American officials about U.S. involvement in this war being basically preempted by Israel invited Netanyahu's intervention with U.S. media. We even saw a commentary today, Scott, in Israeli media by some Israeli experts that there's still fear in Israel that Trump might try to reach a deal, to call it quits, to say, okay, I now have a deal on Iran's nuclear capacity. We've killed the supreme leader. We've assassinated several, basically the leadership structure in the Iranian government, and we're going to call it quits, and it's a victory. This is not what Netanyahu wants. And so even though the Israeli public has been told this will go on for weeks, the message to the U.S. public is don't panic, it won't go on forever.
All right, we will certainly see. Noor, thank you. The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. All right, Obeida Hitto joins us now from the border crossing. So, Obeida, can you just show us what you are seeing where you are and describe who are these people who are crossing the border primarily? Is it only Syrians going back home, or are there Lebanese also trying to find safety inside Syria as well?
I'm at the Jdeidit Yabous border crossing. We're just around 50 kilometers outside of Damascus on the Syrian-Lebanese border. And I'm going to step away from the camera to show you here. What you're seeing is a vehicle from the Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management. They've been distributing water and snacks to these people that are coming from the Lebanese side into Syria. And there has been a steady stream of people, most of them are Syrian citizens. Now, I should say here that the voluntary return program that's under the auspices of the United Nations has been going on for some time. So the vast majority of these people that are returning as part of this voluntary return program. But the numbers have increased. You can see here a family that's come now from the Lebanese side of the border. They've packed their mattresses and other belongings on to the top of the car. And this is a scene that we're seeing over and over again since the morning. Yesterday, 11,000 people crossed into Syria from Lebanon from 2 different border crossings, the vast majority of them from this crossing. The officials here tell us that they expect the numbers to continue to increase, especially with the evacuation orders coming from Israel in these border towns on the Lebanese side of the border. And they say that they are ready to accept all of the Syrians that are ready to come back, but they haven't changed the rules allowing for Lebanese citizens to cross into Syria. There are specific conditions that they need to meet to be able to be granted entry into Syria. However, they say they're at the highest level of readiness to accept more people, and they expect those numbers to increase in the coming hours and days.
All right, Obeda Hitto on the Syrian-Lebanese border. Thank you for that. All right, well, it is just past 10:30 GMT. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Scott McLean. The Israeli military says it is carrying out simultaneous attacks on both Iran and Lebanon. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting multiple cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has spoken, saying, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." Lebanon's president says the decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities is a sovereign and final decision. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN Refugee Agency estimates that at least 30,000 displaced people have sought shelter in Lebanon since attacks began on Monday. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen in the skies of northern Israel. And 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, and the UAE. All right, Al Jazeera's Rasul Sardar has reported extensively from Iran, and Luciano Zakara is an Iran and Gulf analyst. Both are with me here in Doha, of course. So, look, gentlemen, I want to ask you guys about the United States' ability to degrade Iran's missile and drone capacities there. Is there a scenario where the United States could sufficiently degrade Iran's ability to actually strike? And if so, how long might that actually take? Are we talking about days, or are we talking about weeks or longer? Rasul?
Well, I think the United States has that capacity. There is no doubt about it. The reason that it has that capacity militarily is there is a tremendous air power of the United States, but then when you look at Iran, so Iran doesn't have the proper modern-day aircrafts. We're talking about Su-24s, the Soviet-made Su-24s, and F-4s that were bought before the revolution, before '79. So these type of aircrafts by many countries are being used just as the training aircrafts. So when the 5th generation or the 4th generation aircrafts of Israelis or Americans getting into Iranian airspace or flying close to Iran and bombing Iran, Iran doesn't have the sufficient aircrafts to come up and to match them, to get involved in the fighting. It doesn't have the air defense systems. It doesn't have the proper radars. The air defense system, the most advanced air defense system that Iran is using is S-300s, which has been developed against the 3rd generation of the fighter jets. Now, it is the time of the 5th generation. So that's why when there is no air engagement to the American aircrafts, it's easy for Americans going and bombing the missile facilities, the production facilities, and the missile launchers and the depots as well. However, I believe it will take roughly 3 to 4 weeks. The reason I'm saying that, based on some of the calculations, Iran, before the war last year, had 360 missile launchers, and during that 12 days, around 160 of them have been destroyed. So based on that mathematics, I suppose it's going to take at least around 4 weeks to be destroyed.
Which is bang on what President Trump is saying. I want to ask you, Luciana, about the Navy as well. I think it was U.S. Central Command said that 2 days ago there were 11 Iranian ships in the Gulf of Oman. Now there are 0. So what impact does that have on Iran's ability to strike?
Well, first of all, Iran is using asymmetric deterrence to deal with that. I mean, as I said, there is no air power that can match the American and the Israelis. And of course, in the water is the same. Iran doesn't have a proper navy to fight against the 2 fleets of the United States' most advanced aircraft carriers and destructors. But they have developed a strategy using small boats, speed boats, and other kind of vessels that they are rapid and smaller, cheaper, and that they can produce some kind of damage without really threatening the whole fleet. But so far it seems that this has not been working. The fact that they have been not present in the water so far means that this strategy, at least, either it was not used or they disappear because of the power of the U.S. So how long this can be sustained? I mean, if the United States managed to get naval and aerial superiority, my question is why we still are facing the missiles launch, because these 200 launchers that more or less everybody assumed that they still are there, they haven't been destroyed so far. And this is why we keep seeing missiles coming to the GCC.
Yeah, so look, it's not just military damage that we're talking about. There's also economic damage to be done. And it seems like the Iranians are clearly employing this strategy of going after oil production in the Gulf states. They are effectively closing the Strait of Hormuz. And this is what an advisor to the commander of the IRGC said. He said, the Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they are thirsty for the region's oil. They will not get a single drop. But if I'm the United States, I'm thinking, is this really a viable strategy? I mean, won't it, Rasul, just make American oil more valuable, enriching the United States as it continues to fight this war?
I think IRGC, particularly when they come into the economics and the politics, it's just a failure. So IRGC's assessment regarding the politics and the economics, I think that is one of the reasons that has led Iran to this point. So for the IRGC, the calculation simply is that. So we need to restore the deterrence, and for that, two pillars have been built. First, raise the cost for Washington, and then regionalize the war. And when you're regionalizing the war, so it's a gradual escalation. At the first level, so hit the American bases in the region. If that's not enough, to move the regional countries to stop the USA, then go to the second stage. And that is where it hurts most. Attacking the energy facilities and the airports to bring the economic and daily life into a hold. If that is not going to be enough, then go and attack the strategic depots that are preserved for the wartime, such as food supplies and the water supplies. And if that's not enough, then escalate to the civilian level. However, the problem with this strategy is that, yes, it's raising the cost of the energy and so on, but it's also forcing the regional countries more and more to see Iran as a common threat, as a common enemy, as a shared threat. I think the reason that now the regional countries are not coming in an American coalition and fighting against Iran, one of the reasons that's making it different than 1991 when there was a regional coalition against Saddam is that back then Israel was not directly and officially a part of the military campaign against Iraq. But now it's an Israeli and American joint operation against Iran. That's why it's difficult for the regional countries being a part of a coalition, siding by Israel and attacking a country is going to come up with complications. That's one of the complications. Otherwise, Iran's strategy is further and further turning its neighbors into its enemies.
So there's two things on that note that Prime Minister Netanyahu said that I want to ask you guys about. And Luciano, I'll ask you the first one. So to Rasul's point, sorry, I've lost my place in my notes here. So he said that regime change in Iran can be a gateway for peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Is that realistic, that Israel and Saudi Arabia are going to, be better friends or friends at all, I suppose, when this is all said and done, when there's a new government in Iran, if there is?
Well, I think it's clear, the message. So you need to guarantee that the Islamic Republic disappears so we can all be friends. And the only obstacle for this friendship in all the region is Iran and not Israel. I think that the message is wrong, because it's very difficult for all the Arab countries and Muslim countries to buy that the problem is only Iran and not Israel. I mean, we see what it's going on in Gaza and what is going on in Lebanon right now. And clearly we can see that Israel is part of the problem. It's not part of the solution so far. I mean, the normalization process doesn't mean that Israel is contributing to appeasing the region. It's contributing to kill more people, because there is a genocide ongoing there that it did not stop. So I wouldn't say that. I mean, of course, it's the message of Netanyahu, but I don't think anybody can buy that right now.
Luciano, Rasul, I've got a million more questions for you guys, but we got to hit pause for just a second. All right, well, an Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The strike shook the eastern Mediterranean island. Locals scrambled for shelter. John Saropoulos reports now from Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles, to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Well, as we've been reporting, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil. Listen.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
All right, let's take a closer look at the impacts of that threat. So at its narrowest point, the strait is about 33 kilometers wide, but its shipping lanes are even narrower. Iran controls the north side of the strait, while Oman controls the south. An estimated 20% of the world's oil is transported through the waterway. Some of it goes to Europe. Around 45% of China's total crude imports transit the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar also depends heavily on the strait to export its liquefied natural gas. 83% of the LNG that passes through the strait heads to Asia, including China. In Europe, countries including France, Germany, and Italy source roughly 10% of their oil imports through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical maritime choke point. Closing it could potentially remove more than 17 billion barrels of oil from the global market, driving up prices and strapping energy supplies. As a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day, following declines also in Asia. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. That briefly prompted regulators to halt trading by triggering a mechanism intended to prevent major market swings. European gas prices jumped more than 33% to the highest level in 3 years. That's after Qatar state-owned energy firm halted liquefied natural gas production on Monday, citing Iranian missile attacks on its facilities. All right. In a moment, we'll hear from Katrina Yu in Beijing. Osama bin Javed is also with us from Brussels for more on those European markets. But first, let's go to Jack Barton in Seoul. So, Jack, what are you seeing there on the Asian markets today?
Markets have fallen right across Asia, from Sydney to Shanghai, and we see some different factors in there. Worse than expected economic data in Australia. Perhaps the falls in Shanghai not as bad as they could have been on expectation of stimulus, but nonetheless, it is the attacks on Iran that is driving all of this, because we're seeing losses across most sectors. Though, of course, anything to do with transport, with aviation, with energy really being hardest hit, and huge falls in airline stocks today. Here in South Korea, Korean Air falling by about 10%, Japanese Airlines falling another 5% today after a 5% fall yesterday. So this trend continuing, but because the energy is so central to industry here, we're also seeing huge losses for Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix, chip makers, and Hyundai, the car maker, because there is the expectation industry could be hit really hard by this. And these expectations driven by two factors. One are the comments from US President Donald Trump that this now could be a prolonged conflict, and clearly signs there is no end game or broad strategy for bringing the conflict to a close. And the other is the fact that Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps has closed the Straits of Hormuz by its threat to set fire to any ships there. And with most of that oil and gas destined for this region, that is what is driving those concerns about the impact on the energy grid, on transport, on industry, that is really rattling the market and is expected to continue to rattle the markets here if the conflict cannot be contained.
Okay, so that's the view from Seoul. In Beijing, China's foreign ministry has criticized Israel and the U.S. for attacking Iran and urged all parties to avoid further escalation. Listen.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against Iran without authorization from the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. We urge all parties to stop military operations and prevent further spread of the war.
All right, so Katrina, how reliant is China on oil from the Middle East, and what do they do if they can't get it?
This is definitely a vulnerable spot for China, especially energy goods traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. About 30% of all of China's LNG imports comes through there, and about 40 to 50% of all of its oil comes through the strait. Now, it comes from a variety of Gulf countries, from Iran in particular. That's 13% of China's oil imports coming from that one country. And that transaction is quite advantageous to China because it gets it at a deal. That's Iran's sanctioned oil sold cheaply to China. That's also bought using the renminbi. So losing access to that is definitely dealing a blow to Beijing. And as we've just heard, China's foreign ministry has been talking about this issue. It's extremely concerned about this conflict getting even worse. It's called on all parties to do whatever they can to ensure that energy shipments can continue. And it says that it will do whatever it can to secure its own energy needs. We're also hearing some reports that behind the scenes, Chinese officials are actually using China's influence in Tehran to try to pressure Iranian officials to continue to allow shipments, in particular Qatari LNG, to flow through the strait. But we're still waiting to see how influential or effective those pleas are going to be.
Okay, over to Osama, who is standing by for us in Brussels. So, Osama, European stocks, they have fallen as well. But we have countries like France saying that their supply of gas is actually not at risk. Why are they saying that?
Well, it's completely understandable that the E3, after changing their tone to be more towards the United States, would have to come up with statements saying that they're not affected. And it is true that directly there is no major impact from the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz from the Gulf supplies directly towards Europe, because it takes much of its gas and oil from the United States, Algeria, and Norway. But you hear from the Norwegians who are raising the alarm bells and saying that this could reopen the debate of Europe trying to wean away from Russian gas. So it is an intrinsic issue which is tied into security and energy. So it is not just the heating bills in Europe that are to be looked at, but if LNG supplies get disrupted for a longer period of time, Europe is looking at production costs, the costs of making things. That is going to go higher. It is not the availability of gas, because Europe's storage historically is at its 3-year low. Europe just does not have enough gas in store as it did in 2024. So now, if this is prolonged, it will have to compete with the Asian markets, who are really being battered by this disruption. So it will have to buy energy more expensive. It is more expensive. It will have to pass that on to the consumer. So far, there's no emergency meetings, and it is from European capitals. The news is of calm, but experts are scrambling. There is going to be a meeting of energy experts here in Brussels on Wednesday, and it appears that more and more Europeans are now voicing their concerns about this becoming a prolonged conflict and it becoming an issue for them as well, because it is a reminder of what happened here during the Russia-Ukraine war, of European prices going up, and then across Europe, people really had to tighten their belts and feel the heat of these prices going up. So it is early days, but there are still many concerns that are already being raised across Europe.
Yeah, of course. Europeans have been told to wean themselves off of Russian oil and gas, and now all of a sudden they can't get it from the Middle East either. Certainly a tight spot they're in. Osama, thank you. All right, I want to head back to Katrina for a second. So, Katrina, I want to clarify a point. So, China has made no secret about the fact that it has this friendship, this relationship with Iran. Is it also, or is there a scenario where they could support Iran also militarily?
That's right. China is one of the few major economies that considers itself a friend of Tehran, and it certainly has influence with the regime. It is a major trading partner for Iran. It is a major buyer of Iranian oil. It buys up to 90% of all the oil that Iran exports. So many people have seen Beijing as really providing an economic lifeline to the regime. So I think it's fair to say that the regime in Iran does not want to antagonize Beijing, doesn't want to anger China. And it is clear, though, that the support that Beijing can provide to Iran, it's limited. It's limited to political support. It's limited to condemning Israel and Iran, possibly calling for more negotiations, calling for a ceasefire. But the extent to which China can actually pressure or influence or even constrain Iran's actions, I think it's fair to say that there are limits to that.
So, Jack, back to you in Seoul. I wonder, look, if Asia's not going to be able to get its oil from the Middle East, where are they going to get it? Presumably the United States may be one option. Is this likely to deepen reliance on the United States?
Well, they're looking at a variety of options at the moment. Of course, Australia can provide gas. There are other options, but everybody is scrambling for diversification at the moment. And the vulnerability is particularly acute here in East Asia, given that more than 70% of South Korea's oil comes from the Middle East. Most of that transported through the Strait of Hormuz, and for Japan, that is 90%. So they're extremely vulnerable to any sort of energy shock, but because of that, these countries also stockpile a lot of oil. So it's estimated that South Korea has about 195 million barrels stockpiled. Japan has an even larger amount. And they are saying, well, Japan is saying they can hold out for about 250 days, and South Korea not quite as long as that, but almost as long, and that is if oil is completely cut off. And they're hoping it doesn't come to that point because if there are shortages, they're hoping to just slowly bring these reserves into the market to stabilize prices and keep the prices down. But we are having the emergency meetings here about how to move forward with a stockpile strategy, but also how to diversify and find oil and gas from other sources. So that is the ongoing conversation. But, you know, the sign of just how vulnerable somewhere like South Korea is the fact that the stock market dipped more than 7% today. And that fall really relates to this vulnerability.
A lot of moving parts today. Jack, Katrina, Osama, thank you. Please keep us posted. Well, the U.S. and Israeli war in Iran is costing millions of dollars per day, and it's expected to cost hundreds of billions of dollars if it continues over the next several weeks. John Hendren reports.
3 American F-15 jets plunged to the ground in Kuwait. All 6 crew members eject to safety, but the jets, costing $94 million apiece, are lost. The human toll of war cannot truly be tallied.
Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families.
But the financial cost can be calculated, and they are in the billions of dollars and counting. 2 massive aircraft carrier strike groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, each cost $6.5 million a day to operate. That's $390 million a month. Some in Congress say the cost of President Trump's war is too high.
Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives.
The 37-hour strike on Iran's nuclear facilities in June, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, totaled $2.25 billion. This time, President Trump says the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. If so, costs are likely to range into the hundreds of billions. There is the cost of munitions. The bunker busters dropped on Iran's nuclear sites cost $10 million to $20 million apiece. For the sites targeted by Iranian bombs at American bases throughout the Middle East alone, rebuilding will cost millions, possibly billions. Those direct costs are all paid by American taxpayers, but as consumers, Americans and others will pay more in higher oil costs and in sinking stock values. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion on its military, more than any other country in the world, more than the next 9 countries combined, in fact. That's 3 times more than China, nearly 7 times more than Russia. And since 2001, the U.S. has spent an estimated $5.8 trillion, funding more than 2 decades of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan. And with the war in Iran, that tally is on the rise. How long the war lasts could be determined in part by how long Americans are willing to bear the financial and human toll of war. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Now, even as the Trump administration tries to sell its war to the American public, hundreds gathered in San Francisco to protest against the conflict on Monday. Demonstrators were rallying against the escalating attacks on Iran, but they were also calling for President Trump to resign. Some of those protesters are Iranian Americans who say their families are living under threat of airstrikes. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region.
We are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries, and the Americans and Israelis who are attacking us in every way, day and night. For the American bases in the region to move their soldiers to, for example, a hotel, it's natural that this causes an issue. We will use every method to defend our people. Our enemies attack us in many different ways, and we will do the same. In our view, this is not a regional war. This is a war between Iran and the U.S. that is unfortunately spread in the region.
All right, well, it is 11 a.m. GMT. This is Al Jazeera with continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Scott McLean. The Israeli military says it is carrying out simultaneous attacks at this hour on Iran and Lebanon. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting multiple cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. This is Beirut, where Israel says it's targeting Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has spoken, saying, quote, if Israel wants an open war, let it be an open war. Lebanon's president says the decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities is a sovereign and final decision. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing toward the Syrian border as the violence escalates. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and on U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have been seen in the skies of northern Israel. 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh, causing minor damage. Meanwhile, the U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. All right, we have correspondents following developments in Tehran, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Washington, D.C., Moscow, and here in Doha. But first, let's go straight to Zain Basravi, who is live for us in Doha. So, Zain, last hour, you said that there was some indications, again, please correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of moving parts, that there had been a strike in Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates, and there were also sirens blaring across Bahrain. Do we have any more information about either of those incidents?
What we understand from Fujairah is the government has put out a statement saying that there was an interception and falling debris seems to have caused a fire and some damage. No direct hit there. But this does illustrate that almost every city in the UAE has come under some kind of attack as part of Iran's retaliation for coming under attack by the United States and Israel. And today, on day 4 of this war, once again, multiple GCC countries caught up in this conflict, caught up in the line of fire, so to speak, at the embassy of the United States in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. This morning, they said to Americans to avoid the embassy until further notice due to an attack on the facility. Smoke was seen rising from the diplomatic corridor in that part of Riyadh, which houses a number of foreign missions. What we know is that there was minor material damage and a fire on the compound housing the U.S. embassy, and people were instructed to stay away from the area while the attack was ongoing. Oman put out a statement saying that once again the country's Duqm commercial port was hit by a drone attack today, and in Bahrain the IRGC claims to have used 20 drones and 3 missiles to destroy the U.S. Air Base's main command headquarters there. In Qatar overnight, once again the sound of loud booms of what the Ministry of Defense says were interceptions of 2 ballistic missiles that were fired by Iran. That happened around 2 a.m. local time, and Qatar saying that they were able to intercept those missiles before it entered Qatari space. And the Qatari Ministry of Interior urging people to remain indoors, to leave their residences only for emergencies, and to avoid proximity near windows or any exposed area as a precautionary measure while this conflict continues to be a threat to the cities in the GCC. In Muscat also, the U.S. Embassy issuing an order for its staff to shelter in place. So continuing to be a threat, these retaliatory strikes by Iran continue to pose a danger to cities in the GCC.
Zain, yesterday it seemed like the Iranian strategy was to go after oil facilities. Today it seems that U.S. embassies are on notice. Are we starting to see some patterns here?
It's difficult to say at this stage. What we understand from Iranian authorities is that a lot of their units are now operating in a decentralized way. So who's picking targets, what targets are being assessed as legitimate, it's unclear. But we can say that Iran has said all along that it will attack U.S. interests, U.S. assets, and anything it needs to illustrate to the people in the region, to the neighbors in the region, that if Iran is destabilized, it will destabilize the entire region. And that is what we're continuing to see play out on day 4 of the war.
All right, Mohammed Val is with us from Tehran as well. So, Mo, the death toll has now jumped up to 787. That's a big jump. What more do we know about the current situation in Iran? What has been hit today?
Well, after midnight, there were new waves of strikes against Tehran here. Police station in the western part of the city has been hit and a lot of damage. We have seen that in the pictures. And also the National TV Corporation has been hit several times, its vicinity and parts of its buildings. This is in Tehran, as far as we know, but also in other cities. Several other cities have been bombarded, including in Isfahan. That's a place that is repeatedly being hit, where some very strategic nuclear facilities for Iran are located, including Natanz. It's a non-stop campaign across Iran, almost on an hourly basis. But right now, we're not hearing sounds of explosions here in Tehran, but it is a continuous situation. On the other hand, the Iranians have announced the 15th wave of what they call True Promise 4 campaign to defend the country. And they talked about 10 targets across the region, including the Sheikh Isa U.S. Air Base in Bahrain. And they mentioned that that base has been completely destroyed.
So, Mohammed, we've gotten a statement from the International Atomic Energy Agency. It says that based on the latest available satellite imagery, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequence expected and no additional impact detected at FEP itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. So, do we have any response from the Iranian authorities? And I also wonder, yesterday the IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, said that his understanding is that Iran's stockpile of nuclear material, some of it refined to 60%, is being stored in Isfahan. Do we know more about how that material is being safeguarded?
Well, look, Iran is very, very, very secretive about its nuclear program, and it's even secretive about the targets that are being hit here in this war, even in the non-nuclear targets, let alone the nuclear targets. They haven't released any specific information about either the damage in Natanz or in Isfahan, or the details of how much fuel has been reached or hurt or destroyed and so on. That's a state policy to be secretive about it. But we know that the Natanz, and particularly and broadly speaking, Isfahan has been in the news, mentioned here by sources here in Iran, that it has been hit repeatedly, almost from day one. And you can only expect that if it has been targeted several times in 4 days, there might be damage in those facilities.
All right, let's turn to the situation now in Lebanon. The Israeli military says it's striking Hezbollah sites in Beirut. A senior Hezbollah official has just spoken, saying, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." It comes after Israel's defense minister said the military had been authorized to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon. The Lebanese president has also spoken, saying that his decision to ban Hezbollah's military activities is a sovereign and final decision. Al Jazeera's Zainer Hodder went to a southern suburb of Beirut shortly after it was targeted by an Israeli strike and sent us this report.
We are in Beirut's southern suburbs at the site of one of those Israeli airstrikes. At 6 a.m. this morning, 3 buildings were leveled to the ground behind me. We cannot approach the area because we are being prevented from doing so. But as you can see, firefighters are here to try to put off the flames. The thick smoke in the distance. I saw 3 buildings leveled to the ground, and these strikes keep coming in. It started it started yesterday following Hezbollah's launching of a salvo of missiles and drones towards Israel, basically opening a front. And since then, the Israeli military has been doing what it promised to do, and that is to intensify strikes. Beirut's southern suburbs has been repeatedly hit. In fact, this area back in late 2024 was repeatedly hit during the last major confrontation. The Israeli army also hitting targets in the south of the country, issuing continuous evacuation orders for people to leave villages across southern Lebanon. And as of late, we were just talking earlier about the Israeli defense minister's statement issuing a decision or an order for the military to take additional positions in Lebanon along that border. So the Israeli pressure campaign continues. You can see these airstrikes are continuing, targeting residential buildings in the southern suburbs of Beirut.
All right, I just want to show you live pictures right now. This is the southern suburbs of Beirut, the neighborhood of Dahia, where you can see smoke rising into the sky. This area has been targeted throughout the course of the last several hours and yesterday as well with Israeli airstrikes. So as we keep those pictures up, I just want to go to Noor O'Day, who is following the situation from the occupied West Bank. So Noor, what more do we know about what the Israelis have been targeting specifically inside Lebanon? And conversely, what do we know about what Hezbollah has struck or attempted to strike in Israel?
Well, let's start with what the Israelis are striking in Lebanon, Scott, as you asked. And the Israeli army says it targeted 40 different sites of the Qard al-Hassan institutions, a financial institution closely linked with Hezbollah, but it also claims to have targeted and assassinated several key commanders in Hezbollah, as well as one commander in the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Now, this has been happening over the past 24 hours. This campaign is expected to escalate. Israel claims that Hezbollah continues to have thousands of rockets and missiles, and that it will continue this campaign until the group is completely crushed. And to that end, it is authorizing the Israeli army to occupy additional Lebanese territory, to create a so-called buffer zone in Lebanese territory to protect northern communities, which did come under fire from Hezbollah-fired rockets and drones overnight this morning and yesterday. There was structural damage reported in several locations, but no injuries, no serious injuries reported among Israelis. But this is almost a nightmare deja vu, if you will, for Israelis. The communities in northern Israel having left in their thousands during the last confrontation between Israel and Hezbollah, and the fear now that if this escalates, then these, northern communities like Mtille, like Kiryat Shmone, all those communities that are still recovering might have hard decisions ahead.
So, Noor, with Israeli boots on the ground in Lebanon, do we have a sense of the scope of this operation and what the Israelis are actually hoping to achieve here?
Well, look, invading Lebanon, carrying out an additional assault on Hezbollah was on the books, was on the table for Israel even before it launched this war on Iran. There were discussions about this, and there were diplomatic efforts to push back to not let Israel carry out this attack. And now we're here. There is no time frame, and the Israeli defense minister and prime minister have been very clear. There will be no time limit put on the effort to confront and potentially crush Hezbollah, as the intended claim seems to be, or the intended goal seems to be. In the meantime, the confrontation with Iran is also escalating. And despite early optimism in the first day, when Israel claimed responsibility for the assassination of the supreme leader, the Israeli defense establishment has been careful to kind of trickle messages to the public that this will take weeks, that they should brace themselves, promising at the same time to continue pounding targets in Iran that would degrade the country's ability to strike missiles, specifically in the western part of Iran, where Israel believes most of those missiles are being struck at Israel. Now, that has not really panned out yet. We've seen several incidents, several volleys from Iran hitting Israel, spanning a very large area from Netanya in the north all the way to Ashkelon in the southern coast, and also across the central Israel area and covering much of the occupied West Bank, Israeli military bases and illegal settlements in the West Bank, areas in Israel that are quite strategic, involving military industrial complex and factories, air bases, and so on. There was structural damage again reported in several buildings and up to 4 Israelis injured. Nothing that we know of more than that. But again, what we see as far as the damage is concerned is what the Israeli military sensor is clearing, and those images are very limited.
Noor, sit tight for a second. I just want to play some sound from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been defending his decision to attack Iran alongside the United States. Listen.
This is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions, first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether. And I think peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia would be really possible and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it.
You've covered this region for a long time. You know it extremely well. What surprised me yesterday is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, coming right out and saying that the United States went to war with Iran effectively because Israel decided to go to war with Iran. So the decision was not America's, the decision was Israel's. Maybe you can help explain to our viewers why a small country, not a particularly resource-rich country with, I think, only around 9 million people, why it holds so much sway over the United States and why it can effectively tell one of the world's great superpowers what to do.
Well, and it's a recipient of over $20 billion in the past 2 years of military aid from the United States, Scott. And this question about how much influence Israel has is really one that has been hotly debated, especially since the onset of the genocide. There are a lot of explanations, but at this point, Netanyahu is trying to avoid that question, to do some damage control and to promise Americans this is not going to take as long as they fear. At the end of the day, what it boils down to is that American admission that the U.S. joined Israel in an attack that Netanyahu has sought for decades. Regime change has been Netanyahu's central goal for decades, ever since he started his political career. And now he has ideological allies in the Trump administration who can do his bidding, who can convince Donald Trump, who can, push that agenda. At least that is the understanding in Israel. Now, even though Benjamin Netanyahu said these things to U.S. media outlets, his defense minister, just in the past 24 hours, was saying, look, we want a regime change in Iran, but that doesn't mean we're seeking a democracy there. And that's why this is not going to take a long time. We need to put somebody who's friendly to Israel, regardless of the ramifications. And now we have the U.S. To back us up, and that's why this is going to work. So there are a lot of contradicting messages. One said in English to the U.S. public to help out allies in Washington, specifically Donald Trump, and others said in Hebrew to the Israeli public, worried about diminishing defense missiles stockpiles, worried about the economy, worried about their own safety, assuring them that this is also going to be worth it.
Okay, let's go over to Rosalyn Jordan, who's with us from Washington. So Rosalyn, look, was there ever a scenario where the United States would actually say to Israel, actually, if you decide to strike Iran, you're on your own? Or was that just politically unpalatable or impossible in Washington?
It's been considered generally unpalatable here in Washington, but that message was delivered apparently during the Obama administration. People who will recall that period know that the U.S. President Barack Obama and Benjamin Netanyahu, who was prime minister at the time, did not get along, did not like each other. And it all stemmed from the U.S. trying to broker some sort of peace accord between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And that effort went down in flames rather early during the Obama's first term. Now, because of the ongoing concerns about existential threats to Israel's existence, the U.S. has long pledged and has long spent billions of dollars to help support Israel protect itself, particularly from Iranian threats. But there have been quiet treaties, I should say, to the Israelis to not poke the bear, as it were, even though it might have been politically palatable for Netanyahu to do so in order to shore up his domestic political standing. That said, the suggestions that the U.S. Was only getting involved against Iran because Israel was intent upon attacking it again doesn't really hold a lot of water, because the Trump administration had been signaling itself for months since coming back to power a year ago, January, that it was not happy with Iran's posture in the Middle East and worldwide. It had been sanctioning Iran for supporting groups such as Hezbollah and Hamas. It had been sanctioning Iran as well for trying to expand its nuclear program, both civilian and reportedly military. And so this is not a case simply of Israel's basically telling the United States what to do. There was an ample appetite coming from the Trump administration to do something of a kinetic nature rather than simply rely on diplomacy in order to resolve one of the big issues which had been recently under negotiation, Iran's nuclear ambitions.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Rosalind, I want to read you something that was written on X by Abbas Araghchi. He said, Mr. Rubio, meaning the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, admitted what we all knew. U.S. has entered a war of choice on behalf of Israel. There was never any so-called Iranian threat. Shedding of both American and Iranian blood is thus on the Israel firsters. So again, Abbas Araghchi is the Iranian foreign minister. But I wonder if you can give us a sense of how many Americans would agree with that statement.
There are some, particularly on the political left, who would agree with that assessment. There are some on the far right that would agree with that assessment. There are others who believe that protecting Israel as what they call the only democracy in the greater Middle East is a moral obligation for the U.S. government. So this is not it's not a unified view. It's certainly one that is controversial here in Washington. It certainly does spark a lot of political debate, especially up on Capitol Hill. But is this the kind of thing that you're going to see the U.S. public writ large agreeing to? I don't think so.
All right, Rosalind, thank you. Well, the UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It is also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. Obeida Hitto joins us now from the border. So, Obeida, what are you seeing there? Who is primarily crossing this border? And I wonder just what it tells us about the situation that we are in, given that people inside Lebanon, which has for the longest time been considered relatively safe, are now crossing into Syria, a country that has been at war up until recently.
Absolutely. The tables have certainly turned. And it's important to note here that Lebanon has the highest ratio of refugee to population in the world. 1 in 4 people in Lebanon today are refugees. But now that might change because, as you're seeing behind me, hundreds of people are arriving every hour here in Syria on the Syrian-Lebanese border. This is something we've seen since the early hours of the morning. Yesterday, 11,000 people entered into Syria from 2 different border crossings, one here in Jdeida and then another one in Jusia in the Homs province. But officials say they expect the numbers of arrivals to increase as the situation in Lebanon continues to escalate. What you're seeing here is families that have gathered all of their belongings. I've spoken to many of these families. Some of them have been on the road for more than 24 hours since the initial bombing started in Lebanon. They've been on the road trying to get to the border crossing and then waited for many hours on the other side in Lebanon to cross over. Now they're entering. Most of the people that you're seeing here are Syrians, women, children. There's sick people, elderly people. There are also Lebanese citizens. There are also other foreigners that we've seen cross crossing the border from Lebanon into Syria. The Syrian government and authorities here say that the rules for Lebanese citizens crossing over into Syria have not changed. There are certain conditions that they need to meet. There is not a humanitarian exception yet for Lebanese citizens to cross into Syria. But what we are seeing is hundreds of Syrians crossing back into their country after spending some of them many years, most of the last 14 or 15 years inside Lebanese territory. But that doesn't mean things are getting better in Lebanon. And for the people who haven't crossed yet, as the Israeli strikes escalate and continue to attack places near the border, especially with these recent evacuation orders from Israel for the border areas in southern Lebanon, I expect that more Syrians are going to be arriving in the coming hours and days. And unfortunately for the people here, they're exhausted. They've been on the road. It's the fasting month of Ramadan. This is something that they were not expecting, and it's something that they're likely going to have to deal with for the coming days and possibly weeks.
All right, Obeda, thank you. I want to show our viewers some new pictures that we have in. This is of an Israeli strike on the southern suburbs of Beirut, and you can hear the explosion as it happens. Listen. All right, looks like we missed the sound there, but the sound there in the southern suburbs of Beirut, these strikes have been happening over and over for several hours now, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that situation. In the meantime, Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, has questioned America's justification behind launching an attack on Iran. Listen.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
Now, Lavrov also said the escalating conflict in the Middle East risks sending nuclear proliferation out of control. All right, let's go to Dmitry Medvedenko, who's with us from Moscow. So, Dmitry, what else are the Russians saying? And also, given the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is now effectively closed, that Qatar, for instance, has suspended production of LNG, are the Russians expecting to essentially profit from this conflict with Iran?
Good question, Scott. Let's go through them one by one. First of all, Lavrov there, apart from the things that we've just heard him say, also had a "we need to talk" kind of speech about Russia and the United States needing to have a comprehensive conversation. Let me read a quote to you. "I have no doubt that the time has come for a principled and comprehensive conversation on how the United States sees the world, how it sees itself in that world, and what role it assigns to everyone else." Basically questioning the fact that, the United States hasn't presented a very much valid case as to the justification for its war. Now, the Kremlin has also said today that Moscow is trying to act as a mediator between Iran and the Gulf states. The Russian President Vladimir Putin had phone conversations with the leaders of the UAE, of Qatar, of Bahrain, and of Saudi Arabia. And in those conversations, basically, the sides agreed that hostilities need to stop, and also Putin pledged to pass on the information to Iran, and they're in regular contact with Iran about concerns about strikes on infrastructure, for example. And the Kremlin today was asked, is this basically a mediator role? And Dmitry Peskov, the spokesperson, said, well, yes, essentially it is. Putin is trying to do whatever he can to at least somewhat alleviate the situation. Now, when it comes to your second question, there's already been reports that India is potentially trying to increase imports of Russian oil. It has been warned by the United States before that if it continues to buy Russian oil, it's one of the three countries that essentially are buying Russian oil: China, India, and Turkey, and Turkey. India has basically said that it hopes that the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz will, somewhat gloss over the fact that, Trump's ire about India buying Russian oil. So in the end, Moscow could end up winning in the sense of there are so many countries right now that need more energy resources, and Russia is obviously capable of providing them.
All right, Dimitri, thank you. All right, I believe we have live pictures from the southern suburbs of Beirut, where again, Israeli planes or Israel missiles, not sure which, continue to pound the area. This is obviously a very densely populated area. The Israelis say that they are going after Hezbollah leaderships, Hezbollah fighters in there, and we continue to see smoke rising up from, again, this very densely populated area. We know that obviously the Israelis are also in a position today where they have troops on the ground inside of southern Lebanon, clearly escalating the situation with not only the strikes on Beirut, but also with the boots on the ground. We're going to stay on these pictures for a second, and we are going to bring in Zaina. Sorry, we're not going to bring in. Okay, we are going to bring in Zaina Hodder, who is standing by for us in Beirut. So, Zaina, what else can you tell us about what you're seeing and what the targets may have been here?
Well, in the past few minutes, there's been 2 Israeli airstrikes. We're going to show you the smoke in the distance, one after another. And both these strikes happened without prior warning. There are times when the Israeli military issues evacuation orders, telling people to leave before they carry out the strike. But these 2 strikes came without prior warning. In the past, not just over the past 24 hours, but in the past few months, strikes without prior warnings usually mean they are targeted assassinations, that the Israeli military has a target and they don't want to give any warning. As I'm speaking to you, Israeli drones buzzing overhead. This is still very much a conflict that is only escalating. The Israeli military yesterday promised to launch offensive operations against Hezbollah, promised Hezbollah that they're going to pay dearly for firing rockets across the border in retaliation for the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. So this pressure campaign continues. Many people who live in those residential neighborhoods have made their way out of the area in search of safety. The situation is very similar in the south of the country. Much of the south has been declared no-go areas by the Israeli military. They've issued evacuation orders for dozens of villages, and people have been making their way further north. So this is all part of a pressure campaign. The Israelis saying that they want to destroy Hezbollah, but by bombarding buildings, that is not going to destroy a group. This is not the first conflict between these warring sides. There have been numerous conflicts in recent decades. But what the Israeli military is trying to do is put enough pressure in the hope that Hezbollah will surrender and agree to disarm. But as of yet, there is no indication that the group intends to do so.
All right. Zaina, thank you. All right, Qatar's foreign minister has been giving a briefing. Let's listen.
At the very beginning, I'm not going to go into the details and the escalation in this period from Iran and the latest development since the start of the aggression against Qatar last Saturday. The state of Qatar has been hit with 3 missiles, cruise, 101 ballistic missiles, 79 drones, and that have been intercepted. As you know, some establishments in Mesaid and Ras Laffan have been targeted. Industrial complex has been targeted, and in Mesaid and in Ras Laffan, vital tanks and infrastructure has been targeted, and the technical evaluation is being done now to continue working in these establishments. And as you said, the Qatar Energy statement, the production has been stopped for the safety of the staff and employees in this location. Regarding the diplomatic moves recently, the state of Qatar has witnessed an active diplomatic moves, and Qatar received 88 phone calls from leaders, prime ministers, and foreign ministers, and His Highness the Emir received 34 phone calls from different leaders of the world, and the Prime Minister received 27 phone calls, and Sultan bin Said, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs also, and Mr. Saleh Al-Khalifi and the Minister of Foreign Affairs received more than 13 contacts from their counterparts. And the state of Qatar has, the foreign ministry has summoned Saleh Al-Abadi, ambassador of Iran, and Qatar expressed to him its total rejection to these aggression that is complete violation to the international law and the international agreements. Dr. Mohammed bin Abdul Saleh Al-Khalifi confirmed to the Iranian ambassador that the repeat of these aggressions is against the good neighborhood between the two countries, and this will lead to a deterioration of mutual and bilateral relations between both countries. And a memorandum has been sent to the Iranian embassy to express the rejection of the state of Qatar. The GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions, and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries, and the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter. Also, statements have been issued where Qatar expressed its complete rejection to this aggression, and on the GCC countries, and an aggression on a mediator is an aggression on the mediation in itself that is being played by Oman. Also, they condemned the state of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and the U.S. have condemned in a statement the Iranian attacks, and the statement considered this escalation, this aggression, as an escalation in the region. Also, condolences messages have been sent to the Kuwaiti government, and the foreign ministry confirmed its full support to the Kuwaiti people in this regard. Also, the state of Qatar yesterday sent a message to Antonio Guterres and Michael Walters, the American permanent representative to the United Nations, regarding the Iranian aggression against Qatar, that is against the territory safety of Qatar and against the peace and stability in the region. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. We have some questions regarding the Iranian aggression on Qatar. Is Qatar going to hit back. The Qatari Ministry of Defense announced that 2 planes have been dropped. So what's the fate of the crew? Also, a Mossad cell was arrested. What are the details regarding the statement of Araghchi, the Iranian minister? So these statements were not true, they are false, and also there were no warning or arrangement. Qatar was surprised by these unjustified attacks. I'd like to say that they are not targeting military establishment or American interests in Qatar, but they are targeting the country and the territories of Qatar. This is not acceptable at all. So many missiles launched against Qatar were against Qatari interests and against certain areas within Qatar and against our vital establishments like what happened in Mas'aid and Ras Lafan. And the Qatari armed forces have dealt with all these missiles and aggression without losses. If the Iranian foreign minister Araghchi spoke about a warning contact with Qatar, it was the last time, not this time. It was a contact regarding the reaction. They did not say when, they did not say what. And at that particular time, we have said to Araghchi, and we have said this time to the Iranian ambassador, that this aggression will never be dealt in a positive way from our side. And we have the right to reply. When the Iranians attacked Al Adid base last time, the state of Qatar preferred to support a ceasefire because Qatar has put the security of the region on top of its agenda, despite the fact that it's our right to reply. We are still monitoring the situation, but these attacks will never go without a reply. Regarding the planes that we dropped yesterday, the planes crossed the Qatari space, and we gave the pilots a warning according to the rules, and these flights are being targeted, and still we are looking for the crews. Regarding the Mossad cell, we have no information about this right now. Question from Qatar TV. What is the formal assessment about the readiness of the country and the classification of the aggression? As you know, this aggression, particularly what happened yesterday, is a dangerous escalation, and thank Allah Almighty, we managed to deal with all these aggressions through the Sukhoi and the missiles in night time. We managed to deal with them and to drop them. And this is a good opportunity to express our thanks and appreciation to the Qatari armed forces who have proved that Qatar is strong enough and is always against anyone who wants to attack Qatar, to attack the citizens, or to attack the residents. And Qatar has proved its readiness in this regard and in this connection, and no one can represent a threat to its security. This is a fact that has been seen during the last days. As we said and as mentioned in the statement that was issued yesterday, we still have our ability to and readiness to deal with the threat at any moment. The Qatari armed forces have proved its ability to deal with these threats. We are quite ready to take care of the citizens and the residents. This is your responsibility in the media to not to circulate these wrong information. It's your job, your media people, to stop these false things. And our dealing with our allies and our partners, we exchange these matters with all our partners in the region and outside the region, so as to have a full coordination regarding the defensive system in the state of Qatar. This system is being discussed in all transparency.
All right, so what you've been listening to is a press briefing by the Minister of Foreign Affairs here in Qatar that wrapped up minutes ago. Laura Han was at that press briefing listening in. So, Laura, what did we learn? What is the takeaway here?
Well, there were so many points said by Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, the Foreign Ministry spokesperson. Now, let's first of all look at these jets that were scrambled and the first seemingly air-to-air combat that happened over Qatari waters. Now, they said that the Iranians had sent over some jets. They had given them a warning. First of all, they had scrambled their own jets. And when they continued the trajectory towards Doha, that's when they fired upon them, and they said the status of the pilots is, as of yet, unknown. I actually asked in this press briefing if Iran was continuing to cross red lines, what would they do? Are there any concrete measures that they're going to take against them? And Dr. Al-Ansari essentially said, all red lines have been crossed, from the north to the south of Qatar, from attacking energy all the way to attacking Hamad International Airport, which is a huge hub of international travel. He said that all of these attacks had been thwarted and both the staff and the airport have remained safe. But he said that thousands of passengers have been stranded across Qatar. They are taking good care of them. They've put them up in hotels. They've extended visas. But he also said just to look out for any misinformation and to continue to follow the ministry's advice and guidance, and mainly is to take shelter when they say. But he did say that they have all right to retaliation under UN Charter Article 51. If these attacks continue, there are plans. He cannot give them out yet, but they are, of course, taking this incredibly seriously, saying they have no connection, no contact with Iran at the moment.
All right, Laura Han monitoring things for us from the Foreign Ministry in Doha. Laura, thank you. Meanwhile, 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The attack caused a small fire and some minor damage. Let's take a look now at some of the missiles that Iran is actually using in some of these attacks. So the Shahab-1 and Fateh-110 are considered short-range, traveling about 300 kilometers. The Rod 500, the Shahab-2, and the Fateh-313 can reach targets nearly 500 kilometers away, while the Dezful and Qadr missile systems have a range of nearly 1,000 kilometers. And the Shahab-3 is estimated to reach targets of roughly 1,300 kilometers away. In the longer range, the Horam Shahr, Qadr, and Sejil missiles can reach up to 2,000 kilometers away. Okay, Wolfgang Pustai is a security policy and defense analyst. He joins us now from Vienna. So, Wolfgang, those longer range missiles, the ones that can reach 2,000 kilometers, obviously that covers a huge range of the Middle East. Do we know anything more about Iran's stockpile, how big their stockpile is of those types of missiles?
Yes, Iran has probably a couple of hundred medium-range ballistic missiles left, which can reach Israel, and some of them are even able to reach as far as Greece. But the problem of the challenge for Iran is that they have only a few dozen of so-called transporter erector launchers, of launching vehicles left, and they need these vehicles to launch the missiles. And this means that the number of missiles within an individual salvo fired against Israel is limited to about 15 to 13 missiles, and this makes the defense for Israel much more easier.
So a lot of people in this region are wondering when on earth they're going to be able to fly again. Obviously, as Laura Hahn, my colleague, was explaining, there are a lot of people who are stranded here in Doha. Also, there are people stranded in places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi and parts of Saudi Arabia as well. I wonder, just from a logistical standpoint, is there a scenario where airports may be able to open airspace given these missiles are flying around sort of unpredictably?
Well, the statement of the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs just recently was very discouraging for Iran. It made clear that Qatar and probably also the other Gulf states are still able to defend themselves. It made clear that Qatar is about planning an own retaliation, something that Iran definitely wants to avoid. And it made clear that Qatar will not give in to the pressure of Iran to lobby in Washington for ending the war. And all this makes the political means that it doesn't really make, from a political point of view, for Iran sense to continue the attacks on civilian targets in Qatar and the other states. So if this message and other replies work, then we might see an end of the drone and missile strikes in the near future.
So if the Gulf countries were to actually provide a response, a military response to Iran targeting its civilian facilities, what would you expect that to look like?
In this case, it would make sense from a military point of view to target first and foremost the drone launching sites and to target the short-range ballistic missile launching sites and the missile storages. These targets are not really, for the time being, attacked by the Americans and by the Israelis, who are focusing more on more strategic targets further up in the north. So it would make sense, and Qatar and the other air forces in the region have certainly the capability to attack these targets efficiently. And this is something Tehran doesn't really need. They have enough troubles. They don't need to have the Qatari Air Force also against them. And again, the message of your Ministry of Foreign Affairs was a very positive one, a very clear one. We'll see if Tehran understands it.
So, Wolfgang, we have seen strikes in Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. But one of the places that is missing from this list is Turkey. Obviously, Turkey is home to a U.S. airbase. It has a large presence of U.S. troops there. Are you surprised that that has been spared thus far? And do you expect that it could be targeted at some point in the future?
No, I'm not surprised for two reasons. The first one is Turkey is a NATO member. This means any attack on Turkey would bring in the whole power of the European NATO nations. The Americans are already involved. And this is something that Tehran also cannot need, like a war with the Gulf states. And the second reason is that Turkey's President Erdogan is someone who might be able to mediate between Tehran and Washington. Let me stress very briefly another point. Some of the strikes, especially very early in the war, were probably launched by drone battery commanders without the direct approval from Tehran, like the first strikes on Oman, because the chain of command was disrupted and the drone commanders have a huge amount of autonomy to select their own targets. Nevertheless, what is happening now, especially in Qatar and Bahrain, is certainly an organized campaign approved and facilitated by the command in Tehran.
So we have been monitoring live pictures coming out of Beirut, and if we can bring them up, that would be great, showing smoke rising from the southern suburbs of Beirut. And obviously the Israelis have been hammering this area, trying to really send a message. And in response to these Hezbollah or attempted attacks from Hezbollah, and I wonder, from a military standpoint, Hezbollah used to be really quite a formidable fighting force. It's obviously been weakened over the course of these 2 years. Sorry, we just got to hit pause on this for 1 second. We're going to go to a press conference now at the United Arab Emirates. Let's listen in.
The country and its sovereignty. We will deal with certain items, and the first of which is the latest military and field development. The Emirati defense systems have dealt with the Iranian aggression with 186 ballistic missiles launched against our country. We destroyed 172 missiles, 13 of them fall in the sea, and 1 missile dropped on our territories. We have monitored 812 Iranian drones. We intercept 155, and we managed to intercept 755 of these drones. 8 missiles have been also intercepted, but there are certain losses. 3 persons have lost their lives and 68 minor injuries, plus some damage in other establishments. We here want to point out that the sounds listened in different parts of the country are the result of the interception of our defensive systems to the Iranian missiles and also to the drones.
الجاهزية الكاملة والخطط الاستباقية التي تنفذها قواتنا المسلحة والأجهزة المعنية في مختلف القطاعات. الأمر الذي أدى إلى التصدي بفعالية وكفاءة
helpful in facing effectively to all the types of the threats coming from Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers everywhere, we will show you a short video regarding the interception of the Emirati F-16 and Mirage 2000 to the aggressions of Iran. There are drones and helicopters, and this is a video of how we managed to face hundreds of attacks during the last 4 days that are coming from Iran. Also, I'd like to show you some of the remnants of these drones that have been destroyed by the Emirati defense systems. This is a ballistic missile that has been destroyed like hundreds of other similar missiles. This is the Rafale missile that represents also a threat, and it's difficult to deal with, but our forces managed to intercept these missiles and to destroy them by our defense system in the Emirates. Also, this is the Shahed 136 drone. We have intercepted hundreds of these drones. Also, this type of Shahed 107, in addition to Shahed 238, we have managed to intercept dozens of these drones and destroy them within the last 4 days. Let's move now to another aspect, which is the repercussions of intercepting these aggression from Iran. We need at the very beginning to confirm that all the damage, little damage that happened is not because of the success of the attacks, of the aggression. but it's because of the defense systems of the Emirati success in intercepting these missiles. And the shrapnel were here and there. That's why most of the damage and most of the casualties, not because direct attacks against the country, but it's because of the shrapnel, because we managed to effectively and professionally and according to the rules of engagement to intercept these drones and these missiles. Our defense systems have managed to deal with the enemies at the right time, and this has helped us to minimize the damage and the numbers of casualties. Following the interception of the missiles and drones coming from Iran, before arriving to their targets, the concerned agencies, according to the specialization, have done their own evaluation throughout the places where shrapnel are present. The ambulance people have done a great job, and all the procedures the preemptive have been taken in order to make sure the safety of all the citizens and the residents, according to the cooperation between the concerned parties. Finally, the readiness of the armed forces to face any attacks. The armed forces of the Emirates are monitoring 24/7 the developments that might hit the sovereignty of the state, the territorial sovereignty, and the armed forces have taken effective steps, and the spread of the defense system, the readiness of our armed forces, boosting the monitoring systems and early warning systems so as to be on full alert to protect the country and its sovereignty. Also, we have managed to increase integration between the military units within a unified command in order to make sure that the missions are done at the right time and the proper time to face any threats. Our armed forces have proved very effective and mission, and have proved very effective operation, and they have quickly managed to defend our country. Our readiness based on our developed defense systems and the very sophisticated weaponry, very good coordination between all the types of the armed forces. We have our own plans. We developed our own plans. We have our comprehensive strategy in this regard. The armed forces confirm that they are quite ready to face all the threats, to abort all the threats, whatsoever the nature of these threats, and they will never hesitate in taking the necessary steps in order to protect the security of the country and the stability of the country. And thank you.
All right, we've been listening there to Major General Abdul Nasser Al-Hamidi, the UAE's Ministry of Defense spokesperson, giving an update on what the UAE has been doing to defend itself against Iran's attacks. The Major General saying there that the UAE managed to successfully intercept drones and missiles sent by Iran, over 100 drones. He said that most of the damage and casualties in the UAE was caused by shrapnel, and added that the United Arab Emirates is prepared and ready to combat any aggression from Iran. It's just gone past 12 GMT, 3 p.m. here in Doha. I'm Fuliba Thibault with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflicts between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. The latest developments: the Israeli military says it is carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities on Tuesday. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. Thousands of people are fleeing towards the Syrian border as the violence escalates. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced and are seeking shelter within Lebanon. And Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East for a fourth day. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across the country since Israel and the U.S. attacked Iran on Saturday. In Iran, at least 787 people have been killed across the country since Saturday, according to the Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting multiple cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. And in Saudi Arabia, 2 drones have hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, causing minor damage. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Well, we have a team of correspondents around the world following the latest developments in Tehran, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Washington, D.C., Moscow, and here in Doha. We begin in Beirut, where Al Jazeera's Zaina Khodr is. Zaina, so more Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What have you been seeing, and what is Israel targeting at this hour?
Well, in the past few minutes, there were 2 Israeli airstrikes targeting 2 buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the area behind me. They were just minutes apart, and they came without prior warning. Usually, Israeli attacks that don't come with prior warning are targeted assassinations. Minutes later, the Israeli army said that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have any independent confirmation as of yet, but we've seen this happen more than once. This is not the first conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Late in 2024, Israel launched a wide-scale attack against Hezbollah, targeting areas where it has influence, targeting areas where its senior leadership, its military commanders live. We also saw them assassinate the longtime leader, the Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah, in those neighborhoods. So Israel saying that they killed a military commanders. Hezbollah is under a lot of pressure as Israel continues to escalate strikes, not just in Beirut's southern suburbs, but across southern Lebanon. The Israeli military has issued evacuation orders for dozens of villages. People are on the move. There is a humanitarian crisis, a mass displacement crisis. But at the same time, Hezbollah remaining defiant. It did open up the front when it fired, rockets and drones across the border in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian leader Ali Khamenei yesterday. But since then, it has claimed responsibility for a number of attacks across the border. So Hezbollah remaining defiant, and Israel saying that it is promising to escalate and intensify strikes.
Noor Odeh in the occupied West Bank in Ramallah. So as we heard there, Israel stepping up its attacks against Hezbollah in Beirut, but also we're hearing that there are boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, but the Israelis for now refusing to call this a ground operation. What is the scope of this operation, and what is the aim?
Well, fully, Israel had retained a part of Lebanese territory even after breaching that ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah back in November 2024. It occupied a territory. Now it wants to occupy even more. And it's part of Israel's military doctrine of extraterritorially creating buffer zones to ensure the protection of northern communities. That's basically basically the Israeli narrative. Now, we've seen drones and rockets fired from Lebanon, presumably from Hezbollah. Some damage has been reported in northern communities. And remember, the last time there was a confrontation with Hezbollah, tens of thousands of Israelis had to flee those northern communities. So at the moment, this military doctrine in Israel is in full play. The Israeli forces have been authorized to take up additional Lebanese territory to clear the way, to clear the area of residents, and hence those forced displacement, forced evacuation orders sent to dozens of Lebanese villages and towns in the south, and that is expected to continue and escalate. The Israeli army is not putting a time limit on its efforts to, quote-unquote, crush Hezbollah once and for all.
Zaina Khoda, what is happening in those southern Lebanese villages, and how is the Lebanese state responding?
Well, according to the United Nations peacekeeping force, which is deployed in southern Lebanon, they observed Israeli troops advance into Lebanese territories in a number of positions before they retreated south of the Blue Line. The Blue Line, the border between Lebanon and Israel, which has still to be defined and agreed between the two sides. Now, what has been happening in southern Lebanon since that ceasefire came into force is that Israel set up 5 hilltop positions, now controlling approximately 10 square kilometers of Lebanese territory in violation of that ceasefire agreement. But they don't only control those positions, they control the area around the positions. They have buffer zones in that area. People cannot approach those areas. We've been there numerous times since that ceasefire happened. You see villages leveled to the ground. No reconstruction has begun. Any attempt to reconstruct homes, excavators are targeted. Construction material is targeted. So the feeling here is this is just a part of the pressure campaign that the Israeli military is putting to create some sort of a buffer zone. And people in Lebanon are concerned that even though Israel justify this as defensive measures, they are worried that Israel is creating some sort of de facto reality along the border. And with the Israeli defense minister saying that the army has been instructed to take control of additional positions along that border, it only means that Israel intends to occupy more territory, which in many ways gives Hezbollah the justification to retain arms. It's one of the reasons why it has been refusing to disarm, telling the Lebanese government that you have not been able to end Israel's occupation of Lebanese territory.
Zaina Khoda in Beirut. Meanwhile, the UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. Obaida Hito is at the border between Lebanon and Syria. What are you seeing there, Obaida? Who is coming into Syria?
Well, what we're seeing is thousands of people crossing the border from Lebanon into Syria. The vast majority of them Syrian citizens who are refugees in Lebanon, but now they are crossing into their country once again. You can see behind me this long line of vehicles that keeps flowing through the border crossing in front of this administrative building. Families have been coming into Syria consistently throughout the day. You can see them unloading from this van here that's been provided by the Land and Seaports General Authority, and they're helping people reach the entrance to the border crossing to this administrative building where people are going to process their paperwork. Officials here tell us that Lebanese citizens are not being allowed in as refugees as of yet. Any Lebanese citizen that has a doctor's appointment or a predetermined reason to be here or some kind of familial relation with another Syrian citizen can enter into Syria at this point, but the large majority of people that are entering are Syrians. The ones that I've spoken to are exhausted. Most of them have been on the road for more than 24 hours since the initial strikes. They had a lot of difficulty to try and get to the actual border crossing, and then they've been waiting to get across. Overnight, 11,000 people crossed from Lebanon into Syria, and today we're seeing hundreds of more people crossing. There has been a significant significant increase over the last 2 hours of people flowing into the country. The authorities here in Syria say they are ready to accept all the Syrians that are returning to Syria, but they recognize the fact that the situation on the Lebanese side of the border is escalating. The attacks are growing more violent, and there are more calls by Israel for evacuations in the areas bordering Syria, especially in southern Lebanon. So they recognize the humanitarian crisis that's growing here on the border, and that's unfortunate for these people who have been displaced in Lebanon for many years, and now they're returning to the country under these conditions. So it's unclear for people here how things are going to go moving forward. But for now, things are calm, but very busy here on the Syrian-Lebanese border.
Yeah, it is quite significant, isn't it, that these people who fled Syria to seek refuge in Lebanon are now having to go back because of the violence in Lebanon. Obaida Hito, thank you for bringing us the latest there from the Syria-Lebanon border. Well, here in the Gulf region, Iran has struck energy infrastructure as well as U.S. assets in the region in response to the U.S.-Israeli attack on its territory. The spokesman for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been speaking in the last hour. He says Gulf countries are committed to fighting Iran's aggression.
The GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries. And the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter.
Well, Laura Khan was at that press briefing just a few minutes ago. A great deal of concern, of course, in this region, Laura, after Iran struck energy infrastructure in Qatar, but also in Saudi Arabia. What did we hear from the Foreign Ministry spokesperson about Qatar possibly resuming energy gas exports through the Ras Laffan field?
Absolutely, Folly. As you said, we're currently outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where Dr. Majed Al-Ansari held a press conference answering many questions about this kind of multifaceted war going on at the moment. But one of the really critical points is that Iran has hit energy infrastructure. As you mentioned, it's up north in Ras Laffan and also Massaid. Now, he did say this has actually been a contingency from the very beginning, that if these are attacked, they would shut them down. And before anything, before people's energy needs, they're protecting their staff. They're protecting the people who are working there on the front lines, whether onshore or offshore. And he said this was decided even from the 12-day June war, when U.S. assets were attacked by Iran, including Al Udeid Air Base. Now, he also said that this is also a Qatari airbase. The Qataris built this airbase, so this was an attack on their sovereignty. And this was his major point, that I essentially asked him, have red lines being crossed, and, you know, what are the worst red lines can be crossed in order for you to take retaliatory measures? He said all red lines have been crossed. You're looking at the LNG, the liquefied natural gas. It provides 20% of energy needs around the world. So this is going to have massive consequences on people around the world. But he said he's talking to his clientele from east to west. They're maintaining communication. They don't know when it will be open. They're monitoring the situation. But of course, there are many issues, not only the attack on sovereign territory, but the ramifications around the world that he's been discussing.
Meanwhile, Laura, the U.S. has urged its citizens in the region, including here in Qatar, to try and leave not just Qatar, but also Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. Are there any evacuations being planned?
Currently in Qatar, no. We have a Hamad International Airport that's a major hub for travel, commercial travel across the world. Dr. Al-Ansari mentioned around 8,000 people have been stranded, and they're taking very good care of those people. They're not only, of course, extending visas, but giving them hotel stays and telling people to essentially listen to the ministry, don't pay attention to any rumours or misinformation that might be going around, and take shelter when they say. But they said that their main priority is to protect 140 nationalities here in Qatar. And we're talking about the wider Gulf region. There have been some movement in the UAE. We've had Etihad as well as Fly Dubai, a number of other planes operating, minimally at the moment, just getting a few people out. But many people are stranded, and many people are asking, how do they get out if the US are telling them that they need to get out of the region when all of these transport hubs have essentially been shut down? But they're also asking all non-essential staff in the embassies to leave, or just to be vigilant and to keep up with the information that the ministries are handing out.
Laura Khan in Doha, thank you for the update from the Foreign Ministry there in Qatar. Well, as we've heard there, U.S. bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted across the Gulf region over the past 4 days. Saudi Arabia has released a statement. It reads in part, Saudi Arabia condemns Iran's attack on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh. It reaffirms its right to take all measures to defend itself and its interests, including the right to respond. A source speaking to the Reuters news agency also says Saudi Arabia is reviewing alternative routes for oil exports, including via a pipeline to the Red Sea to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. Well, let's now speak to Hesham Al-Ghanam, who's a Saudi political analyst joining us from Riyadh. Thank you for your time. First of all, on the attack on the U.S. embassy in Riyadh, we've had a strong condemnation from Saudi Arabia after this attack. It says it has a right to take all measures to defend itself. But how does it do that today? How does Saudi Arabia or Qatar balance protecting its sovereignty while also avoiding being pulled directly into this war?
Thank you for having me. Honestly, I think that we're witnessing a shift, a gradual, in my opinion, but there is clearly a shift from a Saudi and a GCC pre-escalation neutrality to a totally different position, and certainly a different posture. I wouldn't say anti-Iran stance at this stage, but it's definitely heading that way. The official responses from the GCC, especially from the Saudis and Qataris, I think were very strong and clear, explicit and reservation of the right of the military retaliation and self-defense. With no doubt, the trajectory is clearly heading toward a more aggressive stance if Iranian strikes continue or intensify. But at the same time, all the GCC are still hedging against a full-scale war involvement.
Yeah.
Though I think the space for neutrality has narrowed greatly because of the Iranian aggressions recently.
They are being cautious, no doubt. What would fundamentally change their calculus? What would alter Saudi Arabia's calculus, for example?
I mean, let's look at the Iranian strategy. Iran is targeting energy sites, civilian infrastructure, and in my view, this has backfired. When your strategy is launching hundreds of missiles and drones at all GCC states, thinking that you could coerce Gulf states into urging US to de-escalate, this firebacks. You're actually doing the opposite. You erode trust, you accelerate GCC military buildup, and also GCC-US ties. And more importantly, Iran risks GCC retaliation if energy hits continue. And I think this is the actual red line. They will eliminate moderate Gulf voices and positions once for all if they continue targeting the oil facilities and gas facilities in the Gulf.
As you said, Iran is probably banking on this pressure. and on the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, which have good relations with the Americans, to convince perhaps the Trump administration to dial back. Do these countries have that leverage today? If push came to shove, could they be the ones to convince the US and Israel to pull back?
I think it's much complicated than this. At the current moment, de-escalation or any involvement of the Gulf faces huge barriers. As we have seen, Iran rejects talks under any attacks. The signals from the US shows that this will take weeks, not days. I think we are at the beginning, not the end of this war. And I think that the harder hits are ahead. Also, there is this shifting US goals, which complicates any off-ramps or any Gulf intervention or mediation. There is also, I think, my fear is a risk of a broader war. Iran proxies involvement, right. Houthis, also other parties such as Europe, or also, GCC involvement. And this will be a different and a totally different dynamic that we do not want to see.
Right. If, as you say, this is going to last weeks, what contingency plans is Saudi Arabia making right now when it comes to oil exports? Aramco has paused that after the attacks on facilities yesterday, I believe it was. What are the alternatives right now to avoid a major disruption in a global oil supply?
We were expecting such thing to happen. So, there were preparations before the war happened, because there was a great chance that this could have happened. Saudi Arabia, luckily, is less impacted than the rest of its neighbors because of its geography, its access to different sea routes, its ability to avoid the Strait of Hormuz. Other GCC states do not have this luxury. This is not new for the Saudis. Saudis have faced this before, especially from the Houthis, and we're basically continuing what we're doing. Our alternative is the Red Sea and other routes other than the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Very interesting to get your perspective from Riyadh. Hisham Al-Ghanem, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has released a statement. It says that based on the latest available satellite imagery, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequence expected and no additional impacts detected at FEP itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. Mohammed Val is in Tehran and is going to update us on the situation there in Iran. What more, first of all, are we hearing about the status of Iran's nuclear facilities, Mohammed?
It is the official state policy here in Iran not to reveal any details about the impact of any strikes, particularly on strategic locations, whether military or nuclear or otherwise. So they are very tight-lipped about this situation. No updates, no reports about the nature of damage in those sites. But they have been talking about the targeting of some of those locations, particularly in Isfahan. Isfahan, we know, is in the middle of the country, and that's where the Natanz facility is located. So there have been reports from the government side about targeting Isfahan and its nuclear sites. No details about the damage. But the good news is that the IAEA has been saying again and again that according to their reports, according to their satellite imagery, there is no radiological risk right now in those areas. And if there is a risk, of course, it would have been reported even by Iranians, it would have been mentioned by health authorities. But that's the good news about this situation. Iran is not saying much, but it's clear that at least for now, the situation is not risky for civilians. And that's what the IAEA has reiterated and stressed again and again.
And there have been updates, I understand, from Iran's Ministry of Health on casualties on the death toll. What more can you tell us, Mohammed?
Yes, we've just had an interview with the spokesperson of the Ministry of Health, Hussein Kermanpour, and he said that the number of civilians killed so far has reached 800, and he talked about 5,020 people injured. He talked about 9 hospitals hit, some of them severely hit, like the Gandhi Hospital here in Tehran. And also he spoke of a hospital in Al-Ahwaz where children were being treated in the ICU and they have to be evacuated, running great risk of hurting civilians. He was inquiring and condemning why Israel would target hospitals in any country, and here in Iran, what's the explanation of that, and so on. So the Ministry of Health has given the latest about the situation, but he also reiterated that the government is doing what it can and it has the capabilities of helping people out in these circumstances, and that conditions are there for the treatment of people who are wounded and so on. But at the same time, there is the risk of more damage to health facilities. Also, on the other hand, there is the 15th wave of the True Promise 4 campaign. That's the name of the campaign by the Iranians, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, saying that they have launched new attacks this morning on facilities that belong to the American army in Bahrain and Kuwait, inflicting a lot of damage to those facilities. So Iran is still defiant and it is defending itself, as it says, and this campaign is continuing. Of course, Iran has never, until now, officially owned the attacks on Aramco and the Ras Gas facilities in Qatar. Instead, they are talking about probably intelligence reports about Israeli sabotage in that respect in particular.
Okay, Mohammed, thank you for the update. Mohammed Val in Tehran. Well, Israel and the U.S. continue their assault on Iran for a 4th day. In a statement on social media, President Donald Trump has said the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons. He also says stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have never been higher. The president goes on to state that wars can be fought forever, and he says very successfully using these supplies. He also points out that other countries are storing more high-grade weaponry for the U.S. Trump ends with, "Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. We've been hearing some mixed messaging from the Trump administration about how long this could go on for. The Israelis saying that it could be quick, but from President Trump, we're hearing that it could go up to 4 weeks, if not more. What does it suggest about how they're aligned right now?
What this suggests is that the United States and the Israelis are not on the same page, and they are searching for a narrative. What we've seen in just the last 24 hours from the U.S. president as well as its ally Israel is a vacillating timeline as well as vacillating objectives on the troop deployments. The U.S. president himself has said that the operation could last beyond 4 weeks, also saying, as you read in the statement there, that they're close to inflicting damage and getting close to their objectives. And as a result, this suggests that it could be a shorter timeline. But then the president also saying that there is enough of stockpile of munitions that they could fight wars forever, which is a very interesting choice of wording, given the fact that this is a U.S. president that promised Americans that he would be the president to get the U.S. military out of the so-called forever wars that the U.S. military has been embroiled in the Middle East. So it is clear that there is not one song sheet that everybody is singing off of. And that is true also of the vice president as well as Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the vice president insisting this won't be a years-long conflict, even as the U.S. president is saying that there is an ability to fight forever. We are hearing from Marco Rubio as well that the hardest hits are yet to come. It's very, very difficult to discern just how long this timeline will be and where it is headed. But what we do know is that the U.S. president is set to meet with top U.S. ally, the German Chancellor Merz, will be here at the White House. That will be at the 16 GMT hour. We do know that there will be an appearance before the cameras. And while this was pre-planned, Folly, this wasn't as a result of the U.S. actions in Iran. We now know that this is likely to dominate the conversation, given the fact that there are very big concerns in the European, among European allies about the concerns this war could spread.
All right, Kimberly, thank you very much for that. Kimberly Halkett live there at the White House. It is just gone past 12:33 GMT. I'm Foliba Tibor. You're watching our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest developments on day 4 of this conflict. The Israeli military says it is carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut right now, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities on Tuesday. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced and are seeking shelter within Lebanon. Iran, meanwhile, has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran on Saturday. Inside Iran, at least 787 people have been killed, according to the Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting multiple cities, including Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. Let's get an update on Lebanon now. And new air raids on Tuesday hit the Haret Hek area of Beirut's southern suburb of Dahieh. Zaina Khader is in Beirut for us. So there were new strikes on Tuesday, but also fresh ones today. Zaina, bring us up to speed with what's been happening.
Yes, in the past hour, 2 airstrikes just minutes apart. The Israeli military saying it targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have independent confirmation on whether or not that is true, but those 2 airstrikes came without prior warning. And what we have been witnessing, not just over the past 24 hours since the latest flare-up of violence between these warring sides, but over recent months and recent years, is that whenever there is a strike without a prior warning, it usually is a targeted killing. Now, the Israeli military has been saying it has been targeting, striking members of the group. And they're also promising really to escalate attacks, not just here in the southern suburbs. We're focusing here on the southern suburbs, but in the south of the country, there have been numerous strikes over the past 24 hours. Now, the Israeli military alleges that what it is striking are Hezbollah positions, Hezbollah facilities. This is all part of a pressure campaign to get Hezbollah to surrender and to get Hezbollah to lay down its arms and to agree to disarm. So far, what we've seen, either from the statements made by Hezbollah officials or from its actions, really, is that the group is not interested in surrendering its weapons. It has launched fresh attacks across the border early on Tuesday, and officials are saying, are being very much defiant, not just towards Israel, but towards the Lebanese government, which has now banned the military wing or military activities of Hezbollah and its intelligence activities as well, in what is being described as an unprecedented move.
Right. And these new attacks is triggering a new wave of displacement in Lebanon, with many now trying to seek shelter in Syria, Zainab.
Well, many of those who are crossing the border into Syria are Syrians. This is a country that hosts hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees. Many of them work in Beirut's southern suburbs. Many of them work in southern Lebanon. It's very unlikely that you're going to see supporters of Hezbollah cross into Syria, because we have to remember Hezbollah took part, militarily intervened in the war in neighboring Syria on the side of Bashar al-Assad. And now there's a new reality in Syria with new authorities. But hundreds of thousands of Syrians who are already very much vulnerable in Lebanon, who are struggling to make ends meet. Many people who live in the southern suburbs of Beirut or across southern Lebanon are daily, wage earners. If they do not work today, they cannot put food on the table. And this is why you are seeing many people, heading back, crossing into Syria in search of safety.
Zina, thank you for the update. That's Al Jazeera's Zina Khouda reporting there live from Beirut. Let's check in with Noor O'Day now in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Israel renewing its attacks on Lebanon in Beirut, but also in the south. What is the objective and what's the scope of Israel's operations in Lebanon?
Well, the objective, according to the Israeli military, is to crush once and for all Hezbollah. Those were the words used by several senior Israeli officials. And to that end, Israel will occupy additional Lebanese territory, as per the Israeli Minister of Defense. But Foley, in the past 20 minutes or so, since we last spoke, we've seen fresh sirens in Israel, in the Upper Galilee, in the occupied Golan Heights, and in the wider Tel Aviv area. And in the meantime, after the Israeli army announced that it had targeted a group of senior Hezbollah commanders, it also said that it targeted a senior figure in Iran, the Israeli military radio, saying it is the person in charge of Lebanon in the Quds Force, so in the Iran's Revolutionary Guard. So everything is connected here. There are no separate lines for all of these wars and all of these strikes that we're seeing. We can connect a line between Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, Iran, Iraq, even Yemen. Beyond that, everything that is happening in the region is interconnected, and the fallout, as we have been covering here at Al Jazeera, is global. Israel's policies towards its neighbors, the fact that it wants to be able to occupy, to take over land, to create buffer zones, and to face no resistance, is at the heart of that doctrine and at the heart of all of the tension spilling over into everybody's screens and lives, really, in the region.
Thank you for that, Noor. Noor O'Day, live for us there in Ramallah. Well, let's discuss this further now and the military strategy with Wolfgang Postei, who's a security policy and defense analyst, joining us from Vienna in Austria. Thank you very much for your time. As we heard there from Noor, everything in this region right now is interconnected. Let's start with what's happening in Lebanon. Israel intensifying its attacks there, having some troops on the ground in the south of Lebanon. Do you think that opening or escalating a northern front stretches Israel's military capacity, or is the scenario already built into their planning?
No, not at all. Actually, the military capabilities that Israel needs to fight the war in Lebanon, with the exception of some fighter jet sorties, is not what they need in the war against Iran. The war in the Lebanon will be sooner or later a war of ground troops, a ground war. And this is not what they need in the war with Iran. Let me stress an important point. Hezbollah was not eager from the beginning to join the war. They are severely weakened after a couple of years of fight against the Israelis. But they had no choice. Hezbollah is fully dependent on the support of Iran, even after the war is over. So for them, it's like for Iran, a struggle for survival. If Iran, the regime is overthrown and replaced by someone else who would not support them in the future, this might be also the end of Hezbollah. On the other side, as rightly said by your correspondent in Lebanon, Israel wants to use the opportunity right now to wipe out Hezbollah once and for all.
Right. And so given that the Lebanese government, the Lebanese state, has now banned Hezbollah's military activities, how much pressure does that put on the group? And how can they intervene? How can they respond if they have this additional pressure on them?
Actually, the Shia are an important group in Lebanon, and they need to be taken into account from the political side without any doubt. On the military side, that the government of Lebanon dares to challenge Hezbollah's military arm right now is a strong signal that Hezbollah is really pretty much on the ground and they are really pretty much about losing their military capabilities. If the government of Lebanon would have been scared that they might retaliate against the government, they would not have said so.
Let me ask you now, Wolfgang, about Iran and its strategy. Day 4 now of the U.S.-Israel attack on Iran, and Iran's response has been wide. It's been prioritizing on the military front. It seems to be wanting to extract costs where it can against U.S. interests and its allies in this region, in the Gulf region. What does the pattern of Iran's strikes suggest to you? Is it a deliberate campaign against military targets or something more fragmented and improvised?
Actually, it's more improvised. But Iran certainly wants to sit this out. They want to continue the war with Israel, with the missile war, as long as their war is ongoing, as long as Israel is attacking Iran. On the other side, they want to avoid dragging the Arab countries, and by the way, also the Europeans, into the war. But on the other side, they want to pressure them, the Arabs and the Europeans, and also India and China and the others. They want to pressure those to use their influence in Washington to urge President Trump to stop the war. This might have worked with the former president, with President Joe Biden, but I doubt that Donald Trump is the right addressee for this kind of strategy.
And there seems to be, Wolfgang, differences in the U.S. and Israeli objective and strategy. When Washington says the objective is to destroy Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, and that, you know, it could take up to 4 weeks or more, what does that actually require militarily? And is a 4-week timeline, as suggested by President Donald Trump, is that realistic for degrading those capabilities in a meaningful way?
I guess the assessment of the American and Israeli planners was even that it will be shorter. President Trump has no interest whatsoever in a protracted war in Iran. But what we're hearing right now from Israel, from Pete Hegseth, from Donald Trump, from others in the United States, is part of information warfare. I said at the beginning that Iran wants to sit it out. If they believe that America has only the breath for 1 or 2 weeks of war, they will hope to get into the 3rd week. If they get the message from Washington that the Americans continue with the war with an open date, this will certainly undermine their hopes that they can sit it out. So all these statements are part of information warfare. But I'm nevertheless sure that the Americans have more breath for just than 2 weeks of war.
And so if it more than just 2 weeks of war, what will it look like? What will the conflict look like?
If the conflict extends over more than, let's say, 2, 3, or 4 weeks, then the war will have also a huge global impact. This is about the export of oil and gas from the Gulf. This is about the other economic impact coming out from the region. The Gulf region is not only of significance for oil, it's also in the meantime another economic hub. And all this will have a global impact. For Iran, such an extended war will bring some significant problems because their capabilities to strike Israel will diminish. They won't be able to continue their war with a significant number of missiles. They will shoot only a very few after 3 or 4 weeks, if the war really extends to this time. But they have enough drones and short-range missiles to continue attacking the Arab Gulf states. And this is something which might eventually drag the Gulf states into the war.
All right, Wolfgang Pastai, thank you so much for your insight. It's been very interesting talking to you about the military aspects of this conflict. Let's now go back to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. for an update. Kimberly, I understand there's been another post on Truth Social from President Trump. What is he saying?
What he has said is he's been very active on Truth Social. And as a result, the latest post from 8 minutes ago says that the air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said too late. This is the U.S. president quoting with regard to Iran. And this is very consistent with what the U.S. president said about why he gave up on diplomacy when he was speaking to the media on Monday. He said that essentially there had been two different opportunities for a deal and that there actually was a deal, and he accused Iran of backing out. So the U.S. president really reiterating what he said to the media on Monday, that he is pointing the finger at Iran for the reason that there is now this military conflict, that he gave up on diplomacy. In fact, the U.S. president saying specifically, I can't deal with these people.
All right, Kimberly, thank you very much for the update. Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent, with the latest there from Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has questioned the Trump administration's justification for launching an attack on Iran. Lavrov also said the escalating conflict in the Middle East risks sending nuclear proliferation out of control.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
Let's get more from Dmitry Medvedenko in Moscow for us. Tell us more about what the Kremlin has been saying about the situation, Dmitry.
Well, Sergei Lavrov, in addition to what we've just heard him say, he also had a "we need to talk" message to Washington. He said it's time to have a comprehensive conversation with the United States about how it sees the world, how it sees its role in it, and what kind of role everybody else has. And Sergei Lavrov says this kind of conversation is long overdue and is especially relevant given that, Russia and the US are nuclear powers. So his suggestion is to sit down in the P5 group of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, which have nuclear weapons, and that is the US, Russia, China, the UK, and France. Meanwhile, the Russian president is openly mediating between the GCC states and Iran. According to the Kremlin, the Russian President Vladimir Putin had conversations with the leaders of the UAE, with Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. And in these conversations, the sides agreed that the hostilities need to stop, but also Putin said that he's ready to pass on any kind of message to Iran. With Moscow is in constant contact with Tehran, and the presidential spokesman Dmitry Peskov was asked today, is Russia playing the mediator role? And he said, well, yes, essentially Russia's President Vladimir Putin is trying to do whatever he can to at least somewhat, alleviate the situation.
And so in alleviating the situation also, does Russia, Dmitry, stand to make gains from the shortage of energy right now?
Well, regarding the situation of the Strait of Hormuz being closed and 20% of oil and gas going through the strait, obviously we've seen prices go up for gas to over $700 per 1,000 cubic meters, oil at $83 for a barrel of Brent. Russia does not stand directly to gain from the increase in prices because Russia's only selling to, virtually 3 countries, that's China, India, and Turkey, and selling at a huge discount because of sanctions. So it will see some kind of gain in this respect. But on the other hand, we've already heard reports from India that it wants to increase buying oil and gas, thinking that the current situation could kind of, have Donald Trump gloss over the fact that Russia's under sanctions and there will be, far less consequences for increasing purchases of oil from Russia. But also, the Norwegian energy minister today said that, Europe's policy of phasing out Russian oil and gas by late 2027 completely could be revised now, given the current situation with the Strait of Hormuz.
Dmitry, thank you very much for that. Dmitry Medvedenko in Moscow. Well, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. will also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korea's benchmark Kospi index stumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 41% on Tuesday to reach the highest level in 3 years. That's after Qatar's state-owned energy firm halted liquefied natural gas production on Monday, citing Iranian missile attacks on its facilities. European natural gas prices surged by 50% on Monday, as we mentioned, after significant disruptions to supplies of LNG, liquefied natural gas. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Osama bin Javid is joining us now from Brussels for more on this. So Europe's energy security in question again, Osama, but the Hungarians and Norwegians, I understand, are making waves. What are they saying?
Well, you heard from the Norwegians this morning saying that essentially this could pave way for the debate again in Europe about going away from Russian energy. So the issue of gas supplies here is not just about keeping the lights on and keeping the boilers boiling, but it is also about security of Europe. As Europe in the last 4 years have been trying to go away from Russian gas, essentially buying a bulk of it, Germany almost 96% from the Americans, it now faces this major question of what to do next. That, on top of historically low volumes of gas available in Europe right now. If you compare it to 2024, it's down by about 20 million cubic meters. And that is going to further exacerbate Europe's energy projections. As you mentioned, the spot prices have reacted sharply and it's gone by 50%. But it is not going to be the short term. It's essentially, if this war drags on, Europe will have to compete with Asian buyers who are scrambling to find alternative sources. So those prices, as you saw 4 years ago, will have to be translated into higher energy costs and more price to pay for production of various goods and more to pay for marine fuel to get things across to Europe and from Europe to everywhere else. So this conflict has major ramifications for the Europeans. Just tomorrow, there's going to be a first meeting of its energy coordinators. And you've heard from Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, that there is the risk of this going into every aspect of life, not just for Europe, but for everywhere else. So the hope here is, as you've been hearing from the Qatari Foreign Ministry as well, that there's been multiple rounds of talks between various leaders, that somebody has to talk down both sides
briefly,
to try and come to some sort of solution, because if this drags on further on,
briefly, Osama, tell us about France's case.
Than just the region.
Yeah, and tell us about France's case. Why is France saying there's no threat to the country's oil and gas supplies?
Well, France is absolutely right in saying that, because in the short term, there is no immediate risk. But it is also because the E3, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom have come out in support of the US, falling short of taking part in the attacks on Iran, saying that they'll continue to take defensive measures. But again, it is not just about this situation, which is in the short term. Now the questions are being raised of the medium and the long term, and whether Europe can bear this storm, and whether it, if this continues to drag on, and if energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz and through those major European partners continue to get halted.
Osama bin Javid in Brussels, thank you very much for that. Now, an Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by US planes to attack Iran. Al Jazeera's John Sarapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles, to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
John Soropoulos reporting there. It's coming up to 1300 hours GMT, 4 p.m. in Doha. I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. Let's bring you up to speed with the latest developments on day 4. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, the Lebanese capital, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. Meanwhile, Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. In Iran, at least 787 people have been killed since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several cities, including the capital, Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Well, we have a team of correspondents around the world following the latest developments in Tehran, the Syria-Lebanon border, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, and here in Doha. We begin with Zaina Khodr, who's in Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Zaina, there have been fresh attacks on Beirut. Tell us about what's been happening.
Yes, 2 Israeli airstrikes just minutes apart, and they came without warning. The Israeli army said that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We are unable to independently confirm that. But what we did hear was the sound of ambulances rushing to the scene. So Israel escalating its strikes not just on neighborhoods in Beirut's southern suburbs, an area known to be Hezbollah's stronghold, where the group has influence, where its leadership lives, and where its supporters live. There have been numerous strikes over the past 24 hours across southern Lebanon, with the Israeli military telling residents of those villages and towns to leave, to move further north. So the Israeli pressure campaign continuing, saying they want to destroy Hezbollah, but it's not easy to crush a movement that, has this ideology of resisting, because this is not the first conflict between these warring sides. The last time they went to war, when we saw really a massive aerial Israeli campaign against Hezbollah for almost 8 weeks. Hezbollah, yes, it was badly bruised, it was weakened, it lost its military command, but the group still survived. And this is why Israel is using this pressure as a strategy, really, to get Hezbollah to surrender its weapons. But Hezbollah is refusing to do so. We're hearing from officials saying that, they're not ready to do this. And even by its actions this morning, they claimed responsibility for launching a number of attacks across the border after launching missiles, the initial salvo of missiles Monday night in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. You hear gunfire in the background. Sometimes these are warning shots telling people to leave certain areas because the areas are unsafe.
Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. As we heard there from Zaina, Israel stepping up its attacks against Hezbollah, but also now putting boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, even if they're not calling this a ground invasion. What is the Israeli strategy and what's the scope of this operation?
Well, there have been no limits fully put on this operation. Invading Lebanon, taking over more Lebanese territory has been on the Israeli cabinet's table for months now, and it's only been deferred because of diplomatic pressure and diplomatic activity. Now, the context of this war, Israel's estimation that Hezbollah would join the efforts once Israel launches an attack on Iran, all really pushed in the direction of this escalating confrontation with Hezbollah, which, as Zaina has been reporting, did launch several missiles from Lebanon into northern Israel. And the sirens keep going off in northern Israel, as well as across Israeli territory, from Iranian missiles mostly, but also from incoming projectiles from Lebanon. There are no limits. There is widespread support in Israel for this, and the Israeli Minister of Defense has said it will take however long it takes, even if this campaign lasts longer than the war with Iran. Hezbollah must be crushed once and for all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Zaina Hodder in Beirut, Noor O'Day in Ramallah. Now to the situation here in the Gulf, and U.S. Central Command says its forces have destroyed the Iranian Revolutionary Guard's command and control facilities, as well as Iranian missile and drone launch sites. Gulf countries have uniformly condemned the ongoing Iranian strikes across the region. Saudi Arabia says it reserves the right to retaliate after that drone strike on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh on Tuesday. A spokesman for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs says Gulf countries are united to counter Iran's aggression.
The GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries, and the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter.
Meanwhile, Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has questioned the Trump administration's justification for launching an attack on Iran. Let's take a listen.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
Well, joining us now to discuss this and all the latest developments in this conflict is Ambassador John Bolton. He's the former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Donald Trump in his first term. Ambassador Bolton is joining us from Washington. Thank you so much for your time, Ambassador. I wanted you to react perhaps there to what the Russian foreign minister said about the U.S. justification for going to a war with Iran, and that it's not a credible one. What would you respond to that?
You know, I've known Sergei Lavrov for 35 years, and he knows just as well as I do that Iran was trying to get a deliverable nuclear weapons capability and that they were making substantial progress on it. I think that is a perfectly legitimate basis, along with several other reasons like Iran's continued sponsorship of terror around the world for the U.S. and Israel to take the actions that they're taking now. I've been recommending it myself for over 20 years.
Right. But there have been mixed messages, Ambassador, from the Trump administration. President Trump's decision to go to war, his justification initially was that this was for the Iranian people. 3 days later, last night, he listed 4 objectives, missiles and nuclear program, and not once did he mention the Iranian people. What are we to make of that? And are you convinced by this strategy?
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face.
Are the Americans and Israelis on the same page as far as the goals, the objectives of this operation, and how long it will last?
Well, I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
But who's leading this dance, Ambassador? Is it the Israelis or the Americans?
Well, I think by dint of total combat capacity, it's the United States. But I think the strategic thinker here is Bibi Netanyahu beyond a doubt.
Well, the U.S. and Israel, no doubt, hold overwhelming military superiority. If the objective is regime change and to truly compel Iran to surrender, what are they missing here? Because we've seen the Iranian response and how far they're willing to take this.
Well, I think the Iranian response is like writing a long suicide note. I think the attacks on the Gulf Arab states, the attack on the British base in Cyprus, certainly other things they've done and could do, like mounting terrorist attacks around the world, in Europe, in the United States, through their terrorist proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, are simply sealing their fate. I don't know how long it will take. Neither does President Trump. But every time another Revolutionary Guard headquarters or base are bombed, every time another member of the government, civilian or military, is eliminated, the regime gets weaker. And that is the point. That is how the bombing facilitates regime change. The regime begins to crumble at the top. Its leading figures begin to spar with one another because many of them begin to think maybe we're not on the winning side if we stick to the regime. And it gives the opposition courage that the outside world understands how unpopular the regime is inside Iran and how they're willing to stand with the opposition.
But, you know, coming back to Iran and what they're doing right now in this region, lashing out at Gulf states is also perhaps their strategy, and they see it as an effective way to compel a change in American behavior. Could Gulf states be putting the pressure on the U.S. here to change tactics, to change the strategy because of the impact it's having on them and the impact it will have worldwide?
Well, I think the attacks and the casualties they've caused are unfortunate, but they're really quite minimal. And I think it's a big mistake for Iran to have done this. I think the governments of the Gulf Arab states know full well that the only way to peace and security in the Middle East over a sustained period is for the regime in Tehran to be overthrown. Like everybody else, they'd like to do it with a minimum amount of disturbance. But the disturbance is here, and the question is now, are they going to side with Iran, or are they going to side with the United States? I think this is pretty clear.
Finally, Ambassador, do you think there's a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Is there a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage? Can there still be a de-escalation here?
Well, Trump will talk to anybody, anytime about anything, and his biggest thrill in life is to make a deal. So sure, they can try, and it wouldn't be untypical of Trump to agree to something. I think that would be a mistake, and I'll just say it one more time. The only way to end the Iranian nuclear and terrorist threats is to eliminate the regime. There's nothing to negotiate about that point.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton, for joining us on Al Jazeera. John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has released a statement on Israel and the United States' attacks on Iran. It says that based on the latest available satellite imagery, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. No radiological consequence expected and no additional impacts detected at the FEP itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. Let's get an update on the situation in Iran with Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val, who's in Tehran. What more are we hearing about the status, Mohammed, of Iran's nuclear facilities?
Yes, Iran has an official policy of not revealing the impact of the damage inflicted on its nuclear sites, not even on its other strategic facilities such as military and security facilities. So that's the official policy. That's why we don't have any details. We don't have any communications regarding this from the government. But the feeling here in Iran is a feeling of relief so far because of this assertion by the IAEA about the damage in Natanz not being alarming and so on. Yes, there is damage in Natanz according to the IAEA, but it's not to the level that is supposed or probably going to cause massive problem for public health in the country and so on in terms of radiological emissions and so on. So that's very reassuring to people here we talk to in Iran, because there were fears that because the main objective, the primary objective mentioned for this war during the negotiation phase was that the problem is Iran's nuclear reactors, the problem is Iran's nuclear facilities, and the war's aim is to destroy what remained of those facilities. But now people here in Iran are noticing that the focus has shifted to other goals in the country, including the destruction of the regime's facilities, military facilities, and so on, and the decapitation of the leadership. So as much as that's something that is terrible here, seen as terrible in Iran, there is also this feeling of relief that there is no radiological danger so far to be reported against in terms of the nuclear reactors and so on.
That's what's happening in Iran. Meanwhile, Iran, Mohammed, continues to attack U.S. assets in the region as well as energy infrastructure. Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesman has said his country reserves the right to retaliate against Iran. Let's take a listen.
The red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. And therefore, we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely and have shown their capability and defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
Let's bring in Laura Khan, who was at that press briefing of the Qatari Foreign Ministry. So what more did we hear from Qatar about Iran's attacks on energy infrastructure here?
Yeah, so that was Dr. Majid Al-Ansari, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And as you heard there, he said Iran has crossed all red lines, and one of those red lines has been the energy infrastructure. Now, they shut down the liquid naturalized gas in Ras Laffan in the north of Qatar, and also Massaid. This is all the kind of energy infrastructure. They send around 20% of the world's energy needs from these plants. So this is going to have kind of huge ramifications around the world. But Dr. Al-Ansari made it clear that their priority before anything, before the world's energy needs, is the safety and security of 140, as he said, citizens living in Qatar at the moment. He also spoke about the Hamad at Doha Airport. Now, one of the big issues, obviously, this is a major international hub for people coming not only into the country, but using it as a stopover for all over the world. And up until Saturday, essentially, we were seeing planes in the sky every evening. Now they're being replaced by military planes. Not long ago, we saw a C-130, this kind of huge Herculean military plane. So a lot has changed. He said around 8,000 people are now stranded in Qatar. They were planning on leaving. They were planning to go to other countries. But he said that they are now extending the visas for those people. They are putting them up in hotels. And he said the most important thing is they listen to information coming from the ministries and not listen to misinformation. When they're told to shelter in place, he said this is what they should do, and he will keep an eye essentially on the situation. But the most important thing he said is they've thwarted attacks to, again, more civilian infrastructure, to the airport itself, prevented that from happening, and kept the safety and security not only of the staff but the people here in Qatar as well.
Mohammed Vali in Tehran, why is Iran attacking Gulf states' energy infrastructure, and how is it gaming the outcome?
Fully, that's an interesting question, because so far, since the beginning of this campaign, we didn't have any official announcement by the Iranian government that they have targeted Aramco or Ras Laffan or any oil facilities per se in the Gulf. There is no single statement from the government owning those attacks. Instead, to the contrary, we have reports not from the top leaders of the current government, but from other sources. For instance, now we have the communication center of the General Staff of the Armed Forces denying that the military has ever attacked any location inside the neighborly, friendly country of Oman. That's one thing. Yesterday also we have the Revolutionary Guard saying that Saudi Arabia, that Iran hasn't been behind the attacks on Aramco, and on Aramco in particular, and also in other facilities in the United Arab Emirates, and said that they have intelligence reports indicating that Israel has been behind those attacks, and also that there is imminent threat on Al Fujairah port, and that's what happened today. So that line came yesterday from the Revolutionary Guard, and it happened this morning that Al Fujairah was attacked. There is a little bit of confusion here. People are not in total clarity about the official communication strategy of the Iranian government. The top leaders are not talking about this, and second-degree sources in the government are even denying some of this. So, that's the situation right now. Probably the Iranians have to come clear and say whether they are attacking the oil facilities, because what they have been saying is that they are attacking only American assets and locations from which attacks have been waged against Iran, including air bases. They are proudly talking about air bases in Bahrain being attacked and destroyed, and also in Kuwait and in other locations, and even against tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. They have been very clear about that, but nothing official about the oil facilities in the Gulf.
All right, thank you for the update, Mohammed. Mohammed Val in Tehran. Laura, let me come back to you now. A number of countries are considering evacuating their citizens from this region. Only the U.S. for now has told its citizens to leave by their own means. Are there preparations in place in Qatar and other countries to facilitate evacuations?
Well, Folly, Dr. Al-Ansari from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs essentially said they do have contingencies in place and they are working on those at the moment. And one of those, of course, is securing people living here, people who have come to visit, people who have come from other countries and didn't expect to be stuck here in the midst of a war. So he essentially said that they are maintaining security around Hamad International Airport. This is of utmost priority, and when it's safe enough to do so, they will be in touch with the relevant parties there and they will be able to start getting people out. But at the moment, he's asking people to sit tight. Essentially, they are extending people's visas. They're allowing people longer hotel stays. But the very important thing is he says that Iran has crossed all red lines. You know, we've just heard from Mohammed Val talking about the energy infrastructure. Qatar said that there was a direct hit on its energy infrastructure. And the reason they have a contingency, he said, is from the war in June when Iran essentially attacked Al Udeid air base here, saying that this is a U.S. asset. They said that they're attacking U.S. assets. But Qatar says, no, this is an attack on its own sovereignty. This is a Qatari base that the Americans are using. So this was a direct attack on them. So essentially now they said it's about securing all of their assets. They are in touch with all the their clientele across the world, especially when it comes to energy needs. Al-Ansari said from the east to the west. So they're holding this as a contingency at the moment. This was already planned that they will ensure the safety of onshore and offshore personnel before continuing. And they're also monitoring the security around that. So essentially, they're battening down all hatches at the moment. When it comes to evacuations, they will do that when it's safe to do so. We've seen in Dubai, there have been some planes now going, very limited number. If you look at flight radar, it's still an incredibly limited commercial flights taking people out. And there's still flights going on in Riyadh. So again, he said they're monitoring the situation.
Okay, Laura, thank you for the update. That's Laura Khan reporting there live from Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Doha. Now, the United Nations Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. For more on this, let's go live to Obaida Hito, who's at the Lebanon-Syria border. When we talk about a wave of displacement, Obaida, what does it look like where you are?
Well, it's looking like thousands of people are trying to get into the country. So far, over 10,000 people have arrived. Since we've been here this morning, we've seen hundreds of more people enter into the country. We've tried to get a number from authorities here of the total amount of refugees that have entered since this escalation in Lebanon, but they haven't confirmed a final number yet. The number continues to increase, and the authorities say they're ready to accept more people. What you're seeing are these vehicles from the General Port Authority here, busing people from the crossing all the way to this administrative building, and you see the traffic there, the crowd of people in front of this building. All of these people that are arriving are going inside, filling out their paperwork. Most of these people are Syrian citizens. Now, there are other people entering into Syria from Lebanon, including Lebanese citizens and foreigners. The Lebanese citizens do not have an exception yet. The same rules that were in place before this escalation are still in place. They have to have a relative here in Syria or be married to a Syrian or have a pre-existing doctor's appointment or reason to be in Syria or a residency permit, but Lebanese citizens have come into Syria through this border crossing over the past 24 hours. So have foreigners. However, the vast majority of people here are Syrians. The situation remains calm, even though, as you can see, there's lots of women, children, elderly people, sick people. There is a medical point here where people can get treatment, but the flow of people is constant and has increased significantly in the last several hours since Israel announced more evacuation orders in the southern Lebanese border areas.
And what are the people who have been fleeing telling you, Baida, about the circumstances in which they left?
They are telling us that they left under fire. Many of the people that we spoke to left areas in southern Lebanon that were under Israeli shelling. They left in the middle of the night. Most of these people have been on the road for the majority of the past 24 hours trying to reach this border crossing and then trying to cross over into Syria. All of the people that we've spoken to have no plans, especially the Syrians, have no plans of returning to Lebanon. Most of them have packed up all of their belongings in a kind of frenzy. Everybody is in a very anxious state, even though they're back in Syria, where it's safer for now than it is in Lebanon. The future is unclear for them. Some of them left their relatives or parts of their families in Lebanon, so it's unclear when they will be reunited. And all of this is happening, this voluntary return, if you will, for these Syrians is happening under these very difficult circumstances with this intensifying campaign in Lebanon. Now people are going to have to try and rebuild their lives here in Syria, which is just now getting back on its feet after the regime fell more than a year ago. But with all of this happening in the region, people are concerned that the situation is going to spill over into Syria possibly, and especially in these border areas like you're seeing here.
Obaida Hito, thank you for bringing us the latest there from the Syria-Lebanon border. It is coming up to 13:30 GMT. I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera and our continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. These are the latest developments on day 4. The Israeli military says it's carrying out simultaneous attacks on Iran and Lebanon. This is Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And Iran continues to launch dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. In Iran, at least 787 people have been killed since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several cities, including the capital Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Now, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
Well, as a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index stumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 40% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years. On Monday, European natural gas prices surged by 50% when Qatar halted production of liquefied natural gas. Qatar's state-owned energy firm blamed Iranian strikes on its facilities. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's bring in Osama bin Javid in Brussels for more on this. So Europe, Osama, its energy security again in question, but Hungary and the Norwegians have been making waves. What have they said?
Well, this issue of energy is intertwined with European security, as has been the case in the last 4 years after the Russians invaded Ukraine. So this morning we heard from the Norwegians talk about how this crisis in the Middle East could essentially pave the way for the debate again in Europe of whether it really needs to wean itself away from Russian energy. Remember that Russia used to be the major supplier, and now it's been replaced almost entirely, in the case of Germany, by the United States. So this question of energy is an extremely important one for various European states. There's been a stock taking of Europe's oil reserves that is currently underway, that has been called for by the European Union, and the Hungarians have already, just before this crisis started, sent a letter asking for an independent investigation into the Druzhba pipeline, that important line that brought Russian gas to Europe, and accusing Vladimir Zelensky, the Ukrainians, of using it as a political front, because according to pictures that the Hungarians have seen, it is perfectly fine and operational. So there's a lot that is happening in Europe related to this whole energy crisis, and this, in addition of what is happening in the Middle East, is going to further add to it.
And France, meanwhile, Osama, is saying there is no threat to the country's oil and gas supplies.
Well, I think that is a question best answered by the French themselves, because why they say it is interesting. Well, one explanation is that the E3 group, these powerful three nations in Europe, the British, the French, and the Germans, have decided to put their weight behind the United States, although falling short of taking action in attacking Iran, but they say they're going to continue their defensive postures. So it is understandable that they would want to appease their people and let them know. But then again, directly, there is no threat to France's gas or oil supplies, but it is not just the immediate threat. There are people who are scrambling in Europe to try and figure out what is going to happen in the medium and long term. Because if this crisis carries on for long, Europe's gas supplies might not be interrupted, but it will have to pay a lot more, because all the gas suppliers that Europe's going to go towards are also going to be sought by the Asian gas markets, who are actually getting a pounding because a bulk of gas supplies from the Middle East go to Asia. And on top of that, Europe is at its historical low in terms of gas storage. So if you look at the 2024 numbers to now, Europe is about 20 million cubic meters short of its gas reserves as it was 2 years ago. So Europe really has to think hard on how it is going to mitigate this. And that is why there's been a number of conversations between European leaders and Middle Eastern leaders across the region, as they want to try and, well, first assert themselves that they're still players, as they were completely sidelined by the Americans in this decision, then make sure that the supply lines remain open between them, communication remains open, people are expatriated, but also to find a way out, an off-ramp, that many people will look towards Europe to try and mitigate some sort of the fallout from all of this, and push the Americans and perhaps the Iranians to find some sort of a peaceful solution.
Osama bin Javid in Brussels, thank you for the update. Well, U.S. bases, ports and energy facilities have been targeted across the Gulf region by Iran over the past 4 days. Here's Kulsum Sharif with the details.
Iran has continued to attack several areas right across the Gulf. Energy facilities have come under attack. Now, these are the energy facilities that have taken a hit. We've seen an oil refinery in Kuwait, one in Saudi Arabia. We've seen oil ports in Oman, the UAE, and facilities in Qatar that have taken a hit. Here's a look at what's happened in Saudi Arabia. An Iranian drone was intercepted at a major oil refinery. The concern is the falling debris and the damage that it can cause. So here's what's happened here. The Aramco Ras Tanura oil refinery had a fire. It was contained, but authorities decided to shut the biggest domestic oil refinery as a precaution. Now in Qatar, we're seeing two facilities that have also come under attack: the Ras Laffan oil refinery and the Maisid power plant. Now, Qatar Energy, the state-owned petroleum company, says it has stopped complete production of liquefied natural gas and other products because of these attacks. Now, this is important because it can have global ramifications when it comes to gas supplies. Qatar is one of the biggest producers of LNG, and it operates the biggest gas field along with Iran. This is North Dome, South Pass, and this area closer to Qatar is what it operates. And this area closer to Iran is operated by Tehran. But there's no production happening right now. We also spoke of the oil tankers that have been hit on March 1st in the Strait of Hormuz, an important passageway. An oil tanker took a hit. There's a fire on board. People were injured. And another ship was hit in the Gulf of Oman. One person has been killed. Now, the US, 6 Arab and Gulf states have condemned the repeated Iranian drone and missile attacks. They've reaffirmed their right to self-defense.
Well, let's discuss these latest developments further now with Wolfgang Postey, who joins us from Vienna. He's a security policy and defense analyst. Here in the studio in Doha, we have Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Al Jazeera's Rasool Sadar, who's reported extensively from Iran. Rasool, let me start with you, in fact. Why is Iran attacking Gulf states' energy infrastructure, and how is it gaining the outcome?
Well, for Iranians, I think they have been quite clear. Now, what they're implementing is what they have been saying in the last couple of weeks. So again and again, we have heard from the Iranian officials that in case of the war, they're going to do two things. First, they're going to raise the cost for Washington and to force Washington thinking twice. They were hoping that Washington is going to reassess its position and seeing that the war is going to be extremely costly for them and maybe changing their posture. And second one, regionalizing the war. So bringing a huge cost for the regional countries and forcing the regional countries that somehow they will put pressure on Washington and changing the U.S. or the trajectory of the events against Iran. So here they are implementing these two policies as the strategy of the deterrence. Now they have started, in the first day, they have started by attacking the U.S. military facilities, which by many it was understandable.
Right.
However,
but no one expected them to go as far as attacking energy infrastructure.
They were hinting that.
Were they? Okay.
Because the Fars News Agency, which is affiliated with the Revolutionary Guards, constantly was sharing the pictures of the energy facilities across the region. And now, so they are heating the energy the facilities and the airports. This is where it hurts most because the whole image of the Gulf is based on that.
Right.
However, my concern is that if that will not be enough for Iranians to see that the regional countries are not putting enough pressure on Washington, then the third stage could come. And in the third stage, Iran could start targeting the strategic depots that are preserved for the wartime, such as food depots and the water supplies. And if that is not good enough, in the fourth stage, it could start attacking the residential areas, saying, well, if our children are dying, then your children are also going to be harmed.
That is quite concerning. Mohammed, before I come to you about how might Gulf states respond, I just wanted to ask Wolfgang about the Iranian strategy militarily. Does the pattern of strikes that we've seen from Iran, Wolfgang, suggest a deliberate campaign against these targets or something more fragmented and improvised?
Well, it's in part an organized campaign as far as it is centrally controlled from Tehran, and in parts it's more improvised, especially regarding to some drone site commanders who are not really in touch with their headquarters in Tehran anymore and who are allowed to strike targets that they believe makes most sense. Let me briefly add with regard to the likeliness of an extended air campaign of Iran against civilian and infrastructure targets in the Gulf states. It is certainly not in the interest of Iran to become the subject, the target of retaliation of the Gulf states. One must be aware that not only the Air Force of Qatar, but also Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have hundreds of modern sophisticated fighter jets, and Iran cannot have any interest whatsoever to become subject to airstrikes from these powerful air forces.
Mohammed Al-Masri, on the possible retaliation of Gulf states, they have so far appeared to be cautious about direct military involvement. Do you see their position as primarily a deterrent message, or is there a scenario where they could be actively involved militarily?
Well, I do think there's a scenario. I mean, I think it depends in part on some of what Rasul was saying, kind of the extent to which Iran is going to apply pressure. But I've been saying for a couple of days now, I see this response or potential response one of two directions. Either they could really ramp up pressure on the U.S. administration, basically tell the Trump administration that enough is enough. We can't tolerate this any longer. You need to stop this war and apply pressure on Netanyahu to make sure that he stops from his end as well. That's one possibility.
But do they have that leverage today?
I think the Gulf states have quite a lot of leverage. I've said this in many contexts over the past couple of years. They have a lot of leverage. There's a huge amount of economic investment that the Gulf countries provide to the United States. They've pledged upwards of, depending on the estimates, potentially $2 trillion. Right? It's an awful lot of money. That's one thing that's just one lever that they could pull. And there are other, there's oil and natural gas prices that they can manipulate as well potentially. But the other possibility is, and this is more to your point, they could take a more aggressive stance toward Iran and either engage Iran directly, which I think at this point remains very unlikely, or they could open their bases up to the Americans. Let's remember that they've told the Americans so far that they do not want these bases to be used for attacks on Iran. But if they were to allow the Americans to do that, then that would provide even greater edge to the Americans and the Israelis. That, though, is also unlikely because they will then be seen as cooperating with the Americans and the Israelis.
They're in a very difficult position, aren't they? Rasul, Wolfgang made an interesting point about reports that Iranian drone operations are not fully centralized. What do you know about the current state of command and control in Iran following the killing of the supreme leader? How in control are they of the military?
I think one of the first hints about what is the current situation of the IRGC is what has happened 2 days ago. So an energy facility in Oman came under attack. It was quite surprising because Oman has been the main mediator since decades, even before the Islamic Revolution. Whenever Iran is mediating or having a diplomatic problem with the world, so Oman will be there. And so that has been asked to the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, and he said that, well, it was not a central decision, meaning it was a mistake. And he said that there has been some isolated units which were conducting the pre-planned action. So I'm not sure of that. So IRGC is simply saying that we have adopted a strategy of decentralization because in the last war, during the 12 days, due to over-centralization, it was extremely difficult, the command change to work and the operations to work smooth. And in some cases, when particularly the communications are interrupted, so they could not act. But based on the preparations, so some local remote units have been authorized that based on their own risk assessment, they can develop the strategies. So that is very well possible. However, it's impossible to verify this because in many cases what we are seeing is that despite again and again being attacked, despite all the warnings since October 7th onward, Iran has always been caught off guard. So, and that is the main question, when are you going to be ready? So, is it a part of the strategy or simply it is because of the lack of proper organization and planning?
Okay, Wolfgang, your thoughts about what Rasool said there, and also how long can Iran sustain this current military campaign as it stands?
Iran can sustain the military campaign against Israel only for a limited time because they are running out of especially important transport erector launchers, the mobile launching system for the mid-range ballistic missiles. They are able to sustain the campaign against the Gulf states much longer because they have a much larger quantity of short-range ballistic missiles, more than 1,200, allegedly even 1,500, and hundreds of these mobile launching systems that can be used to launch short-range ballistic missiles against the Gulf states. And moreover, they have more than 10,000, probably between 12 and 15,000 combat drones that can be used. And these combat drones are not so much a threat to Israel because they have a long warning notice before the drones arrive in Israel. And that's quite different with the Gulf states. Here we are talking about minutes. So those drones are a bigger threat to the Gulf states than to Israel. And I assume that Iran would be able to continue the campaign against the Gulf states for a much longer period of time. But the question is, does it really make sense for them before they drag the Gulf states into the war?
Mohammed, your thoughts about this, and how calibrated do you think Iran's targeting decisions are right now?
Look, there's a sports analogy. They say in boxing, they say everyone has a plan until they're punched in the mouth. And I don't doubt that the Iranians made extensive preparations over the past several months, in particular since the June war. But they've been hit quite hard over the past few days by the Israelis and the Americans. The leadership structure has obviously been compromised. And as Rasool was saying, we don't exactly know to what extent the command and control structure is intact.
Right.
So they're in a very difficult position. But I also think that they view this as kind of existential. And so they're going to be, to use another boxing analogy, they're going to be throwing haymakers. I mean, I think that they realize that it's kind of fight or die in some respects. So I think they're digging their heels in and planning on a long war.
Right. Now, if they're planning on a long war, when it comes to the Israelis and Americans, Mohammed, there seems to be a divergence as to how long this can go on for. We heard from President Trump talking about 4-5 weeks possibly, but Netanyahu is saying this can be quick. What does that say to you about the strategy, the objectives from the Israelis and the Americans, and whether it can succeed, given that there seems to be a divergence there?
Yeah, well, I think there's clearly an inconsistency. They're still kind of looking for a common narrative, but I think it just underscores that kind of what Marco Rubio said yesterday, that Israel forced America's hand in this. I'm of the mind that the United States didn't necessarily want this war, at least not now, but it was Benjamin Netanyahu, again, kind of getting his way with Donald Trump. And it's ironic, as many have noted, that the America First president has become almost kind of Israel First during this second term. So, look, I think Israel wants chaos. I certainly don't think this is about a nuclear weapon. I don't necessarily think it's about regime change. I think they want a collapsed state. I think they want a weakened region all around them so that they can emerge as the only hegemon.
Right. Wolfgang, your thoughts. You know, when Washington says the objective is to destroy Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, what does that actually require militarily? And who, between President Trump and Netanyahu, who is right on the timeline? Trump says 5 weeks, possibly. Netanyahu says quicker. What are your thoughts?
the current discussion about the timeline is part of information warfare. I would say the Americans have planned for a war for just a few weeks until they have reached their objective that they would be able to enable local resistance movements, for example, among the Kurds, to take over at least part of the country. I would say the decision to start the war was definitely a decision by the US President Donald Trump. Why? If the Iranians would have continued their nuclear program, and if they would have really buried it deeper underground, as the information from the US suggests, and if they would have enhanced their air defense system by modern Chinese and Russian air defense systems, the task for the Americans and the Israelis to strike Iran in a couple of years would have been much more difficult. If the information about the nuclear program is true, yes or no, to be honest, I don't know. I think no one knows other than the Iranians and maybe the Americans and the Israelis. So I expect the conflict to continue for a few more weeks in a very tough way, in a very harsh, seeing very harsh strikes by the Americans and the Israelis. I don't expect this to becoming a war over several months. Why? One point is that President Trump would never have agreed to such a long war in the face of the upcoming midterm elections.
All right. Rasool, finally, as I think everyone agrees, and Mohammed said, this is an existential crisis for Iran. If the goal is regime change for the Americans and Israelis it would seem more, can they succeed in elevating a pragmatic leader within Iran, an insider who's capable of recalibrating policy even if the system is still in place?
I think that is extremely difficult. And I don't think that Americans and Israelis are looking for a quick regime change because of a couple of reasons. First, in Iran, there are millions who hate this regime and want to bring it down. But on the other hand, it has millions also that are extremely loyal to the regime. How do we know that? Just 18 months ago, 2023, when there was a presidential election. So the ultra-conservative candidate, Saeed Jalli, has received 13 million of votes. And those who voted for Masoud Pezeshkian are not necessarily anti-regime. Half of them are loyal to the regime, at least. So roughly, based on this simple mathematics, we're talking about 20 million people. It's not a typical Middle Eastern dictatorship that it's holding on the weapons and imposing its wills on people. Yes, there is a growing public frustration and there is a growing public discontent with the regime. However, it still has a very huge base as well. That's one side. But on the other hand, so IRGC is not merely an army. It is a political, ideological, and economic pillar of the Islamic Republic. And these guys are not going to just surrender, submit their weapons, and leave just because they came under the pressure.
Right.
So they will stay there because it is their revolution and it is their state. So as long as the army is in place and as long as the regime still have millions that supports it, I don't think that is going to happen anytime soon.
Right.
Eventually, yes, but not in any foreseeable future yet.
Briefly, Mohammed, your thoughts about that, the regime, the system remaining in place in Iran. Can the Americans succeed in finding someone to take over, even with the system in place? Let's say a scenario like they have in Venezuela right now with Delcy Rodriguez in place, but the system still in place.
The short answer is I don't think there's a quick or easy path to doing that, especially without putting boots on the ground. I just wanted to say I thought what Wolfgang said was really, really interesting about the nuclear program. However, I would just say this. If this were really about the nuclear program, we all know that there's a much easier path to ensuring that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon, and that is the path of negotiations. We know that it was the United States and Donald Trump that walked away from the Iran nuclear deal, and it's the United States that's refused to engage seriously and substantively at every stage in the second term with a negotiated agreement.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for a very interesting discussion about these developments. Wolfgang Postay, Rasool Sadar here in Doha, and Mohammed Al-Masri. Thanks to all three of you. Now, an Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by American planes to attack Iran. Al Jazeera's John Serapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Now, one of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone in the Gulf region has touched down safely at London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates, which is offering limited flights, while much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed. Thousands of flights have been cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region in recent days has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe.
We stayed in a hotel in Dubai, and we saw. We heard explosions, we heard the hotel was shake, we could see columns of black smoke, we saw drone interceptions ahead. And while we were having breakfast on Sunday morning, there was black ash falling on the breakfast table.
There were quite loud explosions being heard and quite a lot of military jets flying over. But other than that, and checking the news regularly, there wasn't really much in the way of knowing what was going on.
I've never had anything like it, never been so scared in my life, you know. You go to the Middle East and you think like the Emirates are safe, but clearly they're not, so.
1400 hours GMT, 5 p.m. here in Doha. You're watching Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflicts between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. I'm Fuli Batibo, and these are the latest developments on day 4. Explosions are being heard in Iran's capital, Tehran, and neighboring Karaj. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several other cities, including Isfahan and Shiraz. Meanwhile, Iran's ambassador to the UN has vowed to continue striking U.S. bases in the Middle East until the attacks against Iran stop. Iran has launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the region. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. Local medics say at least 7 people have been injured in 3 separate locations. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. And this is the Lebanese capital, Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's targeting Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, "If Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war." The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN's refugee agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And these are images from Fujairah port in the UAE after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Well, we have correspondents across the world following developments in Tehran, Iran's capital, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, Beirut, from the White House in Washington, D.C., and here in Doha. We begin with Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. So, Mohammed, reports of more explosions in Tehran and Kara, west of the Iranian capital. Bring us up to speed with the situation on the ground.
That's right, fully. Explosions have been heard every now and then here in Tehran, around the city of Tehran, and also in other cities. So that's a continuous situation, 24 hours a day, with very, very small intervals between strikes. We have also, reports of strikes in other cities, several other cities, including Purdis, Karaj, Shiraz, Khomein, Esfahan, and so on. Those strikes have also been reported, or some of those strikes have also been reported in Esfahan. That's where some of the nuclear facilities are located. The government here doesn't give figures or any details about the targets that have been struck. But we know from sources close to the government that overnight the TV station has been targeted, and also some of the other security headquarters. Some hospitals have been hit, 9 so far. Some strikes were near schools, residential buildings, and there were casualties among civilians here and there across the country. We have just had a chat with the spokesman of the Ministry of Health, and he told us that the number of civilians killed so far has neared 800, and the number of wounded is above 5,000. He confirmed the hitting of several hospitals, 9 so far. Some of them have some severe damage to their facades and other. There is a hospital in Ahvaz that has been struck, and there was evacuation of children who are being treated and other people in the ICU unit. He talked about horrible scenes of wounded people or people who are already sick in those hospitals being evacuated in the most extremely precarious condition.
Well, Mohammed, Iran, we know, has held a mass funeral for the 165 people killed in a U.S.-Israeli strike on a girls' school on Saturday. This is drone footage which shows excavators digging rows of fresh graves in Minab as workers prepare burial sites. The UN's education agency has condemned the attack. Deliberately attacking an educational institution is a war crime under international humanitarian law.
The American people should ask their politicians, what threat to the national security of America did our school children in Minab pose? What threat to the national security of America did the volleyball players killed at a gym in Lamad pose?
So, Mohammed, how are Iranians processing all this and the funerals?
Yeah, I just have to say that while that clip was being played, there have been huge sounds of explosions here in Tehran, again, just to confirm that these strikes are ongoing. Yeah, the story of this school is an open wound here in Iran. People are really very shocked by this. Even those who are, not really on the side of the government, everybody is talking about this school tragedy. And that massive or mass burial or ceremony that has taken place or is taking place today has been attended by so many people from all walks of life in that area, and the government is, it's focusing on this story because it is very painful to the people here, and it has been condemned across the board. Even the president himself talked about it yesterday, Pezeshkian, saying that there is no reason whatever for any country to be suffering this way, and for children to be suffering this way. There is no reason to kill children in a school, pointing out that the goals of this campaign by the Americans and the Israelis have now revealed that it is not just a campaign against military facilities and strategic locations, but it is also a war on the Iranian people.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, thank you. Let's now turn to the situation in Lebanon, where the Israeli army says it's targeting Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapons storage facilities. These are armored vehicles, and they have been seen in southern Lebanon. Israel's defense minister has authorized the military to advance and take control of additional positions in Lebanon and confirmed that soldiers are operating there. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. Let's go to Zaina Khodr in Beirut for the latest. What's been happening there in Beirut, and what has Israel been targeting, Zaina?
Well, the Israeli military is continuing its offensive against Hezbollah. Roughly 2 hours ago, there were 2 airstrikes targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the neighborhoods behind me. The Israeli military said that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We're not able to independently confirm that. But those 2 strikes came without prior warning. Earlier today, there were strikes targeting areas in Beirut's southern suburbs, but there were prior warnings issued. So the Israeli military keeping up the pressure, not just in Beirut, but across southern Lebanon. There have been dozens of strikes targeting areas across southern Lebanon in the past 24 hours. In the early hours of the morning, the Israeli army issued continuous evacuation orders, really forcing people to leave, keeping people displaced. Again, part of a military strategy to put pressure on Hezbollah, because the areas that they are targeting are areas where their supporters live. And what the Israeli military is hoping is that these people will turn against Hezbollah, blame it for starting this conflict following its decision to launch rockets across the border in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
And Zaina, even as Israel is attacking Lebanon, it itself is under attack by Iran. They've just been struck outside of Tel Aviv. These are live pictures of the aftermath of that airstrike. Let's find out more with Noor O'Day in Ramallah. Noor, what's been the latest on Tel Aviv and what's happening there?
Well, sirens have been going off every a few minutes, every 15 or so minutes, from a new salvo, a new volley of missiles coming mostly, predominantly from Iran, from Ashdod all the way to Netanya. That includes the Tel Aviv, the wider Tel Aviv area, the suburb of Bnei Brak, where several injuries were reported and extensive damage was reported to several buildings. The missiles, it seems, have been different from the missiles used in previous days, larger perhaps. Even the shrapnel and falling debris have caused damage in Tel Aviv, in Bnei Brak, in Tahtikva, and elsewhere. And of course, we also have warnings in northern Israel, in areas closer to the Lebanese border, in the occupied Syrian Golan as well, going off right now as we speak, Folly.
And as we've heard from Zaina, Noor, Israel stepping up its attacks against Hezbollah and also putting boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, even if they're refusing to call this a ground operation, a ground invasion. What is the scope and objective of this operation?
Well, they're even calling it a defensive operation, Folly. And this is part of the evolving military doctrine in Israel, the extraterritoriality of Israeli policy, using someone else's land, occupying it, taking it over, and pronouncing it a buffer zone for Israel. We've seen that in Syria, where Israel occupied additional Syrian territory as soon as the Assad regime fell, and it is now building reinforcements there. In Lebanon, even after reaching a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah over a year ago, Israel retained control over areas in southern Lebanon, and it is now going to expand them. In addition addition to carrying out escalating strikes on targets in the Dahiya, in the southern district of Beirut, but across Lebanon, really, because the objective has been declared to crush Hezbollah, to annihilate the group, even though everybody in the defense establishment understands and admits that is not really a realistic objective. No timeline, no time limit has been put on that operation. In fact, even the defense minister said that this may even outlast the war on Iran.
Zaina, the Lebanese army, meanwhile, saying it's evacuating some positions along the Israel-Lebanon border. How significant is that?
This is quite significant, especially since the Lebanese army only recently deployed to that area. The state trying to reclaim sovereignty in the area south of the Litani to the Israeli border. It was part of the agreement reached to end the war in November 2024, a ceasefire that has been one-sided, with Israel carrying out near daily attacks against Hezbollah and controlling hilltop positions along the border. With the Israeli defense minister ordering the army to take control of more positions, now there's a lot of concern that Israel is expanding the areas under its control.
Zaina, thank you very much. Zaina Khodr in Beirut, Noor O'Day in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Thank you both. Now, in a statement on social media in the last few minutes, U.S. President Donald Trump has said the U.S. has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons. He also says stockpiles of medium and upper medium grade weaponry have never been higher. The president goes on to say that wars can be fought forever, and he says very successfully using these supplies. He also points out that other countries are storing more high-grade weaponry for the U.S. Trump ends his statement with, "Fortunately, I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so. The United States is stocked and ready to win big." Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. President Trump, Kimberly, seeming to go back on his previous statements that there will be no more endless wars in the Middle East on his watch. What more have we heard from him?
Yeah, the U.S. president has had shifting messages, and you did read out the most relevant and most recent Truth Social posts. But I think what's important to note from these is the sense that the president really has struggled to find a single narrative surrounding the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. What we know is that the U.S. president had always maintained that diplomacy was his preferred option. Yet now, with these latest posts that you've highlighted, he has essentially abandoned that notion, giving up on it altogether. We know as well on Monday, the U.S. president also blamed Iran for the point that we now find ourselves at, saying that twice there was a deal only for Iran to back out. What he's suggesting is that the talks dragged on too long and that Iran really no longer has any leverage. What we also are noticing in terms of messaging is that the U.S. president, with regard to the timeline, seems to change it with each public statement or interview. He has said in just the last 48 hours that this conflict could go just beyond 4 weeks. Now he's saying more recently that with this latest post that things are closer to meeting objectives. And as you also highlighted in a previous post, said that there is an unlimited supply of weaponry for these wars to continue even forever. It's an interesting choice of words from a president who campaigned on getting the United States out of forever wars. But also the bigger thing we can deduct from this is the fact that the U.S. president doesn't have a single message and possibly not even a single strategy.
All right. Kimberly Halkett at the White House. Thank you. Let's bring in another of our correspondents in Washington, Phil Lavelle. Phil, talk to us about the response outside the administration to all of this. How are Americans, the American public, reacting?
Well, I mean, the general mood from a lot of Americans is they don't really have the appetite for one of those, as we just said, those forever wars, those endless wars. And many people are pointing to the fact that the president did campaign on a promise to say that he wouldn't be getting involved in these entanglements. He wouldn't be putting boots on the ground. And they're seeing some of that messaging shifting. But, you know, it's not just the people on the street. It's the lawmakers up on Capitol Hill. That's where it's all happening, because they want answers, especially when we hear these statements from the president talking about unlimited weapons supplies. The question for them is whether or not those supplies can legally be used. You know, you've got lawmakers who are decrying the fact that they weren't briefed, they weren't given any information beforehand, they didn't know about this, and they want to know why. Well, there are two questions. First of all, they want to know why this happened. Was the US under some kind of immediate threat? Remember, President Trump said on Saturday morning, as he announced what was happening, that he talked about how these weapons could reach the American homeland at some point soon. And then the question is, what happens next? Now, we saw that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, he was on Capitol Hill on Monday. He was briefing the so-called Gang of Eight. Those are the congressional leaders who have security clearance. He's going to be back later today, Tuesday, along with the Defense Secretary or the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, also the CIA Director, as they really try to stave off a revolt against what's going to come next. So you've got congressional lawmakers, you've got the Senate, they're going to be addressing all of them there, and they're going to be trying to make the case to make sure that an act that is going through the stages at the moment doesn't pass, and that is an act that would effectively limit the powers of the president on any further action. The Republicans are feeling reasonably confident. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, believes he's not going to have to worry too much. The Democrats would need about 5 defections. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. But of course, this action is already taking place. So the question is, even if that was to pass, is it going to change anything realistically on the ground at the moment?
Phil Lavelle in Washington, thanks for the update. Now, earlier I spoke to Ambassador John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. He says he has no doubt that Iran was working towards a nuclear weapon.
Iran was trying to get a deliverable nuclear weapons capability and that they were making substantial progress on it. I think that is a perfectly legitimate basis, along with several other reasons like Iran's continued sponsorship of terror around the world for the U.S. and Israel to take the actions that they're taking now. I've been recommending it myself for over 20 years.
Right. But there have been mixed messages, Ambassador, from the Trump administration. President Trump's decision to go to war, his justification initially was that this was for the Iranian people. 3 days later, last night, he listed 4 objectives, missiles and nuclear program, and not once did he mention the Iranian people. What are we to make of that? And are you convinced by this strategy?
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face.
Are the Americans and Israelis on the same page as far as the goals, the objectives of this operation, and how long it will last?
Well, I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
But who's leading this dance, Ambassador? Is it the Israelis or the Americans?
Well, I think by dint of total combat capacity, it's the United States. But I think the strategic thinker here is Bibi Netanyahu beyond a doubt.
Well, the U.S. and Israel no doubt hold overwhelming military superiority. If the objective is regime change and to truly compel Iran to surrender, what are they missing here? Because we've seen the Iranian response and how far they're willing to take this.
Well, I think the Iranian response is like writing a long suicide note. I think the attacks on the Gulf Arab states, the attack on the British base in Cyprus, certainly other things they've done and could do, like mounting terrorist attacks around the world, in Europe, in the United States, through their terrorist proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, are simply sealing their fate. I don't know how long it will take. Neither does President Trump. But every time another Revolutionary Guard headquarters or base are bombed, every time another member of the government, civilian or military, is eliminated, the regime gets weaker. And that is the point. That is how the bombing facilitates regime change. The regime begins to crumble at the top. Its leading figures begin to spar with one another because many of them begin to think maybe we're not on the winning side if we stick to the regime. And it gives the opposition courage that the outside world understands how unpopular the regime is inside Iran and how they're willing to stand with the opposition.
But, you know, coming back to Iran and what they're doing right now in this region, lashing out at Gulf states is also perhaps their strategy, and they see it as an effective way to compel a change in American behavior. Could Gulf states be putting the pressure on the U.S. here to change tactics, to change the strategy because of the impact it's having on them and the impact it will have worldwide?
Well, I think the attacks and the casualties they've caused are unfortunate, but they're really quite minimal. And I think it's a big mistake for Iran to have done this. I think the governments of the Gulf Arab states know full well that the only way to peace and security in the Middle East over a sustained period is for the regime in Tehran to be overthrown. Like everybody else, they'd like to do it with a minimum amount of disturbance. But the disturbance is here, and the question is now, are they going to side with Iran? Or are they going to side with the United States? I think this is pretty clear.
Finally, Ambassador, do you think there's a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Is there a diplomatic off-ramp at this stage? Can there still be a de-escalation here?
Well, Trump will talk to anybody, anytime about anything, and his biggest thrill in life is to make a deal. So sure, they can try, and it wouldn't be untypical of Trump to agree to something. I think that would be a mistake, and I'll just say it one more time. The only way to end the Iranian nuclear and terrorist threats is to eliminate the regime. There's nothing to negotiate about that point.
Thank you, Ambassador Bolton, for joining us on Al Jazeera. John Bolton, former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Trump in his first term. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's pick this up now with Mohammed Al-Masri, professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. What did you make, Mohammed, of what we heard there from John Bolton? Do you agree with him that this bombing campaign will facilitate regime change in Iran?
No, I don't. I think he's a bit too optimistic. Let's remember that Mr. Bolton is a hawk. He's the same guy that told us 23 years ago that he was certain that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And obviously, he was wrong about that. I don't think there's a quick path to regime change. I'm not even certain that that's what Israel wants. Does Israel really want a turn to democracy in Iran? Israel is not exactly popular in Iran. They wouldn't be popular with whoever would win a free and fair democratic election in Iran. I think Israel wants chaos and collapse, not just of Iran, but of all of their neighbors in the region, so that they can be the only hegemon, and that they can then carry out their expansionist agenda without any sort of hindrance.
What about the Americans? Is regime change not what they're seeking?
I actually think that the Americans are just going along with the Israelis in this particular instance. I thought it was interesting.
Which is also what Bolton suggested there, that the strategy was all Israel's.
That is true. I do agree with him on that. I thought it was interesting what Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said yesterday, basically admitting, I thought it was a stunning admission, that he said that basically Israel forced the United States' hand to go into this war. Donald Trump has a long history of rejecting regime change operations and specifically war with Iran. He's said it on numerous occasions, but I think he was kind of dragged into this one. I'm not giving him a free pass. I think he's there's he's as guilty as Netanyahu, because at the end of the day he did what he did. But I think it was Netanyahu that pushed the United States into this war, and I do agree with all the analysts who are calling it Israel's war.
Right. If, as you say, they've dragged the Americans into this, Israelis, how long will the Americans stick it out? How long will they keep going at this if it proves to be too costly?
Well, I think that they probably want to get out of it as quickly as possible. The problem is that the United States is pretty much beholden to the Israelis. The Israelis exercise an unbelievable amount of control over American policy, especially American foreign policy. This is well documented in the academic literature. And ever since Donald Trump took over, the Israelis have been pretty much getting whatever they want. I think it's difficult to say right now how long this might last. But who's to say? Donald Trump said yesterday, 4 to 5 weeks, or possibly much longer.
I want to ask you now about Iran's strategy. They seem to be focusing on inflicting as much damage and costs, not just on U.S. military assets. As we've seen, they've also now targeted energy infrastructure in this region. Why are they doing this, you think? And is it something that could pay off? I mean, if that you can use that word for them.
Well, I think their hope is that these Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, that they get together and basically go back to the United States and say, look, enough is enough. We can no longer tolerate this. We need you to step in and stop this war, end this war, and make sure that Israel doesn't go back to war.
Right. But do they have the leverage to do that, given what you've said about the Israelis really driving this strategy?
Right. Well, I think that the Arab countries do have a lot of leverage. There's no question. They have a lot of leverage with the United States. We spoke in the last hour about the investments, right? About $2 trillion worth of investments in the United States. So I do think the Gulf countries have leverage. But to your question about what Iran is trying to do, Iran is trying to make this as painful and costly as it can on all of the actors, whether they're directly involved or, from Iran's perspective, indirectly involved by hosting American military bases, right? That's their strategy, and I think it's from their perspective, this is existential. This is a kind of fight or die.
Right. So far, we haven't seen a direct response by the Gulf states. They haven't retaliated directly, and they've been rather cautious in their response. What does that suggest to you, and why do you think that is, and what would change their calculus and lead them to get directly involved in this conflict?
Yeah, well, I don't think they want. They didn't want this war. Obviously, they had been lobbying for months against an attack on Iran. They don't want this war. They don't want this kind of instability. I think they are being cautious. I don't think they're going to be quick to respond militarily. But the longer this goes on, and especially if energy sources are hit and are continuously hit, then this could get very costly. And then I think it's going to be a strategy of trying to apply pressure on the Americans. Potentially, I think, and I mentioned this in a previous interview, they could open those military bases up to the Americans and basically tell the Americans to sort of have at it. And then as a last resort, yes, if it goes on long enough and if it's serious enough, they could potentially respond militarily as well.
Mohammed Al-Masri, always good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
It is now 14:30 GMT, 5:30 p.m. here in Doha. I'm Foliba Thibault with our continuing coverage of the conflict between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. These are the latest developments on day 4 of the conflict. Explosions are being heard right now in Iran's capital, Tehran, and neighboring Karaj. Israel has also issued forced evacuation orders for at least one neighborhood in Tehran, warning of an imminent strike. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Sunday, according to the Iranian Red Crescent. Airstrikes have been targeting several other cities, including Isfahan and Shiraz. Iran's ambassador to the UN, meanwhile, has vowed to continue striking U.S. bases in the region until the attacks against Iran stop. Iran has also launched dozens of attacks on Israel and U.S. assets across the Middle East in response. Multiple interceptions have taken place in parts of northern and central Israel. At least 11 people have been killed across Israel since Saturday. This is the Lebanese capital, Beirut, where the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah commanders after hitting command centers and weapon storage facilities. A senior Hezbollah official has said, quote, if Israel wants an open war, then let it be an open war. The Israeli attacks have triggered a new wave of forced displacement in Lebanon. The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have registered at shelters in Lebanon. And these are images from the Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates after debris from an intercepted drone caused a major fire. The U.S. State Department has ordered the departure of non-emergency government personnel and their family members from Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Here in Qatar, the spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has said Gulf countries are united to counter Iran's aggression. Majid Al-Ansari gave a news conference a short while ago. Let's listen to what he had to say.
At the very beginning, I'm not going to go into the details and the escalation in this period from Iran and the latest development since the start of the aggression against Qatar last Saturday. The state of Qatar has been hit with 3 missiles, cruise, 101 ballistic missiles, 79 drones, and that have been intercepted. As you know, some establishments in Mesaid and Ras Laffan have been targeted. Industrial complex has been targeted, and in Mesaid and in Ras Laffan, vital tanks and infrastructure has been targeted, and the technical evaluation is being done now to continue working in these establishments. And as you said, the Qatar Energy statement, the production has been stopped for the safety of the staff and employees in this location. Regarding the diplomatic moves recently, the state of Qatar has witnessed an active diplomatic moves, and Qatar received 88 phone calls from leaders, prime ministers, and foreign ministers, and His Highness the Emir received 34 phone calls from different leaders of the world, and the prime minister received 27 phone calls, and Sultan bin Said, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, also, and Mr. Saleh Al-Khalifi and the Minister of Foreign Affairs received more than 13 contacts from their counterparts. And the state of Qatar has, the Foreign Ministry has summoned Saleh Al-Abadi, Ambassador of Iran, and Qatar expressed to him its total rejection to these aggression that is complete violation to the international law and the international agreements. Dr. Mohammed bin Abdul Saleh Al-Khalifi confirmed to the Iranian ambassador that the repeat of these aggressions is against the good neighborhood between the two countries, and this will lead to a deterioration of mutual and bilateral relations between both countries. And a memorandum has been sent to the Iranian embassy to express the rejection of the state of Qatar. The GCC meetings on last Sunday through conference have been held, and they discussed the aggressions and they condemned the Iranian aggression against the GCC countries, and the ministers confirmed their commitment to deal together and to cooperate for the sake of stopping that aggression in order to work within the neighborhood relationship and the United Nations Charter. Also, statements have been issued where Qatar expressed its complete rejection to this aggression, and on the GCC countries, and an aggression on a mediator is an aggression on the mediation in itself that is being played by Oman. Also, they condemned the state of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, and the U.S. have condemned in a statement the Iranian attacks, and the statement considered this escalation, this aggression, as an escalation in the region. Also, condolences messages have been sent to the Kuwaiti government, and the foreign ministry confirmed its full support to the Kuwaiti people in this regard. Also, the state of Qatar yesterday sent a message to Antonio Guterres and Michael Walters, the American permanent representative to the United Nations, regarding the Iranian aggression against Qatar, that is against the territory safety of Qatar and against the peace and stability in the region. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. We have some questions regarding the Iranian aggression on Qatar. Is Qatar going to hit back? The Qatari Ministry of Defense announced that 2 planes have been dropped. So what's the fate of the crew? Also, a Mossad cell was arrested. What are the details? Regarding the statement of Araghchi, the Iranian minister, so these statements were not true, they are false, and also there were no warning or arrangement. Qatar was surprised by these unjustified attacks. I'd like to say that they are not targeting military establishment or American interests in Qatar, but they are targeting the country and the territories of Qatar. This is not acceptable at all. So many missiles launched against Qatar were against Qatari interests and against certain areas within Qatar and against our vital establishments, like what happened in Mas'aid and Ras Lafan. And the Qatari armed forces have dealt with all these missiles and aggression without losses. If the Iranian foreign minister Araghchi spoke about contact, a warning contact with Qatar. It was the last time, not this time, it was a contact regarding the reaction. They did not say when, they did not say what. And at that particular time, we have said to Araghchi, and we have said this time to the Iranian ambassador, that this aggression will never be dealt in a positive way from our side. And we have the right to reply. When the Iranians attacked Al Adid base last time, the state of Qatar preferred to support a ceasefire because Qatar has put the security of the region on top of its agenda, despite the fact that it's our right to reply. We are still monitoring the situation, but these attacks will never go without a reply. Regarding the planes that we dropped yesterday, the planes crossed the Qatari space, and we gave the pilots a warning according to the rules, and these flights are being targeted, and still we are looking for the crews. Regarding the Mossad cell, we have no information about this right now. Question from Qatar TV. What is the formal assessment about the readiness of the country and the classification of the aggression? As you know, this aggression, particularly what happened yesterday, is a dangerous escalation, and thank Allah Almighty, we managed to deal with all these aggressions through the Sukhoi and the missiles in night time. We managed to deal with them and to drop them. And this is a good opportunity to express our thanks and appreciation to the Qatari armed forces who have proved that Qatar is strong enough and is always against anyone who wants to attack Qatar, to attack the citizens, or to attack the residents. And Qatar has proved its readiness in this regard and in this connection, and no one can represent a threat to its security. This is a fact that has been seen during the last days. As we said and as mentioned in the statement that was issued yesterday, we are fully ready. The media, the false media report regarding Patriot and is not true. We still have our ability to and readiness to deal with the threat at any moment. The Qatari armed forces have proved its ability to deal with these threats. We are quite ready to take care of the citizens and the residents. This is your responsibility in the media to not to circulate these wrong information. It's your job, your media people, to stop these false things. And our dealing with our allies and our partners, we exchange these matters with all our partners in the region and outside the region, so as to have a full coordination regarding the defensive system in the state of Qatar. This system is being discussed in all transparency.
Some breaking news now, and we're hearing that the building that houses the Iranian Assembly of Experts has been flattened by an air attack. This happened in the city of Qom, south of the Iranian capital, Tehran. This is the assembly that would be expected to select the next supreme leader after the assassination of Ali Khamenei. But we understand the building was empty at the time of the strike. Information is being reported by the Iranian state media. We'll bring you more when we have it. In the meantime, let's get an update on the situation in the Gulf region and bring in Zain Bazravi in Doha. Zain, we heard there from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman saying that Gulf countries are responding to the Iranian attacks in concert. Bring us up to speed with the situation across the region right now.
Well, today was yet another busy day. On day 4, we saw attacks on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. We saw attacks on the port in Oman. Once again, drone strikes there. We saw 20 missiles and 3 missiles and 20 drones, Iran says it used to attack Bahrain, the U.S. air base there. And here in Doha at around 2 a.m. local time in the early hours of this morning, loud explosions heard across the city. There was some debris fall as well, and that was because the Ministry of Defense confirmed it intercepted 2 Iranian ballistic missiles. This after the day it shot down 2 Sukhoi jets that had been flying in from Iran. So severe escalation happening over and over again, day by day. In that press briefing, Majid al-Ansari, the foreign ministry spokesman, also said that all red lines had been crossed as far as Qatar is concerned. He said the focus is now on protecting the country and everyone living in it, including the residents here that represent nationals from 140 different countries. With regards to the jet, he said something very interesting. He said that they were warned that rules of engagement were observed to the letter, and that if it happens again, that they will do the same thing. And all options are on the table with Qatari leadership as to how to retaliate. With regards to the incident last year in June when Iran attacked Qatar during the 12-day war, he said what Qatar had done then is choose not to retaliate, putting national security, regional security first. But he said what has happened now illustrates that Iran has crossed all red lines and retaliation in some way must happen. He said all options are with the leadership of Qatar at the time.
Zain, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there from Doha. Zain Bazravi. An Iranian-made drone has hit a British airbase in Cyprus, causing limited damage and no casualties. The UK has already announced it's sending a warship to defend the base. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the Cyprus base is not being used by US planes to attack Iran. John Sarapoulos reports from RAF Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles, to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Well, let's get more on this now from Richard Guestford, who's in London. So, Richard, a British warship headed to Cyprus. What do we know about the situation there?
Yeah, well, following the information that John's just giving us about the attack in Cyprus and the drone activity, it seems the British government now playing catch-up folly by making plans through the Ministry of Defence to send a Type 45 destroyer to the Middle East. I was in Portsmouth, which is home of the Royal Navy, on Sunday. There was an awful lot of activity around the dockside there, and it's thought that it will be HMS Duncan, a Type 45 destroyer, that will be sent. I've been on one of these warships myself. They have really quite impressive radar and detection systems, weaponry to match, and HMS Duncan has been up in the North Atlantic on patrols most recently, and has just undergone, we're told, an intensive training program on dealing with drones. So that may well be useful if it is the ship that is about to be deployed. At the same time, the Foreign Office, through the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, announcing today that they are making plans to take British citizens out of Oman. The most vulnerable people, we're told, will be on planes in the coming days, those plans being currently drawn up.
And meanwhile, strains, it would appear, in the so-called special relationship after President Trump criticized the UK. How is Prime Minister Keir Starmer weathering the political storm at home?
Yes, Keir Starmer is certainly walking a tricky path at the moment. He's been seen here in Parliament today, standing alongside his Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. And by rights, all of the eyes should have been on that building, listening to her spring statement, which laid out the country's financial position, which, of course, could be quite severely affected by this conflict if it drags on. But all of the talk in Parliament, all the talk around here in Westminster really is about the souring of that special relationship with the United States. It is clear that Donald Trump is not happy with Sir Keir Starmer. He's told 2 British newspapers that he wished that action had been taken much sooner. And of course, Sir Keir Starmer has gone back to the Americans and said you can use British bases, but only for defensive operations. And he has spoken to Parliament himself and really laid it down and made it clear that in his mind regime change cannot be achieved through the air, and certainly that he's worrying, it seems, about just exactly what Donald Trump has in mind for what comes next. His chief secretary today standing up, talking to the media and saying any decision that is made will solely be done so in the best of British interests.
Richard, thank you for that. That's Richard Guestwood live for us there in London. Now, one of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone has touched down safely at London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi, which is offering limited flights, while much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed. Thousands of flights have been cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region in recent days has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Brigadier General Ibrahim Jabari, advisor to the commander of the Revolutionary Guard, says it will not allow the U.S. access to any oil.
The price of oil's reached $81 and the world's certainly waiting for it to reach at least $200. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Our heroes in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Navy and the Army will set fire to any ships that try to pass through the strait. We'll also target their oil pipelines in the region, and we will not allow oil exports from this region until we put pressure on the enemy. The Americans have debts of hundreds of thousands of billions of dollars, and they're thirsty for the region's oil. They'll not get a single drop.
As a result of all that turmoil around the Strait of Hormuz, stock markets in Europe are falling for a second day following declines in Asia. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. European gas prices jumped another 30% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years. Let's take a closer look at what's happening in oil and gas markets. On Monday, European natural gas prices surged by 50% when Qatar halted production of liquefied natural gas. Qatar's state-owned energy firm blamed Iranian strikes on its facilities. Europe gets roughly 10% of its LNG from Qatar, but some countries like Italy get about a third of their supplies from Qatar. Global gas production is already near capacity, making it difficult to replace lost Qatari volumes in the short term. The disruption triggered the largest LNG price surge since 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. Let's bring in Osama bin Javed in Brussels. So, Osama, Europe's energy and security in question again. What's been the reaction there?
Well, it has intertwined both energy and security. You're hearing already the murmurs from the Hungarians who've been asking for the Druzhba pipeline to be reopened. And we've heard this morning from the Norwegians talking about if this drags on further in the Middle East, then the whole concept of weaning away from Russian gas in Europe could be reopened. So it just brings back the energy crisis we saw just over 4 years ago in Europe, where energy prices shot up to astronomical places, and then governments had to subsidize them, and that ultimately resulted in economic troubles for each of these countries. You've heard from the French saying that there's no direct threat to the oil and gas supplies of France, and they're correct. Directly, the Strait of Hormuz does not provide to the Europeans, but what our analysts telling us is that there is a scramble across Europe, one, to figure out what its inventories are, and two, to figure out how can it go for alternate suppliers of various petroleum products that it needs. So it is not going to directly impact Europe immediately, but what's going to happen is that when they go out looking for those supplies, it's going to be the Asian markets who are going to be there first, and they're going to be getting into a bidding war. And that bidding war would mean higher prices for gas, higher prices for consumers, and then eventually they will have to ultimately pay the price. And that is why the European leaders so far have been urging all sides to show restraint. There's a meeting on Wednesday of Europe's oil experts, and then they are going to come up with some sort of a strategy to mitigate the fallout from this crisis as it continues to drag on.
Osama, thank you for that. Osama bin Javed in Brussels there. Now, the United Nations Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people are now internally displaced inside Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. It's also observed a significant increase of Syrian refugees in Lebanon crossing over into Syria. Obaida Hito reports from the Lebanon-Syria border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdeida Yabus border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days, and they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Obaida Hito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
This is Al Jazeera with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. That's according to the Red Crescent. Multiple buildings have been targeted, including one in Qom. It hosts meetings of the Assembly of Experts, which chooses the new supreme leader. As we speak, that joint offensive by Israel and the US is continuing. The pictures you're seeing now are from the cities of Isfahan, Khomeini Sar and Tehran. The capital's Mehrabad airport has also just been hit. The joint US-Israeli strikes have targeted schools, residential areas and medical facilities in Iran. A hospital in Bushehr in the southwest was hit, leading to the evacuation of the building, and that's put the lives of babies in the neonatal ward at risk.
This is the neonatal ward of the hospital. We are evacuating all wards. I can hardly talk. I have a lump in my throat. In a neonatal ward, look where they've hit. If this baby, or the one I'll show you over there, if you take them off the machine, they will die. Look at this. Look at this innocent baby.
Funerals have been held in the Iranian city of Minab for some of the 168 people killed in a US-Israeli attack. The strike on Saturday hit a girls' school. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are still trying to identify some of the remains. Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Air defenses intercepted a drone and the debris sparked a fire. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. 2 drones struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The defense ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department's ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. There's no let-up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense minister has authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it downed an Israeli drone in that area. And the attacks on Lebanon have triggered a new wave of forced displacement. Thousands of people have been fleeing towards the Syrian border. The UN Refugee Agency says at least 30,000 people are registered at shelters in Lebanon in a matter of days. And now we've got a team of correspondents following developments in Tehran and Doha, Beirut, Ramallah, and in the occupied West Bank, as well as Washington, D.C. We're going to go straight to Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Mohammed, we were just talking about the strikes that have been going on, including one at an airport close to the capital. Talk to us about what's been happening.
Yes, Rob, there is smoke rising from every corner in the Iranian capital, Tehran. There is no let-up in the bombardment. Hour after hour, there are strikes in different places. Overnight, we have seen the strikes on the TV, the national TV, and also on other security-related locations. And today we have strikes in different parts. Even behind me, smoke was there rising just a while ago. The government isn't giving a lot of details about places, but we know from sources close to the government that the Assembly of Experts headquarters in Qom has been all but destroyed. And there are strikes on the cities of Qom, Shiraz, Kharaj. Kharaj is west of Tehran, not far from it, and Pave in Kurdistan. This is ongoing at the same time that the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard is talking about the 15th wave of what it calls True Promise for Operation Against the Enemy. They talked about drone strikes and missile strikes on US bases in Bahrain and also in Kuwait. And they are promising more strikes, stronger, more devastating strikes. They are talking about destroying command centers and also even THAAD launch pads in those areas, and talking about dominance in the ability to send their drones now because they have destroyed the defense facilities, the air defense facilities of the enemy. That's what they say in their reports. So this is a war for Iranians that is a war of existence, and they are not holding any punches, talking about a continuation and the possibility and the means to do that.
Well, Qatar's foreign ministry says Iran has crossed every possible red line and the country reserves the right to retaliate. The spokesperson addressed media a short while ago.
The red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation has already crossed every possible red line. And therefore, we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
I'm going to go live now to Zain Basrawi in Doha. That was quite a wide-ranging press conference. What else was said, Zain?
Well, Majid al-Ansari, the foreign ministry spokesman, really speaking very plainly. And this is a country, Qatar and Iran have enjoyed very warm relations for years. They've been close allies. They share the largest natural gas field in the world. And for the relationship to break down so quickly over the course of the 4 days really just it does illustrate how upset Qatar and other GCC countries are at the level of Iran's retaliation. Now, Iran has said all along that this is what they would do if they were attacked. And perhaps from the point of view of an observer and an analyst, you can see the strategic value in carrying out this kind of broad, sweeping attack on its neighbors. What we have heard, we've seen reporting in Bloomberg earlier this morning saying that the leaders of the UAE and Qatar have been reaching out to the E3, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom to try to convince the United States to end this conflict, to try to place pressure on them after the first 3 or 4 days of this conflict. But what we are seeing is the breakdown of political collateral that has for years been spent on trying to develop a warm relationship between the Arab states and Iran. Majid al-Ansari going on to talk about how the focus now is to protect the country and everyone living in it. With regards to the jets that were shot down, he made it clear that all rules of engagement were observed to the letter. Pilots were warned, and when their trajectory was determined to be Doha, that's when these two Sukhoi jets that flew into Qatari airspace last night were shot down. And he says that the fate of their pilots are unknown, but if there are any other future attacks on Qatari sovereignty, the Qatari government, the Qatari military will deal with it in the same way.
Okay, let's go back to Tehran and Mohammed Val. There are more Iranian attacks, of course, going on neighboring Gulf countries. Can you talk us through what the latest situation is with that?
Rob, I think you are asking me. I have just said in my previous reply that there is this 15th wave of the True Promise operation, True Promise 4 operation. There is a wide range of targets that the Revolutionary Guard, Iranian Revolutionary Guard, is talking about, particularly in Kuwait and Bahrain. They are talking about destroying lots of targets in those countries, and the promise is on. I mean, the pledge is on that also Hormuz Strait is still a no-go zone, that any ship, any tanker that passes there will be a target. The Iranian authorities, the Iranian army, is talking in very strong terms about the capacities it has and its ability to continue this. But let me, in completion of my previous talk about the strikes on Iran, that Israel, and this is the second time in less than 24 hours, has issued the Israeli army evacuation orders to 2 areas, civilians in 2 areas in Tehran here. Hakimiyeh, that's an east of Tehran, a residential area, and the second one is Payam Airport area in Kharaj, that's west of Tehran. This is the second time evacuation orders that look like, sound like evacuation orders that have been issued to people in Gaza and in southern Lebanon. That's beginning to happen here in Iran. The problem with Iranian people is that they don't have access to the internet. Even though these orders were issued in Farsi and they're sent to social media posts here in Tehran, the majority of Iranians do not have access to internet. And the case, for instance, of Hakimiyeh, just minutes after the order was issued, there was bombardment on Hakimiyeh. I doubt if any civilians were able to see that evacuation order. I doubt if they were able to leave their homes for safety.
Okay, let's come back to Doha and Zain Basrawi. Just talk us through some of the other targets that have been hit. We have been hearing missiles going overhead occasionally over the last 24 hours or so.
Well, it began in the GCC again this morning at around 2 a.m. local time in Doha. Loud explosions over the city once again. Residents reported waking up to loud booms. And the Ministry of Defense confirmed that it has shot down 2 Iranian ballistic missiles. There were some reports of debris in parts of the city as well from those threats being met. So 2 ballistic missiles from Iran were shot down. The Ministry of Defense confirming that in the early hours. Then later in the day, there was attacks on Bahrain. Iranian IRGC saying that they used 20 drones and 3 missiles to attack a U.S. airbase in Bahrain. There were attacks once again on an Omani port, drone strikes there, and in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh at the diplomatic compound. Americans were warned early in the morning not to approach the U.S. embassy because it was under attack. There was a fire, there was some material damage to the compound there. Black smoke could be seen rising over the diplomatic corridor that is home to many diplomatic missions there. And we've also heard from the U.S. State Department throughout the course of the day that non-emergency personnel they've been ordered to leave Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, and Iraq. And the U.S. Embassies, the U.S. State Department has also issued a warning pretty much for every Middle Eastern country, suggesting to people that if they are living there, that they should use commercial means to try to leave, as the threat from Iranian retaliation around the GCC remains a real potent problem. And so we are seeing this escalation carry on more and more on a daily basis, and these attacks continue. The Qatar Ministry of Interior also warning today that people should not do any unnecessary travel around the city, and they should also avoid proximity to windows and open areas. Really every indication from not just the United States, but regional governments as well, that the threat remains and the risk still remains, and people should take precautions.
Zain Basrawi in Doha, Mohammed Val in Tehran. Thank you both very much indeed. Got to go to Zena Khoda now, who's live for us in Beirut. In the meantime, of course, Israel carrying out attacks in southern Lebanon. Talk us through what's been happening there. What are they targeting?
Well, this conflict is escalating. Israel escalating its strikes, targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the cluster of neighborhoods that you see behind me. A few hours ago, we saw 2 strikes come in just minutes apart. They came in without prior warning. At times, the Israeli military warns that they intend to target a building, but when they don't give these prior warnings, it is usually a targeted killing, a targeted assassination. The Israeli army is saying that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have independent confirmation. There have been strikes across southern Lebanon as well over the past 24 hours since Hezbollah fired rockets across the border in support of Iran and in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian leader Ali Khamenei. Israel promising Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price, promising to intensify strikes. They forced people from their homes across southern Lebanon. People made their way further north. They forced people out of Beirut's southern suburbs behind me. So Lebanon also experiencing a humanitarian crisis, but Hezbollah too, very much defiant. Since the early hours of the morning, they've carried out at least 6 attacks, claiming to have targeted an Israeli Merkava tank as it advanced into Lebanese territory.
We're going to go to Noor Odeh, who's live for us now in the occupied West Bank. So let's get the Israeli side of this. How is Israel justifying these incursions into Lebanon?
Well, Rob, these incursions, this taking over of Lebanese land is part of Israel's security doctrine. It is described as extraterritorial, by which Israel creates buffer zones on someone else's land, claiming that it is necessary for its defense. We saw Israel maintain control over occupied Lebanese territory even after a ceasefire agreement was reached with Hezbollah in 2024. Now that territory will be expanded. Israel will take over more land as part of that approach of supposedly creating that buffer zone in order to defend the northern communities in Israel, which have come under attack. But it is unclear how far the Israeli army will go. What is clear, though, is that the Israeli government has not put a time limit on this operation. Israeli ministers and the Israeli Prime Minister have said this operation, this assault on Hezbollah will continue as long as it takes to completely crush Hezbollah once and for all. The defense minister even saying that this operation might even outlast the war on Iran.
No, thanks very much indeed. We're going to go back to Zaina Khodr, who's in Beirut for us. Noor, just describing there the two key elements of this. First of all, that there is no time limit on this and there's no indication of how far into southern Lebanon these Israeli troops may go. What are you hearing about what's happening on the ground from where you are?
Well, the UN peacekeeping force that's deployed along the border in southern Lebanon said that they observed Israeli troops advanced into Lebanese territory in some locations. But the Israeli forces have already set up hilltop positions within Lebanese territory, occupying 10 square kilometers. And occasionally, they have carried out ground incursions. They've abducted civilians. They've detonated the homes that remain standing along that border. Villages are destroyed, leveled to the ground. People have not been able to return. So there's concern here following the statement of Israel's defense minister that the military has been authorized to take control of more positions along the border, that Israel wants to expand the territory it controls along the border. So yes, there is a lot of concern, and Hezbollah, has been using this really as justification for keeping its arms, saying that the Lebanese government has done nothing to end Israel's occupation of Lebanese territory. But about that time frame, it seems that this time around, Israeli pressure is going to continue until Hezbollah agrees to surrender its weapons. But there's no sign that the group is willing to do so, at least not yet.
Thank you. Zaina Khodr in Beirut and Noor Odeh in Ramallah. Well, the UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. Thousands are heading towards the border with Syria, among them Syrian refugees who'd been living in Lebanon. Obaida Khito reports from the Syria-Lebanon border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdeidit Yabus border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days, and they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Obaida Khito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
White House correspondent Kimberly Hawkins joining us now from Washington, D.C. I understand that President Trump has been issuing a statement. What's he been saying?
Yeah, the U.S. president continuing to be the primary messenger in this conflict from the U.S. And in his latest Truth Social post that came out just under 2 hours ago, he says their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership is gone, referring to Iran. He says they want to talk. I said, too late. What the U.S. president is saying is essentially that while he maintained he preferred diplomacy, he has now given up on it, asserting that the negotiations now are irrelevant. That Monday he also said and accused Iran of saying there had been a deal when there were those negotiations, we presume, back last week in Geneva. In fact, there had been one twice, but he accuses Iran of backing out. So the president suggesting that the talks essentially dragged on for too long, and now Iran no longer has any leverage. But we should also point out that when it comes to the messaging from the president, it's much more vague when it comes to the timeline of how long this joint U.S.-Israeli operation against Iran will take place. Initially, the U.S. president saying that it could be about 4 weeks, maybe just a little more. But in a more recent Truth Social post in the last 7 or 8 hours, he said, in fact, that the U.S. is getting very close to its objectives, almost implying that things would be shorter in timeline. But now he has also said in a simultaneous posting that there are unlimited weapons the U.S. has at its disposal, and that this could go on forever if needed, which is an unusual choice of words for a president who campaigned on getting the United States out of the so-called forever wars in the Middle East.
Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. We're going to bring in Phil Lavelle. He's live with us from Washington, D.C. I understand Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to be briefing members of Congress. Do we have any idea what he's likely to say?
Well, he's going to give them some answers, or at least that's what they're hoping. You know, Kimberly just talked there, Rob, didn't she, about how things are vague. They don't want vagueness on Capitol Hill. They want answers to a number of questions. First of all, they want to know why this happened, so how immediate any potential threat was, not to other countries, but to the US and to US interests. And bear in mind that President Trump, in the early hours of Saturday morning when this action began, he at one point said that Iranian weapons or missiles could reach the US homeland at some point. So they'll want to get clarification on that. But then it's also what about what happens moving forward? Because we saw Marco Rubio on the Hill late on Monday. He briefed the so-called Gang of Eight. That's the nickname for the congressional team that have got security clearance. He's back on Tuesday, as you just mentioned. He's going to be there with Pete Hegseth, who's the defense secretary. He's going to be there with the CIA director, the general, the joint chief, the boss of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And they're going to be giving answers to congressional leaders, answers to their questions. And this is all about trying to stave off a revolt over the War Powers Act. There is a vote taking place over the next 24 hours. Maybe it might slip into tomorrow. That would limit the president's powers if it passes. It's almost certainly not going to pass. But even though that is the wide expectation, lawmakers are saying they want this specifically so they can put on record who voted for it and who voted against it, bearing in mind the mistakes that they say are still being felt from Iraq and Afghanistan.
And thank you both, Phil Lavelle and our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C. Ambassador John Bolton is a former U.S. national security advisor to President Donald Trump in his first term. He says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, and the U.S. is assisting him.
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face. I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
Going to bring in our guest. Barbara Leaf is a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs and former U.S. Ambassador to the UAE. And she's joining us from Washington, D.C. Here in the studio, Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thank you both for being with us on Al Jazeera. Mohammed, I want to start with you. We heard what John Bolton was saying there, that essentially this is, and I'm paraphrasing obviously, essentially Israel pulling Donald Trump into a war, that Donald Trump is slipstreaming behind what Benjamin Netanyahu wants. What's your assessment of that?
Yeah, well, I think for 14 months or so, Benjamin Netanyahu has been pretty much getting what he wants from Donald Trump, and I think this is another case. I thought Secretary of State Rubio admitted as much yesterday when he basically said that Israel had forced America's hand in getting involved in this war. So I think it's another instance, unfortunately, for the America First president to be implementing a kind of Israel First policy.
Barbara, there's been a lot of obviously confusion, or perhaps the U.S. would say misconception, about the reasons why they're actually going into this conflict. How does that affect, if there is no actual strategy, as John Bolton was suggesting, when it comes to U.S. policy, with the end game as far as the U.S. is concerned in this? How difficult does that make it to find an off-ramp in this?
So it's a very good question. I would say on day 4 of this campaign, it remains entirely unclear what the president's bottom line is. So that said, he can build his own off-ramp at any point. He has claimed victory in a sense on the first day of having rid the region, rid the Iranian people of the supreme leader, the architect of 37 years of very destructive policies in the region and repression at home in Iran. And the campaign this week will likely substantially diminish, not completely destroy, but substantially diminish the remnants of the nuclear program and, of course, the ballistic missile arsenal. Those are two big wins for the president if he decides not to simply go further towards a longer scheme of regime change, notwithstanding what he's said almost every day. In fact, every day he's mentioned that as one of a number of aims.
Mohammed, it sounds from what Barbara is saying that there is at least there's a commonality of goals between what Benjamin Netanyahu wants and what Donald Trump believes that he could benefit from, ultimately, from this action in Iran. But at the same time, given what you were saying before, when it comes to the point at which the U.S. action is likely to stop, is that going to be set by Donald Trump, or is that going to be dictated by Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think?
Well, it remains to be seen. I guess let's hope that it's Donald Trump that can set the U.S. agenda and timeline. I have no doubt that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to create chaos and collapse. I don't think regime change in particular is what he's after. I mean, if Iran were to take a democratic turn, does Benjamin Netanyahu think that that would work out in Israel's favor? Israel's not exactly very popular in Iran. So I think what Netanyahu wants is what he said in October of 2023. He wants total victory. He wants chaos and collapse throughout the region so that Israel can become the only kind of hegemon. And they want absolute hegemony, and they want to be able to pursue their expansionist agenda, Greater Israel, without any sort of hindrance. So one can hope that Donald Trump would see his way out of this war sooner than later. The problem, though, of course, is that many of the figures in the Trump administration are as devoted to the idea of Greater Israel as Israel is.
Stay with me, both of you. I just want to take a pause for a second and just bring our viewers up to date with what we're covering. I'm Rob Matheson with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel's military has issued more forced evacuation orders for areas in Tehran. The Iranian capital has been bombarded continuously by a joint US-Israeli offensive. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. And Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. And 2 drones have struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The Defense Ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department has ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait. And there's no let up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense ministers authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it's downed an Israeli drone in that area. Okay, let's return to the discussion we were having just a few seconds ago. And I want to come back to Barbara Leaf, former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, former U.S. Ambassador to the UAE. Let's talk about the strikes that have been happening on the Gulf countries. They have made it plain that so far they reserve the right to retaliate, but at the moment they have no intention of doing anything other than acting defensively to protect their own countries. What kind of pressure should they or could they be putting on, say, the United States in order to try to temper what is going on and try to bring this to an early close?
So, Rob, this goes back to your last question, which is an important one. The president ultimately has to answer to a set of audiences that the Prime Minister of Israel does not answer to, and that is the American people, the Congress, which has a very important role that it will have to exercise, but also to key partners in the region, in the Gulf and in Turkey. And he listens to them. So you saw the extraordinary images yesterday, or the event of Qatar, this small country, warning off Iranian strike aircraft that were attempting to attack Qatar's LNG facility, and then having warned them, Qatar shot them down. I mean, who could have imagined that a few years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago? So these Gulf countries are in a defensive posture. They're doing exceptionally well in that sense, from Saudi Arabia all the way through the Gulf, in defending their territory and protecting the people in their countries. So they are in a defensive mode, but they will certainly be talking to the president nonstop about where the exit ramp is for this, because ultimately they are on the front line, and they will want to see the diplomatic play and where that comes into play.
Mohammed, let's talk about that diplomatic play that Barbara was just mentioning there. Donald Trump has said, and we mentioned it earlier on, that with regard to Iran, their air defense, Air Force, Navy and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. Now, the head of Iran's National Security Council, Ali Larijani, has been refuting media reports that he had tried to restart nuclear talks. In your assessment of the situation, at this point, is there genuinely no interest in having any talks? Or does neither side simply not want to be seen to be the one that goes first?
It's difficult to know what they would talk about, all right? Because there have been ongoing discussions, right, for the better part of really all of Donald Trump's second term. And it's been the U.S. that has abandoned those talks. Right, in the middle of talks in June of 2025, the U.S. Decided to bomb Iran, and they did the same thing on Saturday in the middle of talks. If this were about the nuclear program, I think it would be very simple. The U.S. could just go to the negotiating table. They could arrive at an agreement like the JCPOA. which was in play up until Donald Trump canceled it several years back during his first term as president. But I don't think it's that simple. I think that, again, it goes back to, and I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but I do think that this comes back at the end of the day to Israel's objectives in the region and Trump's willingness and his administration's willingness to kind of go along with the Israeli plan.
Barbara Leaf, Mohammed Al-Masri, I'm very grateful to you both. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get an update from our correspondents. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett is in Washington, D.C. first. First, we're going to go to Mohammed Val in Tehran. Mohammed, you were telling us earlier about the attacks that have been going on in the last several hours or so in Iran. Just bring us up to speed with what we know.
Yes, Rob, those attacks are continuing throughout the day and the nights before. Around a little bit after midnight, there were strikes on the national TV headquarters and also on other facilities there in that area. There is an airport called Mehrabad. This is the 5th time probably that this airport has been hit. It's the second most important airport. It is a civilian airport, but there is talk about, some facilities, some security facilities or military installations around it. So that airport has been hit several times now. We have also Qum and Shiraz and Kharaj. Qum, that's where the Assembly of Experts, one of its headquarters, is located, and it has been hit severely. But the understanding we have is that it has been evacuated before the strike. We don't know how they knew about that strike. Pave in Kurdistan also has been hit. And as I said, Mehrabad Airport, there were 2 evacuation orders from the Israeli army over the last 24 hours. One of them was overnight for the Evin district. That's where the biggest prison in the country is located. And it was not the prison, but the area was struck after that evacuation order. And the second one was just a while ago for 2 districts in Tehran, Hakimiyya, that's east of Tehran, a residential area, and Payam, the Payam airport area, that's in Kharaj. Kharaj is west of Tehran. So this is a new development in the war. The same thing we saw in Gaza, the same thing we saw in South Lebanon, we are seeing it now in Tehran. Israeli army issuing evacuation orders to civilians. But civilians in Iran, they don't have access to internet right now, and I doubt that many of them have seen those evacuation orders. And one of those 2 places has already been hit by Israeli aircraft just a while ago.
That's Mohammed Val bringing us up to date there from Tehran. Thank you very much. Well, the International Atomic Energy Agency has released a statement. It says that based on the latest available satellite images, the IAEA can now confirm some recent damage to entrance buildings of Iran's underground Natanz fuel enrichment plant. The agency's added that no radiological consequence is expected. There's no additional impact detected at the fuel enrichment plant itself, which was severely damaged in the June conflict. Now, the Trump administration is trying to justify its decision to go to war against Iran and why the attacks were necessary with briefings and press conferences. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan reports from Washington.
Nearly 72 hours after the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iranian military and civilian targets, the official notification from U.S. President Donald Trump to Congress about his decision to declare war. The threat to the United States and its allies and partners became untenable. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that may be necessary. Earlier on Monday, Trump explained why now.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
A point the U.S. military later stressed on social media. U.S. forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. Congressional Democrats have called the attacks illegal since Congress did not authorize them.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat
to American interests. I still don't think that standard has been met.
Republicans say they'll oppose Democratic efforts to force the White House to end the operation now.
I think the idea that we would move a War Powers Act vote right now, I mean, it will be forced to the floor, but the idea that we would take the ability of our commander-in-chief, the president, take his authority away right now to finish this job is a frightening prospect to me. It's dangerous.
The conflict has caused the price of crude oil to jump. Analysts say U.S. drivers will be affected.
Higher gas prices are a frustration to people, and they certainly make a difference in their overall budget. But typically, it's not a deal breaker for most people. They're not going to stay at home just because gas prices have bumped up a little bit.
U.S. officials aren't predicting just how long the operation will take. They're not ruling out deploying U.S. ground troops in Iran, meaning more tough questions from members of Congress when the Secretary of State and other officials brief them later on Tuesday. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett's joining us now from Washington, D.C. I want to talk to you about the visit by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz that he's made to Donald Trump at the White House. It was interesting because on Sunday he's insisted that Germany does stand by Israel and the United States, but he also says Germany finds itself in a dilemma regarding the original attacks by Israel and the U.S. In other words, the attacks are not necessarily covered by international law. That's a dilemma I would imagine many allies of both Israel and the United States are facing at the moment.
That's right. The conflict that Israel and the U.S. have launched against Iran has left Europe rattled, to say the least, and Germany specifically. So what I can tell you is that the meeting between the German Chancellor and the U.S. President was already on the schedule. But now it's clear that the conversation, when they sit down for their bilateral meeting in the next hour, will be dominated by this conflict. Now, the conflict has, as I mentioned, rattled Europe. The shipping lanes have been disruptive, and that has affected supply chains. Risk of a wider conflict is of grave concern to broader Europe. And also, there are concerns about further implications should this go on indefinitely. Now, what Germany is trying to do, essentially, is sort of balance its historical support for the United States with its broader concerns of where things are headed, and trying to manage the concerns for not just Germany, but Europe as a whole. So initially, this was a conversation that was scheduled to discuss trade, tariffs, security with respect to ending the war in Ukraine. But now we know that this conversation is likely to be overtaken, overshadowed, and dominated by the U.S.-Israeli attacks on Iran.
Kimberly, thank you very much indeed. That's Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent in Washington, D.C. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to set fire to any ships that try to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Oil and gas prices have spiked. Global markets have tumbled as the conflict in the Middle East continues. Energy facilities across the big producers like Qatar and Saudi Arabia have halted production after their infrastructures were hit. Kulsum Sharif explains the impact.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps says the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. Now, this is an important waterway with about 20% of the world's oil consumption passing through this narrow curve. It's used by most of the major oil and gas producers in the Middle East. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is rather narrow, but holds a lot of traffic. If we look at just this narrow point, it's about 33 kilometers, but an estimated 20 million barrels of oil have flowed through it every single day last year. Now, much of it is headed to Asia through the Arabian Sea, but some of it is also headed to Europe, right through the Arabian Sea and up through the Suez Canal. Its closure would mean 19 billion barrels of oil will be wiped off the global market. Now, Iran has been targeting energy infrastructure right across the region. It sent global oil and gas prices soaring. In its latest attack, it has hit an oil tank in a port in Oman. A drone struck it, but no casualties have been reported. Iran is also targeting Israel. And the Israeli military has reported interceptions in Tel Aviv, West Jerusalem, and El Beth. Israel, for its part, is targeting Tehran and Beirut. And overnight, the Israeli military has deployed additional forces to southern Lebanon.
Well, the cost of transporting natural gas across the Atlantic has doubled. Bloomberg News reports chartering a liquid natural gas tanker across the Atlantic is now $200,000 per day. The increase comes just a day after Qatar Energy shut natural gas production following an attack on its facilities. Well, Joe Mitchell is a professor of economics at the University of the West of England. He's joining us now from Bristol in the UK. It's very good to have you with us. US Energy Secretary Chris White is quoted as saying that the world is well supplied with oil right now, and that would give President Trump more leverage in his geopolitical actions, not to worry about a crazy spike in oil prices. How accurate is that?
It is the case that the US is less dependent on Middle Eastern oil than it used to be. It has substantial domestic production now, both of oil and gas. It's also the case that the US has a large strategic reserve, as does China, which will be brought into play. And there has been at least an assumption, I think, that OPEC states, including Saudi Arabia, would increase production to try and smooth market prices and prevent oil price spikes. Having said all that, really the question is, how long does this conflict go on for, and how wide does it go? In particular, how much damage is done to oil production and refinery facilities in the Gulf, and how much traffic is restricted through the Straits of Hormuz. If we do see serious disruption there, then the facilities which I mentioned will not be enough to cushion. Already we've seen the oil price today, Brent crude above $80, up from somewhere in the 60s only a few days ago. And although markets were relatively calm until today, we're seeing some quite large moves, downward moves in stock markets, upward moves in bond and yields. That means interest rate predictions. So if the war is over relatively quickly, then these relatively positive statements may turn out to be true. But if the war lasts longer and the damage is long-lasting, then they will not last very well.
We tend to think of the importance of oil in terms of it being transferred from one place to another. But clearly, if that transfer doesn't take place, it's not only that it's not getting to the places that need it, but it also is backing up in the places which are producing it. And if I understand it correctly, the whole purpose of oil is to keep the pumps running, keep the refineries going, keep a steady flow. And we're just hearing Iraqi oil officials have been telling Reuters that apparently because of the disruptions in the Hormuz Strait, they've pushed storage to critical levels. So that's the other end of it, isn't it? It's not just delivery, it's actually where you store the stuff if you can't get it through the strait.
Yes, absolutely right. I also read reports today that Saudi Arabia is shutting down one of its large oil fields because storage has reached capacity and they can't get the oil onto the transit through the Straits of Hormuz. And as I understand it, I'm not an expert on oil production and so on, but as I understand it, it's very costly, or it can be very costly, to shut down facilities and restart them. So they will want to avoid that. So all of this points towards the longer the conflict goes on, the greater the impact on oil production, transport, and therefore prices, and therefore the effect on the global economy.
We were reading just a few moments ago that apparently Aramco, you were talking about Saudi Aramco there, which is, of course, is the biggest producer for Saudi Arabia, is apparently planning to reroute crude away from the Strait of Hormuz, which, if I understand it correctly, and please forgive me, probably oversimplifying this, but instead of sending it by tanker through the Strait of Hormuz and out into the wider ocean, they're going to transfer it through pipelines and going essentially westward and further north. Now, if I understand it correctly, that's what the US had always wanted Saudi to do. So in one respect, the US is getting what it wants from this.
As far as I understand it, yes, there is an east-west pipeline, and that can be used to transfer some of the Saudi capacity for onward transit from points in the Mediterranean. Whether the US is really strategically interested in these kinds of questions is not for me. I mean, I'm an economist rather than an oil strategist. But I think there are much bigger strategic questions at play here than rerouting Saudi oil. Clearly, the intent of at least some people involved is regime change. That seems to be coming more strongly from the Israeli side than the US side. But these are big political questions which are somewhat beyond my capacity.
I understand. Let me try and bring it back to the economic element. We have about 50 seconds left, so briefly, if you don't mind. Experts have warned that oil markets could surge from about $72 a barrel to about $100 a barrel. Is there a point, given the fact that the Trump administration pays close attention to the way the markets behave, do you think that there will reach a price that will factor into a decision about when to end the war?
I think that's right. Already we're seeing about 50 cents on a gallon of oil, increases predicted by the markets. If the price of oil, in my view, goes to around $120 a barrel, that's the point at which you start seeing a real pain threshold in terms of inflationary pressure. And that's very difficult for central banks because we're coming out of a recent inflationary period in which many think central banks didn't act strongly enough against that inflation. That isn't my view, but that's the view of many. So there will be pressure on central banks to raise interest rates, and that can trigger a whole range of negative consequences, not least for countries of the global south. We're seeing some serious pressure in emerging market exchange rates today in the wake of the COVID pandemic and the interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Those lower income countries were particularly hard hit, and already we're starting to see strains in some of those markets. So I think above about $110, $120 a barrel, you really start to see some of these dominoes falling in terms of these knock-on effects.
Joe Mitchell, we really appreciate you giving us the benefit of your expertise in this. Thank you very much indeed for being with us on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Hashim Al-Karam is a Saudi political analyst. He says Iran's decision to attack countries in the Middle East is a major mistake.
Let's look at the Iranian strategy. Iran is targeting energy sites, civilian infrastructure, and in my view, this has backfired. When your strategy is launching hundreds of missiles and drones at all GCC states, thinking that you could coerce Gulf states into urging US to de-escalate, this firebacks. You're actually doing the opposite. You erode trust, you accelerate GCC military buildup, and also GCC-US ties. And more importantly, Iran risks GCC retaliation if energy hits continue. And I think this is the actual red line. They will eliminate moderate Gulf voices and positions once for all if they continue targeting the oil facilities and gas facilities in the Gulf. At the current moment, de-escalation or any involvement of the Gulf faces huge barriers. As we have seen, Iran rejects talks under any attacks. The signals from the US shows that this will take weeks, not days. I think we are at the beginning, not the end of this war. And I think that the harder hits are ahead. Also, there is this shifting US goals, which complicates any off-ramps or any Gulf intervention or mediation. There is also, I think, and my fear is a risk of a broader war. Iran proxies involvement, Houthis, also other parties such as Europe, or also, GCC involvement. And this will be a different and a totally different dynamic that we do not want to see.
France and Greece plan to send anti-drone systems to Cyprus after a British base was attacked. An Iranian-made drone caused limited damage and no casualties. About 1,000 people have been moved to safety. UK media are reporting the government is considering sending a warship to protect its assets in the region. Zon Saropoulos reports from Akrotiri.
I'm standing outside the British sovereign military base at Akrotiri on the southern coast of Cyprus, where a nearby village has been evacuated for precautionary reasons. 1,000 people have been moved into relatives' homes. About 100 of them have been put up in hotels. But there are no procedures in place, we're told by the local mayor, for such evacuations. They are now deliberating on how to put civil protection procedures. There are no sirens, for example. There's no way to warn people of an incoming air attack. And they are trying to tally all of the transport means at their disposal, such as local municipal buses and other vehicles to transport people in the event of another aerial attack. The evacuation happened because late on Sunday night, a single drone flew into the British sovereign base and struck a hangar. Luckily, it didn't detonate. We presume that explosives experts at the base are now occupied in defusing it. But 2 more drones flew towards the base on Monday, and we're told that they fell into the sea with no intervention from the base itself, although that remains an open question, whether electronic warfare means were used to intercept and down those drones. The Republic of Cyprus as a whole is now doing what the local municipality is doing. They are talking with their European partners to formulate an integrated political crisis response in order to have procedures in place should further air attacks happen.
Russia and China have criticized the US and Israeli attacks on Iran, and they're calling for an immediate halt to military operations. Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says Moscow has seen no evidence to support claims that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, the main justification given by Washington for the attacks.
We repeatedly hear statements about the goals of this war. We still see no evidence that Iran was developing nuclear weapons, which was the main, if not the only, justification for the war. There is proof provided by both the IAEA and the American intelligence professionals that Iran did not manufacture and did not try to produce nuclear weapons.
The United States and Israel's military strikes against Iran without authorization from the UN Security Council violate international law. China is deeply concerned about the spread of war into neighboring countries. We urge all parties to stop military operations and prevent further spread of the war.
One of the first groups of passengers to make it out of the conflict zone have arrived in London's Heathrow Airport. They departed Abu Dhabi, which is offering limited flights. Much of the airspace in other parts of the Middle East remains closed. Thousands of flights have been cancelled, stranding tens of thousands of passengers. The closure of major transit airports in the region has significantly impacted travel between Africa, Asia, and Europe. The US-Israeli war in Iran is costing millions of dollars a day. If the conflict continues for several weeks or months, total economic and military costs could reach into the tens or potentially hundreds of billions of dollars. John Hendren reports from Washington, D.C.
3 American F-15 jets plunged to the ground in Kuwait. All 6 crew members eject to safety, but the jets, costing $94 million apiece, are lost. The human toll of war cannot truly be tallied.
Today we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families.
But the financial cost can be calculated, and they are in the billions of dollars and counting. 2 massive aircraft carrier strike groups, the USS Abraham Lincoln and the USS Gerald Ford, each cost $6.5 million a day to operate. That's $390 million a month. Some in Congress say the cost of President Trump's war is too high.
Trump says his goal is to topple the Iranian regime. But the American people are tired of regime change wars that cost us billions of dollars and risk our lives.
The 37-hour strike on Iran's nuclear facilities in June, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, totaled $2.25 billion. This time, President Trump says the war could last 4 to 5 weeks. If so, costs are likely to range into the hundreds of billions. There is the cost of munitions. The bunker busters dropped on Iran's nuclear sites cost $10 million to $20 million apiece. For the sites targeted by Iranian bombs at American bases throughout the Middle East alone, rebuilding will cost millions, possibly billions. Those direct costs are all paid by American taxpayers, but as consumers, Americans and others will pay more in higher oil costs and in sinking stock values. The U.S. spends nearly $1 trillion on its military, more than any other country in the world. More than the next 9 countries combined, in fact. That's 3 times more than China, nearly 7 times more than Russia. And since 2001, the U.S. has spent an estimated $5.8 trillion funding more than 2 decades of war in the Middle East and Afghanistan. And with the war in Iran, that tally is on the rise. How long the war lasts could be determined in part by how long Americans are willing to bear the financial and human toll of war. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
This is Al Jazeera with our continuing extensive coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. I'm Rob Matheson. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. That's according to the Red Crescent. Multiple buildings have been targeted, including one in Qom. It hosts meetings of the Assembly of Experts, which chooses the new supreme leader. As we speak, that joint offensive by Israel and the US is continuing. The pictures you're seeing now are from the cities of Isfahan, Khomeini-Shahar and Tehran. The capital's Mehrabad airport has also been hit. Funerals have been held in the Iranian city of Minab for some of the 168 people killed in a US-Israeli attack. The strike on Saturday hit a girls' school. Most of the victims were children. Forensic teams are still trying to identify some of the remains. US President Donald Trump has rejected new talks with Iran, saying it's too late. In a previous post, he said the US has a virtually unlimited supply of weapons with which to attack Iran. Iran has been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Air defenses intercepted a drone and the debris sparked a fire. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. 2 drones struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The Defense Ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department has ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait. And there's no let-up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense minister has authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it downed an Israeli drone in that area. Now, we've got a team of correspondents following developments from Tehran, Ramallah and Washington, D.C. We're going to go straight to Mohammed Val in the Iranian capital. Those attacks still going on. Just talk us through what's been going on in the last several hours.
Yes, Rob, attacks haven't abated over the last several hours and even throughout tonight. Starting midnight, there were waves of attacks across the capital, Tehran. And during the last few hours, smoke rose from all corners of the city. Of course, we don't have reports from the authorities about the targets that have been hit. No official reports or details given, but we have some sources close to the government talking about some of the places that have been hit, including the Mehrabad airport. That's the second most important airport in the country. It is located in Tehran. We understand that there are some military and security facilities around that airport, but also it is not very far from residential areas. Payam Airport area in Kharaj, that's a place where a warning by the Israeli army has been issued for civilians to evacuate. And also the other place is Hakimiyya. Hakimiyya has been under attack just a while ago, after a few minutes after an evacuation order was sent by the Israeli army through social media to the Iranian people. But it was difficult for most Iranians to see that evacuation order because there is a blackout in the internet here. This is one of the main problems facing civilians here. Also, other cities like Qom was the target of several strikes. One of them was against the Assembly of Experts headquarters. That's not the main headquarters, but is one of the buildings where they used to sit. This is the assembly made up of 88 members that is going to elect the new supreme leader of Iran. So that hit is a kind of message by Israel that it is not going to allow that to happen in a smooth manner. Aside from Qom, we have Shiraz, we have Kharaj, west of Tehran. We have also Pave in Kurdistan. These are some of the cities that have been hit over the last several hours. On the other hand, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is talking about the 15th wave of what it calls Operation True Promise number 4. And they have, in that 15th wave, they talk about sending missiles and drones against targets across the Gulf region, against U.S. bases in Bahrain and in Kuwait. In consistency with what they have been saying over the last few days, that Iran has the means and the capability to strike wherever any attack came from, without, of course, meaning to be aggressive against neighbors, just for no reason, saying that the places that are hit have all to do with American interests and American bases, military bases in the region.
Well, Qatar's foreign ministry says Iran has crossed every possible red line and the country reserves the right to retaliate. The spokesperson addressed media a short while ago.
The red lines have already been crossed. The attack on our sovereignty, the blatant attack on our people, on the security and safety of our nation, it has already crossed every possible red line. And therefore, we have taken all possible measures, and we reserve the right to retaliate. And as I said, our leaders are considering right now all the options on the ground. Our main focus right now is in protecting our sovereignty, protecting our people, protecting the residents who live here in Qatar of 140 nationalities. And we, as mentioned before, our armed forces, our great armed forces, are doing a wonderful job in protecting our country very bravely, and have shown their capability in defending our country against any threat. So our focus right now is on that. Regarding communicating with Iran, at the moment there are no ongoing communications. As I said, we are focused on protecting our sovereignty.
Dr. Majid Al-Ansari is also taking to social media, saying Qatar has not been part of the campaign targeting Iran. We're exercising our right in self-defense and deterring Iranian attacks against our country. We urge media outlets to use credible Qatari sources when reporting on Qatar. Hussein Basrawi is here in Doha with more on why Qatar is deeply concerned about the recent Iranian attacks.
The foreign ministry spokesman really speaking very plainly. And this is a country, Qatar and Iran have enjoyed very warm relations for years. They've been close allies. They share the largest natural gas field in the world. And for the relationship to break down so quickly over the course of the 4 days really just does illustrate how upset Qatar and other GCC countries are at the level of Iran's retaliation. Now, Iran has said all along that this is what they would do if they were attacked. And perhaps from the point of view of an observer and an analyst, you can see the strategic value in carrying out this kind of broad, sweeping attack on its neighbors. What we have heard, we've seen reporting in Bloomberg earlier this morning saying that the leaders of the UAE and Qatar have been reaching out to the E3, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom, to try to convince the United States to end this conflict, to try to place pressure on them after the first 3 or 4 days of this conflict. But what we are seeing is the breakdown of political collateral that has for years been spent on trying to develop a warm relationship between the Arab states and Iran. Majid Al-Ansari going on to talk about how the focus now is to protect the country and everyone living in it. With regards to the jets that were shot down, he made it clear that all rules of engagement were observed to the letter. Pilots were warned, and when their trajectory was determined to be Doha, that's when these two Sukhoi jets that flew into Qatari airspace last night were shot down. And he says that the fate of their pilots are unknown, but if there are any other future attacks on Qatari sovereignty, the Qatari government, the Qatari military will deal with it in the same way.
Okay, let's go back to Mohammed Val in Tehran for us. So Zain was talking about the attacks that we've been seeing here in Qatar. Meanwhile, more Iranian attacks on neighboring Gulf countries.
Well, that's right, Rob. I mean, as I said before, there is a little bit of obscurity around the Iranian official position towards these attacks. All the communiques, all the statements that we get from the authorities here in Iran is about American bases, American military bases in those countries. They're not hiding that they are targeting those bases, but there is no single official statement in which the government of Iran officially owns an attack on any oil facility, either in Saudi Arabia or in Qatar. Instead, we have sources close to the government talking about sabotage in this respect. But the surprising thing here is that if that's the case, maybe the president here in Iran or someone at the highest level should say that clearly to the public, also to the neighbors. But that's not something that we have seen them doing. So there is a lot of confusion about the narrative here in Iran, about how they are explaining to people and to the neighbors what's going on. They haven't owned those attacks on oil facilities, either in Qatar, gas facilities in Qatar, or in Saudi Arabia. And they are sending messages from close sources or somebody close to them sending messages about possibility of sabotage by other parties, particularly, namely Israel. But at the same time, I mean, people here are wondering why there is no clear declaration about this from the Iranian government.
Mohammed Val, bringing us up to date there from Tehran. Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. We're going to go to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Harkett. She's joining us now from Washington. I understand that President Trump has put something out, I believe it might be on Truth Social. What's he been saying?
Yes, that's right. The U.S. president has been doubling down on this assertion that essentially he has abandoned diplomacy for now, after saying it was always his preferred option. In his latest Truth Social post, the U.S. president writes, "Their air defense, Air Force, Navy, and leadership," referring to Iran, "is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late." Now, why this is important is because the U.S. president is essentially saying that any chance at diplomacy is now irrelevant. In fact, the U.S. president on Monday said that there had been a deal. He didn't specify when, but we presume it was last week in Geneva when those talks were being mediated by Oman, and that there was a deal twice. But he says it was Iran that backed out, and that's when the president said he no longer wants to, in his words, deal with these people. So the U.S. president is insinuating that Iran no longer has the leverage to resolve this any other way than militarily. Having said that, though, when it comes to the timeline of where things are headed, it's very unclear. The U.S. president has given a number of different timelines, initially saying around 4 weeks. Now, in his latest Truth Social post, or a recent Truth Social post, he has said that there is unlimited ammunition and the U.S. could go on forever if it needed to, which is an interesting choice of words for a president who promised Americans that he would get the country out of foreign entanglements.
It's our White House correspondent, Kimberly Harkett. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to bring in Phil Lavelle, who's live with us from Washington, D.C. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is expected to brief members of Congress. Do we have any idea what he might be saying?
Well, they're going to want to drill down on a number of those points that Kimberly was just talking about. They're going to want answers to questions about why this happened now. Was there an imminent threat? Remember, President Trump had alluded to the fact that when he made that statement on Saturday morning that Iranian missiles could soon hit the American homeland. But they're also going to want to know what's going to happen going forward. So they're going to want answers to a number of those questions surrounding that. And it's going to be Marco Rubio's second time on the Hill in as many days. He was there Monday evening. He spoke to the Gang of Eight. That's the nickname for the congressional leaders with security clearance. He's back on Tuesday with the Defense Secretary and also the head of the CIA, where they're going to be addressing congressional leaders again. And then there's going to be this vote at some point this week, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. And it's a bipartisan vote on the War Powers Act. Now, this is really significant because if it passes, then it would limit the president's powers unless there is an act of Congress. But nobody expects it to pass. That's because Democrats would need 5 people to move across to support them. The Republicans feel very confident that they've got the votes, that there's not going to be anybody that deviates from that. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, has already alluded to that. But so you might say, well, why bother? The reason for this is because Democrats say they want it on record who voted for it and who voted against it. Some lawmakers haven't yet said how they're going to vote, even though pretty much everybody expects them to vote in a particular way. But because of the lessons learned from Iraq and Afghanistan, they want to know for history who voted in which direction, because this could come back to haunt people later down the line.
Bringing us up to date there from Washington, D.C., Phil Lavelle. Thank you very much. Well, smoke still hangs over the capital, Lebanon, as Israeli strikes continue to target the city. Sienna Khouda has been following the latest developments from Beirut.
This conflict is escalating. Israel escalating its strikes, targeting buildings in Beirut's southern suburbs, the cluster of neighborhoods that you see behind me. A few hours ago, we saw 2 strikes come in just minutes apart. They came in without prior warning. At times, the Israeli military warns that they intend to target a building, but when they don't give these prior warnings, it is usually a targeted killing, a targeted assassination. The Israeli army is saying that they targeted a meeting of Hezbollah military commanders. We do not have independent confirmation. There have been strikes across southern Lebanon as well over the past 24 hours since Hezbollah fired rockets across the border in support of Iran and in retaliation for the killing of the late Iranian leader Ali Khamenei. Israel promising Hezbollah is going to pay a heavy price, promising to intensify strikes. They forced people from their homes across southern Lebanon. People made their way further north. They forced people out of Beirut's southern suburbs behind me. So Lebanon also experiencing a humanitarian crisis, but Hezbollah too, very much defiant. Since the early hours of the morning, they've carried out at least 6 attacks, claiming to have targeted an Israeli Merkava tank as it advanced into Lebanese territory.
The UN Refugee Agency estimates at least 30,000 people have been displaced in Lebanon since the Israeli attacks escalated on Monday. Thousands are heading towards the border with Syria, among them Syrian refugees who've been living in Lebanon. Obaida Hito reports from the Syria-Lebanon border.
As the Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon intensify, the humanitarian crisis continues to grow. What you're seeing here is waves of Syrian refugees, for the most part, returning from Lebanon into their home country. Women and children, entire families, some of them who have been on the road for more than 24 hours, packing all of their things into their cars, tying their mattresses and suitcases and belongings onto the roofs of the cars, and making their way to the Syrian border. This is the Jdeida Yabous border crossing. All of the people that are arriving are entering into this administrative office where they are trying to sort out their administrative paperwork before making their way into the country. Authorities here say they are prepared to accept all of the Syrians who are going to be returning in the coming days, and they say that they are also going to be accepting foreigners, including Lebanese citizens who want to enter. Since we've been here, we have seen people from foreign countries who are entering, who have fled Lebanon due to the ongoing bombardment. We've also seen Lebanese citizens who are entering, most of them having some kind of familial relations to people here in Syria. But the government here says despite the ongoing escalation in Lebanon, they are prepared to accept as many people as necessary. The Ministry of Disasters and Emergency Management is on site along with the United Nations and several UN agencies providing emergency services to the people that arrive. But unfortunately for everyone here, they're exhausted and there's no clear end to this recent escalation. And they say they're concerned about what the days and weeks ahead are going to look like. Obaida Hito, Al Jazeera, Syrian-Lebanese border.
Your is live for us in the occupied West Bank. No, we understand that Israel is intending to push soldiers further into southern Lebanon. How is Israel justifying these incursions? And do we have any indication about any sort of timeline or physically how far they intend to go?
Well, let's start with the last bit. There is no time frame, no time limit on this operation, Rob. In fact, the Israeli Minister of Defense has said that this assault on Lebanon, on Hezbollah, may outlast Israel's war on Iran. Of course, all of that remains to be seen. Now, as per the justification, Israel doesn't feel the need to justify what it's doing because for the past 2.5 years, it has been implementing its doctrine of extraterritoriality, meaning that Israel creates buffer zones on other countries' land bordering Israel in the name of self-defense. We saw that in Syria, with Israel occupying additional territory in the Golan Heights as soon as the Assad regime fell. We saw that in Lebanon as well, with Israel maintaining military presence on occupied Lebanese territory even after reaching a ceasefire agreement with Hezbollah, an agreement that, as we've been hearing from Zaina, was really one-sided because Israel never stopped bombing Lebanon. Now that territory will be expanded. That sphere of control will be expanded, and the Israeli military and government are vowing to continue with these punishing airstrikes against Hezbollah targets and leaders until the group is crushed.
Noor, thank you very much indeed. Noor Odeh there talking to us from the occupied West Bank. Well, the Trump administration's tried to justify its decision to go to war against Iran and why the attacks were necessary with briefings and press conferences. Al Jazeera's Rosalind Jordan reports from Washington, D.C.
Nearly 72 hours after the U.S. and Israel started bombing Iranian military and civilian targets, the official notification from U.S. President Donald Trump to Congress about his decision to declare war. The threat to the United States and its allies and partners became untenable. It is not possible at this time to know the full scope and duration of military operations that may be necessary. Earlier on Monday, Trump explained why now.
This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime.
A point the U.S. military later stressed on social media. U.S. forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields. Congressional Democrats have called the attacks illegal since Congress did not authorize them.
There needs to be the proof of an imminent threat to American interests. I still don't think that standard has been met.
Republicans say they'll oppose Democratic efforts to force the White House to end the operation now.
I think the idea that we would move a War Powers Act vote right now, I mean, it will be forced to the floor, but the idea that we would take the ability of our commander-in-chief, the president, take his authority away right now to finish this job is a frightening prospect to me. It's dangerous.
The conflict has caused the price of crude oil to jump. Analysts say U.S. drivers will be affected.
Higher gas prices are a frustration to people, and they certainly make a difference in their overall budget. But typically, it's not a deal breaker for most people. They're not going to stay at home just because gas prices have bumped up a little bit.
U.S. officials aren't predicting just how long the operation will take. They're not ruling out deploying U.S. ground troops in Iran, meaning more tough questions from members of Congress when the Secretary of State and other officials brief them later on Tuesday. Rosalind Jordan, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, joining me now is Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Paul Musgrave, Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. Very good to have you with us, gentlemen. Paul, I want to ask you, first of all, in terms of the U.S. strategy, it's a big question, as Rosalind Jordan was just outlining there. There are so many different elements to this, so many different interpretations of what is being said by different people. Now, my question is that a deliberate policy? And if so, does that allow the U.S. a degree of flexibility in the way that it approaches this conflict? Or does it work against them?
Well, I think one of the hallmarks of the Trump administration is that a lot of their approaches to every facet of policy is chaotic. And sometimes it's hard to say, is this noise, is this signal? Because we're dealing with an administration that has very little of a policy process, that has no interagency coordination. And so sometimes it could be strategy, it could be Trump trying to preserve negotiating room. And sometimes it could just be that the administration doesn't know what they want. I think that from yesterday, with President Trump's articulation of four firmer, easier to track goals, not all of which are probably attainable, we're now moving into something where there might be something that looks like an off-ramp, perhaps the degradation of IRGC and Iranian military capabilities. But it could also be that what America wants and what Israel wants aren't the same, and actions like we've just seen in Iran could be one way for Israel to prevent the United States from finding off-ramps that Trump might want.
I want to bring that point up with you, Mohammed, because again, there is this question. It is a joint operation that was initiated by Israel with that first attack. But in terms of what Paul was just describing there, if there is this sort of vagueness, for want of a better phrase, about what the end game is as far as the US is concerned, Benjamin Netanyahu has been extremely clear about what he intends for Iran. So what's your assessment of the kind of dynamic, if you like, between the way the US is doing this compared to the way that Israel is doing this?
Well, what I would say is that Benjamin Netanyahu has been getting his way, for the most part, with Donald Trump for 14 months. And I think we're seeing more of that now with this attack on Iran. I thought it was interesting yesterday what Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. He essentially acknowledged, he admitted that Israel had sort of twisted America's arm to get into this war. They sort of forced the American hand, if you will. And I thought that was an absolutely stunning admission from a U.S. Secretary of State. And now this is becoming a real crisis for the Trump administration because Donald Trump is very plugged into social media. Undoubtedly, he's seeing all of the criticism that he's getting, not from Democrats, but from MAGA Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Matt Walsh, the Hoge twins, Megyn Kelly, all of these people that I just mentioned have millions of social media followers. Even Nick Fuentes, the popular white nationalist and a MAGA, America First Republican, went to his social media platform yesterday and encouraged Republicans to vote Democrat in the upcoming midterm elections. So this is becoming a crisis. Trump is aware of this. He's seeing the opinion polling data showing that only 27% of Americans support the war policy and that 55% of Republicans support the policy, only 55%, which is a very low figure. George Bush had 93% Republican support for the war, the invasion of Iraq in 2003, for instance. So I think that, to Paul's point, I think that the administration is kind of flying by the seat of its pants a little bit and trying to adjust to what Israel has pushed them into.
I want to bring in Robert Pape. He's a professor of political science at the University of Chicago. He's the author of The Escalation Trap on the online platform Substack. He's joining us now from Chicago. It's really good to have you with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed. The bulk of the combat that we're seeing so far, particularly on the side of Israel and the US, is driven by air power, as well as, of course, backed up by missiles and so on. If the ultimate goal is regime change, is that the most effective way of managing to do it without actually having to put boots on the ground?
President Trump is up against the weight of history, not just simply Iran. For over a century, states have been trying to topple regimes with air power alone. Over a century. And it has never, and I'm choosing my words carefully, never worked. What you are seeing play out in real time is the escalation trap. That's why I started this Substack just literally a week before the bombing, because this is fully predictable. It's unfolding exactly in the stages I lay out. And you are seeing that the war is now widening, and this is all fully predictable.
Paul, I want to come back to you because in terms of off-ramps, Donald Trump has already said, and our correspondent Kimberly Halkett was referring to it earlier, he was suggesting that the Iranian leadership had been in charge with him and they wanted to talk, but it was far too late. And the head of Iran's national security has been refuting media reports, saying, well, no, we never intended to talk in the first place. We're not going to talk to the US. Is there a sense that there is a genuine disinclination to have any talks at the moment, given what's going on? Or is it also the case that neither side wants to be seen to be making that first step?
I think that you've got it exactly right. It is too early for either side to begin serious negotiations in public. And we should always remember that we don't know what's happening in back channels. There can be other means of communication, other ways that you can keep lines open. One complication here is that the Iranian leadership has been decapitated, and we've seen further moves to preserve that decapitation, which makes it literally hard to conduct negotiations, both in the sense that there may not be anybody with operational or political control to negotiate with, but also in the sense that every time you have a strike like that, it is harder for the other side to give in or make concessions because it looks like they were pushed. The Trump administration can't back away from this war now, having just begun it, because they are invested, at least for a little while. And now the Iranians can't give in because they've just suffered a severe deterrence failure because we're in a war that nobody, presumably, in Iran wanted. And they have to be shown to be at least credible enough that in a little while, if negotiations do take place, it doesn't look like they were pushed or that they lost.
I want to come back to you, Robert, if you don't mind, because you mentioned a phrase there, the escalation trap, and I'm really interested in that because there are, to me, it sounds like there are many different elements that could cause that to happen. Can you just sort of dig in a little bit more about what you mean about, and particularly in relation to this circumstance, how you see that may apply?
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Stage one is where the smart bombs are near 100% tactically successful. You kill the leader in this case. Stage two is where you don't actually succeed strategically. And that's what you're seeing. Iran is now fully capable of retaliation and continued retaliation. Yes, dispersed, but nonetheless very, very powerful. I'm sure tourism is dropping like a rock across the Persian Gulf, which is almost surely the intended aim of many of these strikes. And moreover, the supreme leader being killed means that a threshold has been crossed where politics has now changed inside of Iran, changed inside of the regime. It's no longer the same regime. It's a regime much more willing to take risk, much more, the society much more willing to bear risk. And so what you are seeing is we are in now stage two of the escalation trap, and Iran now is more and more in control of escalation than the United States.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you all. I want to thank Robert Pape in Chicago, Mohammed El-Masri, of course, and Paul Musgrave as well for your expertise. Thank you very much indeed. I'm Rob Matheson with Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of the conflict between the US, Israel and Iran. Israel's military has issued more forced evacuation orders for areas in Tehran. The Iranian capital has been bombarded continuously by a joint US-Israeli offensive. At least 787 people have been killed across Iran since Saturday. Iran's been retaliating with drone and missile strikes hitting Gulf states. One of the latest attacks was at Fujairah port in the United Arab Emirates. Iran has carried out more than 1,700 strikes across the Middle East in 4 days. Two drones struck the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia's capital, Riyadh. The Defense Ministry said a small fire broke out and the building sustained minor damages. The U.S. State Department's ordered non-emergency government personnel and their families to leave Saudi Arabia, as well as Jordan, Iraq, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. And there's no let up in Israel's attacks on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. The military says it's destroying Hezbollah command centers and weapons storage facilities. Israel's defense ministers authorized troops to take control of additional positions in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah says it's downed an Israeli drone in that area. John Bolton is a former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Donald Trump in his first term. He says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, and the U.S. is assisting him.
That it's Trump behaving like Trump. This is what he does. He doesn't have a strategy. He doesn't have a philosophy. He doesn't do policy the way anybody listening to this program understands the word. And I think it's a political problem for him internationally. It's a political problem for him domestically. The president has to make the case to the American people why this is in their interest to engage in these hostilities. I think the case is plain and can be made very effectively. But right now, that's not happening. And if that communications problem isn't corrected, Trump will have serious domestic political ramifications to face. I think the Israelis know exactly what they're doing. Their premier object is regime change, and it has been for some time. Bibi Netanyahu has been thinking about regime change in Iran longer than I have. And the United States knows that that's Israel's objective, and we are assisting them, as we should. We provided intelligence, which together with Israeli intelligence allowed them to carry out many of the strikes in the opening hours of the campaign, particularly the one that got the supreme leader. So it's pretty hard to argue that regime change isn't certainly one of the objectives of the two-country coalition that's engaged in this. I think Israel shares the other U.S. objectives too, but the key point, the logic behind this is to eliminate the nuclear weapons program, to eliminate Iran's support for terrorism, you have to eliminate the regime in power. If you don't do that, if you simply wound it and diminish its capacities, it will grow back, and in some period of time, we'll be right back where we were before this attack started.
Well, joining me again is Mohammed Al-Masri, Professor of Media Studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, and Paul Musgrave, Associate Professor of Government at Georgetown University here in Qatar. And thank you very much indeed for staying with us, gentlemen. Mohammed, I want to ask you first. We've seen Iran carrying out attacks on Gulf nations. They've also been targeting specific economically important areas like the Ras Laffan oil refinery and various other areas around the Gulf. What kind of pressure do you think Gulf nations can bring on the United States? And would they feel obliged to do that under the circumstances?
Well, first of all, we have to recognize that this is an asymmetric war. Iran cannot fight the U.S. and Israel. And so what it's trying to do is make this very expensive, very costly, very painful for everyone involved, whether they are direct party or indirect in their view, and this has become painful for the Gulf countries, for Qatar, for Saudi Arabia, for the UAE, Bahrain, the other Gulf countries. And to answer your question, yeah, there is pressure that can be brought to bear by the Gulf countries. They do have a collective weight. They do have collective power. Let's not forget that Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia pledged almost $2 trillion as investments in the United States economy. That is something that they could dangle, particularly if this goes on, right? Then there are other things. I mean, there are other levers that they can pull. I think the question, becomes though, is the leverage that they have, or does the leverage that they have outweigh the leverage that Israel has over the United States?
Let's talk about, going forward, the relationship between the Gulf states and the U.S., because obviously they have played host to U.S. bases and U.S. troops and various other elements of U.S. infrastructure, if you like. That dynamic has, over the years, worked extremely well. But now, of course, they're seeing a very different side to this. What do you think is the relationship going to be between Gulf states and the United States going forward?
Well, let's imagine that what comes out of the current conflict is a temporarily weakened but more hardline Iran. We have all seen, those of us who live here in the Gulf, that Iranian weapons pose a threat to the energy, the infrastructure, the way of life here in the Gulf. And the Gulf states are strong, they're sovereign, but they will still require external security allies to help protect them and to help maintain their security. And in a sense, that means that there will still be a potentially major role for the United States. But there's going to have to be a lot of trust rebuilt, because all the work that Gulf leaders have done in order to cultivate ties, political, cultural, social, economic, with the United States, those are being tested. One thing I would add to this very great analysis is that in the Republican coalition and in the United States, this war is not popular. And the more that this war is tied to an unpopular Israeli government, the easier it is to begin to lobby against this and to begin to lobby for off-ramps and for something that preserves the relationship, preserves the foundation of a wider American role with a greater array of partners here.
There's been a variety of different interpretations of the relationships that the Gulf countries have had over the years with Iran, particularly. You mentioned trust there, Paul. Mohammed, how This is perhaps a slightly naive question, given that we're only like 4 days into this conflict. We don't know when it's going to end. But at some point, let's assume that it does. Where does that leave Iran with regard to not just the US and the rest of the world, but its neighboring Gulf states?
I mean, it's going to be very tricky. I mean, it's going to be very tricky, and that's putting it lightly. I mean, think about this from the Qatari perspective, right? Qatar has actually had very warm relations with Iran. When the Saudi-led Axis initiated a blockade against Qatar in 2017, it was Iran that was actually providing Qatar with a lot of aid and support. And that has been reciprocated at various points in time. And now you have Iran attacking Qatar, right? This is a kind of, it's going to be seen as a betrayal of trust. It's going to be very difficult to mend that relationship. It will take time and a lot of trust building, but Iran is going to be isolated, certainly from the Gulf countries for some time. This might change Gulf relations with Iran for a generation, perhaps.
Paul, we've heard that Benjamin Netanyahu certainly has an intention that there should be a regime change in Iran. The US says that that's one of its goals as well. Is there a scenario, do you think, in which the Gulf countries, the Gulf states, may have some influence over who eventually runs Iran?
Well, that's a hypothetical I'm not sure I want to get into, but that does point to some of the central political tensions here, which is the United States at the beginning was describing this as a regime change operation. Israel has continued to describe it forcefully in those terms. The United States has been ambivalent about this, and increasingly ambivalent. And we talked earlier about Secretary of State Rubio's discussion about why the United States scuppered its negotiations with Iran and went into the war the way it did. Well, it was because of Israeli pressure to go through with the decapitation strike. Now, that's pushing on an open door. The Trump administration isn't being led by the nose here. They want to do something like this. But you do begin to see these divergences over what the United States and Israel want. For all that President Trump says that he's fine with this going on 4 or 5 weeks or even longer, let's be frank, that is not going to get more and more popular in the United States as the costs of this war mount in every direction. Instead, what I think you'll see is the United States seeking to get something that looks like a resolution, something that looks like a win, something that allows President Trump to keep those cost of living increases down. And in that sense, there would be an opening for the Gulf to begin to say, we need to bring this to a close, we need stability. But that could put them on the opposite side of a government that does not want stability in Iran, which sets up a future conflict.
Paul Moser, Mohammed Al-Masri, we appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. Well, the conflict is starting to look to have consequences for the U.S. stock market, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average falling nearly more than 1,000 points since the start of trading on Tuesday. Other major indices have also seen sharp declines, including the Nasdaq, the S&P 500 and the Russell 2000. Traders are fearing rapidly rising oil prices are going to put pressure on the entire global economy. And the turmoil in the markets has also hit Europe and Asia as the closure of the Strait of Hormuz means uncertainty for energy prices. South Korean regulators briefly halted trading after the benchmark Kospi index tumbled by as much as 6.4%. East Asian economies are highly dependent on imported gas and oil. European gas prices jumped another 30% on Tuesday to the highest level in 3 years, signaling some of the highest rises since Russia's attack on Ukraine. Kristen Salumi is joining me now live from New York. Talk to us about how the markets are going at the moment.
Yeah, markets have tumbled since the opening bell amid renewed concerns about the conflict in the Middle East and how long it might last. And we've seen oil prices rising here as well as a result. Now, on Monday, the markets did trend lower before recovering by the end of the day. They had pretty much expected the attack and priced it in. But since Monday, what we've seen happen is the head of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran threatening that any ships through the Strait of Hormuz could be set on fire. We've seen drone attacks in Riyadh. We've seen Hezbollah's attacks on Tel Aviv, all suggesting that this might not wrap up as quickly as investors had initially hoped. And President Trump himself has said now that the conflict could last for weeks or more. So what we saw happen at the opening bell today is the Dow Jones at one point down more than 1,200 points, or more than 2%. That's about 2.3%. Again, they have recovered slightly since then, but all of the major stock indices are now in negative territory. And this is across the board. It's technology stocks, banking stocks, industrials, all trading lower. We are seeing more money going into bonds, which is considered a safe haven when times are uncertain. So I think that just speaks to the questions and uncertainty going forward. While the United States is in a better position than other parts of the world to weather the increase in fuel costs coming from the Middle East, the concern, again, is if this is prolonged, it will have that wider impact on the economy and drive up prices more generally as it continues.
And bringing us up to date with the markets there from New York, Kristen Suleman, thank you very much indeed. There are ongoing strikes in Qatar, the UAE and Kuwait. We're going to go back to Zain Basrawi in Doha. Just talk us through what you've been seeing and hearing from where you are, Zain.
Well, this morning began with a series of attacks across cities in the GCC, including Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, and here in Doha overnight. And for the rest of the day, it had been relatively quiet. Now, once again, we're seeing and we're hearing multiple loud explosions here in Doha. Presumably, those are explosions from interceptions of Iranian missiles or drones that have been striking Doha for several days now. Simultaneously, we're hearing reports of loud bangs heard in Dubai as well as Kuwait, and loud explosions heard in Abu Dhabi as well. So what we are hearing or seeing seems to be a coordinated assault once again on GCC cities as far as part of Iran's retaliation for coming under attack.
Zain, from where you are, and I appreciate obviously you maybe can't talk about Dubai and the other cities which have been attacked just at the moment, but from what you're seeing in Dubai, is there any sort of sense amongst the people that there is a panic, or is life essentially carrying on as normally as it can be?
Well, this region is relatively no stranger to these kinds of conflicts. And in the past, in the 90s and the 80s, we've seen people, once conflicts like this tend to mushroom, there is a desire for people to leave. The majority population in this part of the world are expatriates who come here to live and work. They've built lives here. But the concern when conflicts like this tend to seem like they're going to go on for some time, people do look at trying to leave. So far, there's been no panic. Every government in the region has been regularly, routinely putting out statements to illustrate that militarily they are capable to defend their cities, to defend the populations living in them, and they assure people there is enough food and water to sustain life here for the foreseeable future. That's something that every government has been messaging ever since this conflict began. From day one. Nobody wants to see a panic. Nobody wants to see an exodus of the population. But the fact of the matter is, many people are now looking at trying to get out. We've seen this in Dubai, people wanting to leave. We've seen a resumption of some flights by the UAE to begin trying to restore international air travel. But the fact of the matter is, for the most part, skies remain closed, airspace remains closed, and it is still tenuous. While there is relative calm throughout the day, these attacks, even if they happen once or twice a day, even if they are low-level attacks that carry on for some time, that will become an existential crisis for people that have made their lives in this part of the world. And just to give you an update, we have a message from Central Command from U.S. CENTCOM saying the Iranian regime is using mobile launchers to indiscriminately fire missiles in an attempt to inflict maximum harm across the region. U.S. forces are hunting these threats down, and without apology or hesitation, we are taking them out. That is the message coming from U.S. CENTCOM on their social media page. What I can tell you is that in the last few days, the profile of cities like Doha, cities like Dubai and Abu Dhabi has shifted. Here in Doha, when you're standing here looking up at the skies, there is no commercial air traffic, which was a staple of the skyline in the city, seeing airplanes coming in and out of the international airport. Now it's been replaced with very few sightings of either a C-130 Hercules U.S. aircraft, which has been part of the security posture here. You'll see those in the skies. Or you'll see military helicopters doing sorties and doing sweeps to survey the area as part of the security apparatus that is functioning over the country now. But for the most part, at the moment, attacks like these that punctuate the day, that what seems to be happening is the Iranians want to make sure Arab states begin the morning with attacks like this and end the day with attacks like this as well. And as we've seen, with multiple attacks happening simultaneously here in Dubai, in Kuwait, and Abu Dhabi, this does seem like a coordinated effort.
Zain Bashrawi bringing us up to date there from Doha. Zain, thank you very much. Iran's been targeting American bases and other infrastructure across the Gulf countries. We're now getting a clearer picture of the extent of those strikes. Official figures from across the Gulf region indicate more than 1,830 Iranian missiles and drones have been intercepted since the start of the conflict 4 days ago. The UAE says its air defenses responded to 812 drones and 186 missiles. Qatar says it successfully intercepted 98 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, 24 drones and 2 fighter jets. Kuwait says it's detected and dealt with 178 ballistic missiles and 384 drones. Bahrain says it's shot down 70 missiles and 76 drones. All these figures are interceptions, and they don't include any strikes that made landfall. Saudi Arabia has not released statistics on the extent of the attacks there, but statements indicate it's been targeted by at least 12 drones. Iran strongly denies attacking Oman, but the Oman news agency has quoted a security source saying it was targeted by several drones. Hisham Al-Khanam is a Saudi political analyst, and he says Iran's decision to attack countries in the Middle East is a major mistake.
For each other.
Let me take you to the White House, and this is U.S. President Donald Trump meeting with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Let's listen in.
Germany, which is a big deal, and he's doing a very good job. In my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today. And he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do. But we're doing very well. We have a great military. And they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals. And those I know will work out too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places too. And I look forward to being with you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the 3rd time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away. And we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually. And this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests. And, well, we will talk about that.
We will.
Looking forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
That's some
for
interesting.
your hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
it's
right.
A very, very
good,
comfortable place.
Hope you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place and a famous place.
That's
yeah?
good. Very
so
famous.
many former presidents.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully. and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready. And we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think and now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people. And the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit. And I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership. And it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the #1 in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
So Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. They built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years, you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. They have their chance. We've said, don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already. And a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think about Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi? Is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. These were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
Mr. President, what exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, you've been to take the heat off the Europeans who present to be healthy. Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't. And I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great. He's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases. And that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it. But we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him, we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people. But they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain.
What is the expectation towards?
And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you in this region?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just, they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Mr. President, commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, you know, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we've given away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy, and also Mr. Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible. And we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers, that's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please. Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US?
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US.
And U.S. and who?
EU, European Union.
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs. And tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. The Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country, right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with tariffs, different tariffs on different countries. You want to talk about that first?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Bessent talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when he said that. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of you will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority, they want to make the same deal. And And we'd like to see, actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal. And so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does it more mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, who would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China. The president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China. So
I don't know.
Can you be talking about China and what you specifically?
We'll be talking about China, yeah. Sure.
And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar, they've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology, and I've never been, look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm looking, I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh, no, it's another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally, my pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they had thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was a great time. The worst deal I've ever seen. Because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way. And I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. You remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. It was 2 of them loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling, big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars. But worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy, just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about 1 or 2 more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Dr. Lamberts, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to,
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with these numbers. And this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative. And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So very places that you sort of automatically very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number 2, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK, that's other parts of the European Union that have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration is, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
Okay, where you going?
So as I said, in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime. And we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy, what is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region. And we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do. And this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that, I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that. But minimum 8 wars, big ones, potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much, because it's very far away, but last week, last week and for the last 4 weeks, actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best, you know. It takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact, you know. It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border, that wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well. And I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries. Because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
You're watching Al Jazeera. We've been bringing you coverage of a press conference that is being held by U.S. President Donald Trump and German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who was on a visit to the White House. As you can imagine, that press conference dominated by what is going on in Iran, the U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran. When asked if Israel had forced his hand, Donald Trump said, no, I might have forced Israel's hand. He said, we were having negotiations with these, and he used the word lunatics. And it was my impression that they were going to attack first. He was also very critical of a couple of European countries who have not supported him in this. The UK for not allowing US forces to use RAF bases, Royal Air Force bases, but also critical of Spain. He'd said that he had told Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent to cut off all trade deals with Spain. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is joining us live now from Washington, D.C. That was a long press conference. I think it was about 35 minutes at least. What did you pick out of it?
Well, we both agree on the same headline, and that is that the U.S. president and his Secretary of State are not singing from the same sheet of music when it comes to why the U.S. launched Operation Epic Fury, the joint attacks with Israel and the United States against Iran. The U.S. president, as you pointed out, just said that Iran was getting ready to attack Israel, And so we attacked first. And he said at the tail end of that, that they were prepared to take out many countries, even saying, without offering any evidence, that that Iran was likely to have a nuclear weapon within 1 month, even though the U.S. president claimed that he had obliterated the nuclear facilities back in June of 2025. Now, why is this important? Because Marco Rubio said something very different on Monday when speaking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill. He said that the United States took preemptive military action to avoid Iran retaliation after the United States anticipated that Israel was going to strike Iran. So that is a very different account of why and the motivations. The other thing that's important to note here is the U.S. president once again justifying why he scrapped the 2015 deal to limit Iran's nuclear program negotiated under former President Barack Obama, talking about why it was a bad deal because it had so-called sunset provisions in it. That's what the president was referring to when he said that it was set to expire. And we do know that in the talks that were underway with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff as well as Jared Kushner, they were looking for a deal that would go indefinitely, forever and all time. So the U.S. president justifying his actions, but again, the mixed messaging coming out of this administration is remarkable. Very quickly, I should also just point out the other headline coming from the German Chancellor Merz, who is acknowledging the impact this conflict is having on economies, talking about how it has, in his words, been devastating for the German economy and broader Europe. And he says he hopes this will be brought to an end and there can be a new government in place, talking about the plans for regime change, which the U.S. president is also suggesting the United States hopes for as well.
Kimberly, it's interesting about this meeting with Friedrich Merz, isn't it? Because on Sunday, I understand that Friedrich Merz had insisted that Germany stood behind the U.S. and Israel with regard to its actions on Iran, but did say that there were questions about whether or not the action was actually covered by international law. We have about 40 seconds left, Kimberly. This is a problem that a lot of European countries are finding themselves in.
There's no question that there are broad concerns about the legality of the U.S. actions, taking action along with Israel on a sovereign nation, arguing without justification that they were imminently able to not only take out Israel, but also, as the U.S. president just said, a number of countries.
Kimberly, for now, thank you very much indeed. Kimberly Hoggett, our White House correspondent there in Washington, D.C. Now, Inside Story coming up next is going to be examining Gulf states' relations with Iran as the conflict spreads across the region. Lots more, of course, on our website, aljazeera.com. I'm Rob Matheson. Stay with us. We'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Iran attacks Gulf Arab states, hitting civilian buildings and energy infrastructure, as well as U.S. bases. The impact of the American-Israeli strikes on the Islamic Republic is felt across the region. What does this mean for Gulf states' relations with Iran and with the U.S.? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Mohammed Jamjoom. In the days since the U.S. and Israel began a joint military operation against Iran, the Islamic Republic has launched missiles and drones at Gulf Arab nations. Countries hosting U.S. bases have been in the line of fire, but civilian infrastructure has been hit too. Relations between Iran and Gulf states have varied since the Islamic Republic was born of the 1979 revolution. Some, such as Qatar and Oman, have enjoyed friendly ties, others less so. But all are under severe strain now, in the midst of events barely imaginable a week ago. Gulf countries pushed hard for a diplomatic solution from the nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran, a process shattered by U.S. and Israeli bombs on Saturday. So why has Iran decided to attack its neighbors? What are the implications for the region and for relations between Gulf states and Iran? And what about Gulf nations' alliances with the U.S.? We'll speak to our guest shortly, but first, this report from Perry Wilton.
Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates.
Oman, and Saudi Arabia, all targeted by Iran. In an address to the United Nations, the Gulf Cooperation Council condemned the strikes.
These attacks come at a time when mediation and de-escalation efforts are intensifying in Arab countries, prioritizing political solutions and dialogue. This escalation is therefore unjustified and undermines efforts to establish security and stability.
Terrorizing and targeting civilians in countries seeking peace is an abhorrent crime. This attack constitutes a flagrant violation and an unacceptable act in every respect.
Iran says it's targeting U.S. assets in response to the joint offensive by Israel and the U.S. that began on Saturday. All the countries hit house American military facilities. But Iran also struck energy infrastructure in Qatar, residential buildings in Bahrain, the Kuwaiti airport, and hotels in the UAE were also struck. Millions of foreign workers live in the Gulf, and the countries have long been considered safe havens in the Middle East, not least due to the US military presence. But now schools and businesses are closed. Flights are disrupted and people are leaving. The conflict has caused energy prices to soar. Strikes in Qatar and Saudi Arabia shut down gas and oil production. And Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Around 20% of global energy supplies passes through the narrow waterway. Qatar has had good relations with Iran in the past. They share the world's largest natural gas field. In a post on social media, former Prime Minister Sheikh Hamad bin Jassim bin Jabbar Al Thani said Qatar must not be dragged into a direct confrontation with Iran because it will deplete both countries' resources and give what he called many forces an opportunity to control us under the pretext of helping us. For every day the strikes continue, the costs are rising, both regionally and globally. Perry Wilton, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guests. From Riyadh, we're joined by Abdulaziz Al-Ghashyan, a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum. Badr Saif is a professor at Kuwait University specializing in Middle East history and politics. He joins us from Kuwait City. And Fouad Izzadi is in the Iranian capital. He's a professor in the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran. A warm welcome to you all, and thanks so much for joining us today on Inside Story. Abdulaziz, let me start with you today. Gulf states have urged moderation throughout in the run-up to this current crisis, and they urged a diplomatic solution in the talks between the U.S. and Iran, which were brokered, of course, by Oman. Has that strategy been affected by these attacks, and could it change?
Well, firstly, Mohammed, thank you very much for having me in Ramadan Kareem. I think, unfortunately, we have entered into a juncture, in post this war. I think right now the process of the era of rapprochement, in my opinion, is dwindling, and we're entering into an era where I think it's going to be a very frosty position. In my opinion, I think the Saudi Arabia and other GCC states have invested a great deal of effort in diplomacy and rapprochement and de-escalation for the sake of trying to really share the region and share, I think, the prosperity in the region and create a calm and stable region. But I think the actions and the retaliations by, I think, the Iran regime now towards the Gulf against a backdrop of an immense amount of lobbying and effort for Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries to actually avoid this effort. They stood against this effort. And for them only to be attacked. They have given assurances time and again. And even in the recent statements, you could tell how outraged the Saudi officials are by calling these attacks cowardly. So I think, in my opinion, we've definitely entered into a post-rapprochement era. I won't say that diplomacy is over, but I think we're going to have a different mode of diplomacy, one that's about more robust posturing until we try to figure this out. I think it's going to be some time, and I hope I'm wrong.
Fuad, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, he says Tehran doesn't want to escalate tensions with countries in the region. He also added, we are not fighting our neighboring countries. We are fighting American forces that are based in these countries. But how is that the case when Iran is now targeting the Gulf region's energy assets and energy infrastructure? And why has Iran decided to attack its neighbors in this way?
You know, Iran is facing very difficult times. The idea that a lot of people in Iran share is that the aim of the United States is to disintegrate Iran as a country, to balkanize Iran. They want to finish Iran in their minds at least, and in practice if they can, so they can dominate the region. That's the ultimate goal of Netanyahu and Trump. Netanyahu has been able to use American soldiers to achieve what he has been wanting to achieve for many years, which is going to war with Iran using American resources. I'm sure he would want to do the same with the resources of other countries in this part of the world. We have had American reporters, Tucker Carlson, reporting that both Saudi Arabia and Qatar have arrested Mossad agents trying to blow up things in these countries and blame Iran for it. Iran, as our brothers in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia know, has been trying to have good relations with these countries. The rapprochement was taken seriously by both Saudi Arabia and Iran. They have been working to improve relations. The hope that the Iranian officials have is some level of understanding that their neighbor is going through difficult times, and they need to use the power that they have, which is less than United States and Israel, to create cost to the United States and Israel. And they are hitting U.S. bases, legitimate targets. They're hitting hotels that house U.S. personnel, soldiers, legitimate target. They're hitting CIA headquarters. The CIA headquarters may be in office areas, not in bases, legitimate military targets. And I don't think Iran wants to damage the Saudi infrastructure. I haven't seen anybody suggesting that here. It could be the Israelis that are interested in that. The hope is that this war finishes. Iran didn't want to have this war. And Iran appreciates the efforts of the neighbors, especially the Omanis, Qataris, that worked very hard to avoid this. And hopefully, United States realizes this was a big mistake and they could finish it because they started it.
Abdulaziz, I see that you want to react. I'll let you jump in just a minute. Let me go first to Badr. Badr, you heard what Fuad was saying. They're saying that Iran wants to have neighborly relations with these countries in the Gulf. I want to ask you your reaction to that. And also I want to ask you, from your vantage point, are we in a new escalation phase now when it comes to Iran and Gulf countries, especially in light of Iran targeting energy infrastructure across the region?
Mohammed, let me start by offering my condolences on the many lost lives and injured persons, that we hope them safe recovery across the region and all countries impacted. This is an illegal U.S.-Israeli war that shouldn't have happened. There was room for mediation and we were coming close to it thanks to Gulf mediators in the process. But let me also stress that this, as it is an illegal U.S.-Israeli attack, it's also an illegal Iranian attack on Gulf cities across the board. Gulf cities and states that have tried very hard to avert war and to help our neighbors in Iran to overcome this obstacle. To try to confuse our cards and to say that this is intertwined with U.S. interests is a misnomer. These are sovereign territories of the Gulf states. We have been very clear on our positions that their airspaces will not be used, nor will the bases be used. And hence, you saw the armada that came in from the U.S. because of that. And that also strained some U.S. relationships in the process, yet it was not taken into account. And the whole notion of hitting infrastructure like airports, hotels, normal residential areas that came through does not give us a sense of neighborly relations. This needs to be clarified, and I think it's unfortunate that the Iranian regime, whatever that's left of it now, we have a new face of it, is falling into the Israeli playbook. Israel wants us to join this war on the side of the US and Israel, and we are abstaining from doing that because we appreciate our neighbors in Iran, and we see that there is a shared region that requires peace, common prosperity. So to try to mix the papers across the Gulf from the Iranian side is not helpful. We need calm. We need to come to peace. To your question on escalation, it seems to be the case. The Iranians are following a scorched earth strategy. They want everyone to go down with them. But look, it's not our war in the Gulf, and they need to realize this. And by them focusing on the Gulf states, at times even more than Israel and the US, does not bode well for the relationships. Now, on the issue of diplomacy, look, we never gave up on diplomacy, and we will go full force on diplomacy if need be. There is a new leadership in Iran today. We need to understand what kind of power structures are evolving. There is a decentralized command structure, so it could be that some of those attacks have been assigned even before the death of Khamenei. We need some calm, and we need to trickle down into the roots of the issues. This is illegal on all counts.
Abdulaziz, I know you want to jump in. I'm going to let you, but first I just want to ask you, what is the feeling currently in Saudi Arabia and other GCC states, from what you know, about what potential action perhaps should be taken against Iran going forward?
In my opinion, I think this is the million-dollar question that I think a lot of the analysts have been asked in the past 2 days. You know, what is the threshold that will render some sort of measures to enter into an offensive, maintaining restraint, and then kind of gradually escalate, climbing the ladder of offensive, I would say, offensive defense, or probably forward defense here. Let me use an Iranian term. So what I would anticipate is the following. The duration of the war, alongside the intensity of the Iranian strikes on these infrastructures, will depend how far and how fast the escalation will up the ladder will be. In my opinion, I think the biggest weapon that we have in the Gulf states is restraint. We are, I think, clearly the most level-headed, most clear-eyed, and I think most disciplined leaders in the region. And I think what they don't want to do is they don't want to make a bad situation even worse. But this is, let me just say this, restraint does not necessarily mean passivity. And so if this continues, this will then lead into a situation that people will not want to join. Now, what is this situation? People are now saying, well, maybe the use and the facilitation of American bases, so they could use them against Iran. In my estimation, I won't think so. Not yet, because of the things that I think Dr. Badr Saif mentioned earlier. The American Armada already amassed enough military might in the region to cause this much chaos and inflict this much damage on Iran. So I don't think we will revert to that just yet. I will think personally there will be a process of a gradual posturing of defense. I think there will be more air sorties. I think there will be more kind of projection of the use of the qualitative defensive capabilities. And I think this is where we're heading. What we don't want to do is to enter into a war that's not ours, even though we're on the front line of a war that's not ours. And the last point that I want to say is that one of the political objectives of this war is actually to have Netanyahu say, we finally got the Saudis, the GCC states to fight with us shoulder to shoulder against Iran. One of the targets of the Netanyahu approach is to really break this rapprochement process that was happening. Now, we did not allow him to do this in the 12-day war. But unfortunately, the Iranian reactions, the illegal ones on the GCC states, is helping go towards that very, very unwise place that we don't want to be in. So we're in a really tough situation.
Fouad, I want to go back to something that Badr said a moment ago and get your reaction to it, because Badr was saying that Iran is following a scorched earth strategy. You said a few moments ago that Iran wants brotherly relationships with these neighboring countries. But I need to ask you, I mean, is Iran planning to burn all the bridges that they have with these regional neighbors? Or do they expect that they can actually repair relationships when this is done? Because Iran hasn't just struck, energy facilities and energy infrastructure sites in the region. They struck residential buildings in Bahrain, the Kuwaiti airport, a hotel in the UAE. Those are just some of the examples from the past few days. So how does Iran come back from that and try to build trust now?